What is up, everybody? Welcome to Filling in the Gaps. I am Flo Joe, and today we're going to be talking about some stuff, you guys. SF Investigates dropped a major bombshell today. So we're going to be talking about that. We have a few things that we're going to kind of review, take a look at, and discuss. So, yeah, let's start off by thanking everybody who's in here today. So, who do we have? We have Jad, my mod. Thank you for being a mod. We got Felicia. How's it going? Thank you. Dubs. We got Cindy Guzman. What's going on? How you doing? Thank you for joining, you guys. What's today? Tuesday? Seems like things are heating up. So as you guys can see, we have a post right behind me, this way, right over here. We have a post that SF Investigates put up today, and this is going to be a major bombshell, right? Let's just kind of get into it already, you guys. So today, SF Investigates dropped a major tweet, and he dropped proof, he dropped receipts of the incinerator that everybody, the whole internet, the Reddit community has been talking about. He kind of dropped photos and proof of that in the Hollywood Hills or the Hollywood Mansion. So the tweet reads, right? Although my words have been misquoted by some, what I actually said about certain items found at the Doheny address was that they were items you would expect to find on a farm rather than in a home in the Hollywood Hills. Now, one of those items was a burn cage. Now, he said one of those items. So it makes me wonder, what else did he have, right? What else did David have in his house? I don't know. I mean, at this point, I wouldn't put anything past him, right? One of those items was a burn cage incinerator, advertised to burn at 1600 degrees. Human cremations are typically performed at approximately 1400 degrees. An incinerator is not legal to use within city limits and serves no legitimate purpose at a residential property in the Hollywood Hills. Some will argue that this item was intended as a prop for a video. I don't know about that. If that were the case, it raises several obvious questions. Why would a 55-pound burn cage be delivered to a private residence of directly instead of directly to a prop designer or production house? Why would it be ordered before departing on an extended world tour? And why was it never used in any video production? It is also important to note that there were additional items present that could be used in conjunction with the burn cage. To be very clear, this burn cage was not used, so it was still brand new in the box, had never been used before, right? Um, it was still new and in the box. However, given that Celeste Rivas Hernandez's remains were ultimately found in the Tesla frunk, the presence of an incinerator at the same residence associated with that vehicle necessarily raises questions about intent. The burn cage was not taken during the search warrant, and because was not used, it appears it's not of importance to any possible criminal investigation, but we think it's important context, even if not criminal. The burn cage and other related items were delivered to the residence under a false name, although the deliveries were accepted at the property. Now, attached is photos of the actual burn cage incinerator as found at the residence, along with an image from Dr. Burns' advertising materials for the product. So here you guys can see that this is a photo of the incinerator in the box. It looks really beat up, right? So I'm curious how long it had been there. I don't know if this is a label sticker that maybe has the name of who it was supposed to be delivered to, but you can see that it says professional power DR, okay, done right. Then it says DR burn cage. And then this right here is an image of the actual burn cage, I'm assuming. So normally, what do people use this for? I'm assuming that, people would use this to kind of like burn up leaves and whatnot. Maybe in David's case, his intentions were much more evil. Um, it says here it incinerates at up to 1600 degrees, right? And he mentioned earlier in the tweet that human cremations are typically performed at approximately 1400 degrees. So I'm very curious, why the hell did he have it in his possession? What were the intentions, right? Um Sorry, you guys have to plug in my phone real quick before it dies. Yeah, I don't know. Let me see what y'all are saying in the chat. Let me see. Anybody here? Leonardo, welcome. How's it going? We got Cindy Guzman. Takes off on your iPad takes off on its own. All right, all right. But I don't know. What do you guys think he was using it for? Do you guys think it was a prop? Do you guys think that he had crueler intentions behind it? Not only that, but as I've said that there were other things to use in conjunction with this incinerator. So what do you think it was? What do you think he could have also bought? Because it's really weird. uh Cindy said that's crazy Flojo not in town. Yeah. No, I don't know. This whole thing is just weird. I feel like every day, that passes, we learn like something new and it is just mind-boggling. It's mind-blowing. This guy had so many plans, so many secrets, so many weird and odd things about this guy. And to know that we had crazy wildfires that took place earlier in Los Angeles and specifically right in my backyard, my neighborhood of Altadena. Um, having something like this in your backyard, um, number one, there's really no reason, no point. Number two, it's illegal to kind of burn. And three, I mean, like, there's no point, right? Um, I wanted to kind of look up what some of the laws were out here. And I came across something about the California Code. I think it's Penal Code 452. And it basically says the unlawful causing of a fire that causes great bodily injury is a felony, punishable of imprisonment in this state. And obviously, he probably won't be charged on this, right? Because he didn't actually use it. But like, what if he did, right? Um, Burning things in Los Angeles are illegal. Unlawfully causing a fire that causes an inhabited structure or inhabited property to burn is a felony punishable by imprisonment in the state prison for 2 to 3 or 4 years, or imprisonment in the county jail for not more than 1 year, or by a fine, or by both such imprisonment and fine. Let's see here. So felony here, unlawfully causing a fire of property is a misdemeanor. Now imagine. Now imagine if you just happened to use that incinerator and something went left and other things started catching on fire. Imagine like the whole Hollywood Hills catching on fire. And it would have been because of this guy. Man, that is pretty wild. Not only that, okay, so I also looked up something else and it said Rule 407 incinerator and burn barrel burning. So here it says that a person shall not burn any combustible refuse or waste in any incinerator except in a multiple chamber incinerator or in equipment found by the air pollution control officer in advance of such use to be equally effective for the purpose of air pollution control as an approved multiple chamber incinerator. This paragraph shall not apply to incinerators or burn barrels used in accordance with paragraph B of this rule. So, paragraph B states a person shall not dispose of any household rubbish or waste originating. Okay, obviously, they're not going to put body parts, right? Um, but waste originating from a single or two family dwelling on its premises in an incinerator or burn barrel. except when it is used to burn only dry natural vegetation, non glossy paper, or cardboard in those geographic areas granted a temporary exemption pursuant to Title 1793 113E of the California Code of Regulations. And the activity takes place on a burn day as declared by the State Air Resources Board pursuant to a valid burn permit as authorized by the Great Basin Unified Air Pollution Control District. Um, let me see. Let me catch up on the chat. I'm questioning that he wanted to transport it to his parents' home. Leonardo, I mean, if he wanted to transport it to his parents' home, why not just have it shipped there? You know, he already had a fake name on it, right? So I mean, I feel like that just doesn't make any sense. But I mean, that's a great point because you know, at this point anything's possible, but why not just have it shipped over to Texas or wherever his parents are staying? Cindy Guzman said, knowing his mind, sometimes you have to think like him. Kind of evil, sadistic person. He had that to burn her body up, and it's awful. But yeah, he had a body on his hands. So, what do you guys think his plans were? You know, do you think that his plans were to um, take care of it when he came back from tour, right? Because we know that he left July 29th, and I can't remember exactly what day it was that SF Investigates went back to do the investigation on the Hollywood Hills mansion, but um, by the time that he left on July 29th and the day that SF Investigates came, um, that incinerator was there, and he said that it was inside the house. Nini, welcome. How's it going? A little late, you know, better late than never, right? So welcome. Thank you for joining us. Leonardo said he wanted to keep it a secret from his parents. I feel like he probably wanted to keep it a secret from everybody, right? He probably now if he had help getting rid of Celeste, right, before, during, and after, he probably wanted that person to help him. Um, and I bet you whoever it was, you know, lost their balls and said that they couldn't do it. I don't know. It's pretty sad. Um, then I went to go kind of look into some of the rules too, some of the laws, and on November 30th, which is literally not that long ago, right? About 2 weeks ago, um, they made wood burning temporarily banned by the South Coast. What is the Air Quality Management District? So this is an article on NBC4 that talks about, you know, the ban that they put. So you know, burning this stuff would have been illegal anyways. Now, I can't remember if there was a ban on burning anything during the wildfires, but this article was put up November 30th, 2025. Um, and it says the South Coast Air Quality Management District has extended a no burn alert, forbidding people in 4 Southern California counties from burning wood in fireplaces or any indoor or outdoor devices through Sunday. I don't know if that probably ended. Let's see. Um, on the 30th. So November 30th was on a Sunday. So probably till like the end of the day. But anyways, it was banned. You couldn't burn anything, right? I kind of want to take a look at this video. Law and Crime came out, Sidebar came out with Jesse Weber. They put out a new video about 5 hours ago. I haven't seen it. I want to kind of watch it with you guys, get your reactions to it, and kind of talk about this a little bit more. October 16th was when was retained by the landlord. Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for that timekeeping because I definitely did not remember when. But yeah, let's get into this. I want to see what Jesse Weber has to say and who he has because Jesse Weber has he's been coming up with some pretty great guests on his show. So let's see what he has to say. Let's kind of start this from the beginning.
Was a major clue just revealed in connection with the mysterious death and disposal of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez, the teenager whose body was allegedly found in singer David's car? Turns out the private investigator who's been looking into this case just made a bombshell revelation on social media we got to talk about. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Okay, real quick before we jump into this, got to tell you it's open enrollment season again. Yeah, this is .com. Her body was found. What happened to 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez, who, as you know, her body was found in a Tesla that was allegedly registered to singer David back in September out in LA. There have been no arrests. There have been no charges filed. There has been reporting, particularly from TMZ, that possibly an investigative grand jury out in LA may be hearing evidence. We did previous sidebars on that. You can check it all out. But one underlying question that we don't have the answer to, and from a forensic point of view, perhaps is a complicating factor, is what happened to Celeste? How did she die? What was the true state of her body? How was she moved? Which is why the update that I'm about to get into is so
Sorry, y'all. I had to
interesting.
make sure that
I
there
want to talk
wasn't
about
sound coming
complicating.
in.
You know what else is complicating? The fact that the cause and manner of death hasn't been released, and that the details from the medical examiner's office have been sealed by court order. You know, according to a release from the medical examiner's office, it said at 10:54 a.m. on Friday, November 21st, the County of Los Angeles Department of Medical Examiner received a court order initiated by the Los Angeles Police Department to place a security hold on medical examiner case number 2025-14252 Celeste Rivas Hernandez. No records or details associated with the case, including the cause and manner of death and medical examiner report, can be released or posted on the website until further notice. And then you had the Robbery Homicide Division that released a statement not only addressing this, but also addressing the media reporting that Celeste was decapitated and that her body was either entirely or partially frozen. Now, this is based primarily on reporting from TMZ. They had a statement that said, Robbery Homicide Division statement on Celeste Rivas investigation, Los Angeles. The Los Angeles Police Department is aware of the recent stories posted by various media outlets about the David Celeste Rivas investigation and would like to dispel some misinformation contained in their reporting. The body of Celeste Rivas was not frozen when it was discovered on September 8th, 2025. She had not been decapitated. As far as the court order, the LAPD sought to seal the records of the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's investigation into Celeste Rivas' death. That order was sought only to ensure detectives from Robbery Homicide Division learned of important information surrounding her death before the media and the public. The order was not sought to undermine transparency.
And so, obviously, you guys are all aware that there's been a little bit of a back and forth disagreement with the medical examiner and the LAPD's office. Um, they seem like they can't get on the same page. So, obviously, LAPD decided to ensure that they sealed all of the records, so then that way none of that information could become public.
Okay, now we got to talk about this update. And this update concerns Steve Fisher. We've had him on the program before. Steve is the private investigator who was hired by the owner of the property where David had reportedly been staying in the Hollywood Hills. That property was apparently near the Tesla. That property, by the way, was searched by authorities. Now, Steve has come out and made some comments about his investigation, including things like this.
But I will say this, there are some things that, and I'm talking physical evidence that was at that house that is, there could have been greater plans as far as getting rid of her. And it's scary, sadistic stuff. And that's why we're trying to learn more about that. I wish I could say more, but for obvious reasons I can't. But and it doesn't have to do with how she died, but maybe how they were planning on ultimately getting rid of her, and how maybe that Tesla was just a holding spot at the time, and things just, their timing was just off as far as getting this done. But there's a few things that were just like, will blow your mind.
And he was recently discussed on another episode of Sidebar, where he made a post on X seemingly fighting back about potentially being held in contempt of court for allegedly talking about or discussing a case that he had seemingly testified about. He really fought back against that allegation as well. And we assume this was about the Celeste Rivas Hernandez case. Not definitively confirmed, but when you read between the lines of his message, it seemed to be that. Maybe we'll get into that a little bit later. But now, given what he has said about his findings, this is what we need to talk about. He just posted this on X. Quote, "Although my words have been misquoted by some, what I actually said about certain items found at the Doheny address was that they were, quote, items you would expect to find on a farm rather than in a home in the Hollywood Hills. One of those items was a burn cage incinerator, advertised to burn at 1600 degrees. Human cremations are typically performed at approximately 1400 degrees. An incinerator is not legal to use within city limits and serves no legitimate purpose at a residential property in the Hollywood Hills. Some will argue that this item was intended as a prop for a video. If that were the case, it raises several obvious questions. Why would a 55-pound bird cage be delivered to a private residence instead of directly to a prop designer or production house? Why would it be ordered before departing on an extended world tour? And why was it never used in any video production? It is also important to note that there were additional items present that could be used in conjunction with the burn cage. To be very clear, this burn cage was not used. It was still new and in the box. However, given that Celeste Rivas Hernandez's remains were ultimately found in the Tesla trunk, the presence of an incinerator at the same residence associated with that vehicle necessarily raises questions about intent. The burn cage was not taken during the search warrant, and because it was not used, it appears it's not of importance to any possible criminal investigation. But we think it's important context, even if not criminal. The burn cage and other related items were delivered to the residence under a false name, although the deliveries were accepted at the property. Attached is a photograph of the actual burn cage incinerator as found at the residence, along with an image from Dr. Burns' advertising materials for the product. Hashtag Celeste Rivas Hernandez, hashtag David. And he does include those photos, by the way. What do we make of this? Let me bring on Matt Irvine to talk about this, retired detective, law enforcement instructor. Matt, so good to have you here. Quite the statement from Steve Fisher, making it public.
Jesse Weber normally has like really good guests, so let's see what he has to say about this. This guy's a detective, so.
Your thoughts if this is true?
Well, I think Steve Fisher's remarks are very well considered. I cannot think of a legitimate, innocent reason why a burn cage would be received at a private residence, why it would be ordered under a false name. I also, frankly,
let's
can't
actually
understand.
Just start there. Keep your thought.
Okay.
The only thing I would say is about a false name, if he's a celebrity, he doesn't want people knowing that he's staying there. Thoughts?
That's a good point, too.
Fair enough. But if he's got a bunch of people that he's working with.
But a false name, I mean, maybe an alias, right? But also, I mean, is he ordering it and putting it under a false name because he doesn't want to have any ties to it being delivered? Because, I mean, if this was a prop that was supposed to be used in a video production, why not just have it under your business, right? I know that David's got an LLC under, D4VD. So why not use it under that name? You can still order it under your business name.
Because he intends to use this as part of a concert tour, as part of a video. He's got a whole staff of people that can order something for him. I don't understand why he would need to do it under an assumed name. But your point is well taken. That could be.
Leonardo said, did the cage arrive when he was on tour? Unfortunately, I don't know if we have that information. I don't know if SF Investigates dropped when it was specifically delivered or, I don't think he's mentioned that at all.
An innocent explanation. But again, to Steve's points, if that is indeed the intent for this item, why is it delivered to a private residence? Why is it not with him on tour? Why is it not taken to some location to be used for some kind of a video? That said, I also can't think of a good reason why LAPD didn't seize this item. I mean, if you're conducting an investigation into a body found in the trunk of a car, one of your working theories has got to be that this body was placed there in order to move it from the scene where the death occurred and then transport it to some third location to conceal it or dispose of it. And if you're looking at the possibility that somebody is trying to dispose of a body, and you search the residence of a person of interest in that case, and you find what is essentially a home crematorium, why don't you take that? I know that when you're serving a search warrant, you can only seize the things that the court authorized you to seize and that you told the court you expected to find there. I'm sure nobody expected to find this item there. But what you do in a search warrant when you find something evidentiary that was unexpected is you write what's called a piggyback warrant. It's a simple addendum where you say, hey, judge, while serving that search warrant that you issued, we found this other thing. We think it's evidence. We'd like to seize that too. It's a typical one-page addendum that's tacked onto your warrant. I've never seen a judge not sign one of those. And
That's a really good point too. So why didn't law enforcement or the LAPD detectives who were covering the case, why didn't they go back to the property after signing this or writing this addendum, um, to seize it and put it into evidence? I don't know. I feel like they're sloppy with this. No.
I don't know why that wasn't done in this case.
So let me ask you this, Matt. You could be 100% right, right? First of all, assuming this is true, that a bird cage was delivered there, and assuming for a moment that law enforcement didn't seize it, okay, let's say that's accurate. I guess the question would be either, like you said, it was beyond the realm, it was beyond the scope of a search warrant. Maybe they didn't amend it for whatever reason. Or is it possible, when we're trying to think about what happened to Celeste, her body showed absolutely no sign of burning whatsoever, and they couldn't definitively establish that the purchase, the delivery of this incinerator was related to her in any way?
Well, that's a fair statement. I mean, and as Steve Fisher mentioned, it was unused, but it seems like because of the circumstances that this body was found in the trunk of the car, that the crime of disposal of the body was incomplete, that there was a plan, or at least the beginnings of a plan, to conceal or dispose of the body. And for one reason or another, that plan was not fully executed. And that doesn't make the burn cage any less evidentiary. Again, a search warrant doesn't have to reach the level of probable cause to arrest. You just have to argue that you're investigating a crime and that this item is potentially evidence of that crime. So it's a much lower standard than what you would need to arrest somebody. And I think that standard is well met just by the circumstances of the discovery of Celeste's body.
If somebody had used that, could it thoroughly incinerate a body and there'd be no...
Miss Dizzle said they probably didn't realize what it was because it was still in a box. I mean, that's there's always a possibility that that could be right, but I just feel like if it was just out in the open, and I'm wondering if SF Investigates moved the box at all, but I'm assuming that he didn't. He just took photos of what he found. Um, it was right there out in the open. I mean, I have no idea where it was stored, but he showed a very clear picture of it. So why not take it? I don't understand why he just didn't take it. But again, there's also more things at the house that they said that you can use in conjunction with an incinerator. So I'm curious what else they had.
no human composition left? There'd be no human remains left?
I'm not familiar with that product. I trust Steve Fisher when he says that an incineration of a human body, a cremation, takes place at 1400 degrees. If this thing could go to 1600, I don't know what its capacity is at 55 pounds. I can't imagine it's that large. But that again brings us back to this allegation of dismemberment or potential dismemberment if you're going to dispose of a body in that way. It's a pretty awful thing to consider, but it looks like somebody may have been considering this.
Well, that...
Hold on. I also want to pull this comment up. Leonardo said, mind you, LAPD left his camera. That's right, right? And SF Investigates was the one who found that camera and discovered, or he displayed those 4 photos in one of his previous tweets that we'll probably take a look at because I want to kind of talk about one of those photos too. Um, but yeah, is it incompetence or did they not find any relevance or significance of the camera? The camera to me though is really, really important. SF Investigate said that there were thousands of photos. Maybe not, right? Because I don't know how big of a memory card you could have kept in there. But maybe there are multiple memory cards that they found in the house. And they said that one of those photos had the photo of Celeste Rivas's last known proof of life that was taken on January 2nd. I don't know. It's a little weird.
That's an interesting part because when we first started on this case, there was a question, why was the body left in a Tesla? Either it was, somebody was in the middle of trying to figure out what to do next with the body, they panicked, or it was deliberately left there to cast suspicion on David, right? We thought that could have been a possibility. But if the body's left in the car and now you're thinking about the purchase of this incinerator, that is like really, really, really sloppy work. I mean, you're purchasing an item to be delivered.
Hold on. What did he say?
Incinerator. That is like really left there to cast suspicion on David, right? We thought that could have been a possibility. But if the body's left in the car and now you're thinking about the purchase of this incinerator, that is like really, really, really sloppy work. I mean, you're purchasing an item to be delivered for potentially the disposal of a body. I mean, that's the allegation, or one of the allegations. We don't know for sure. But if that we're taking that as
come on, Jesse, we all know that's exactly why he got this incinerator. It's not like he was going to have a bonfire in his backyard.
True, that is like really bad planning on a number of different levels.
Well,
a
I
bird cage for
would
his pet phoenix?
expect that however Celeste died was not something that was very well planned or thought through. And I would expect that if you've got a bunch of people who don't have significant, sophisticated criminal histories and they're confronted with a dead body under whatever circumstance, panic would be a pretty likely reaction. And, despite all the stuff we see in TV and movies, most people that commit crimes aren't terribly sophisticated. These
They
are
left
not,
a lot of stuff
Ocean's
behind,
11
Leonardo,
type.
and I'm curious. I'm curious what other stuff that SF Investigates picked up, or what else he has proof of, because I feel like now that he's done testifying with his grand jury, that he's probably gonna start dropping on a lot more, which may force the hand on the LAPD. Now, I don't know if that's a good thing, right? Because maybe some of these breadcrumbs that he likes to call them, little breadcrumbs that he's dropping. I'm just hoping that none of this, um, you know, implicates or messes up this any of the evidence that they can use for this trial. I mean, if it ever goes to trial. Base and Jorn, thank you so much for supporting the channel and buying us a coffee. Wow, thank you so much. I appreciate it so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys, if you guys want to support the channel, we're a very micro channel around here. We're not monetized. We're on our way to getting there, right? We're working our asses off so we can get there. So if you do like this channel, you like the content that we're putting out, do me a favor, hit the like button. It's free. It costs you absolutely nothing. Base and Jorn, I like your name, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Tammy, oh my God. You guys are crazy. You guys are insane. Thank you guys so much for your support. Tammy said, enjoy. It's cold out there. Basin said, great show. Appreciate it. Thank you for your $10 donations. Damn. It's humbling, right? Thank you guys for hanging out. I really appreciate you guys. Man, I love you guys. You guys are awesome.
Master criminal kinds of enterprises. These are people that get in situations where they are way over their head. Things happen that they did not intend, and they get out of control and they panic. And a lot of the kind of circumstances of this case seem to suggest that.
And if it is true that that burn cage was not used, that it was left in the packaging, if someone had purchased that for the purpose, let's say, of disposing of Celeste's body, it gives you kind of an insight to someone's mentality and what.
I have to stop too. I don't know who it was in the chat, but if it was you in the chat that just also sent that donation, um type a one in the chat so I can thank you. I don't want to mention your name out loud in case you're trying to protect your identity, but I do appreciate another $10 donation. Thank you guys so much. But if that was you, type your name in so I can give you guys a shout out.
They're capable of doing. Which also makes me wonder, was this the first attempt to dispose of her body? If someone would be willing to incinerate her body, and we don't have definitive evidence of that, I mean, we're just taking this report from Steve Fisher for a minute, we're assuming it. Does it not give you indication about what the state...
Ah, Miss Dizzle, that was you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Let me make sure. I don't know if that was too loud, but let me make sure that I give you guys your little shout outs when you guys send in your donations, man. This makes me just want to continue to keep doing it. And I have to apologize to you guys. I'm not able to get on here every day. I do work a full-time job. I am a nurse, so I'm out there running the streets, taking care of people, also in education, so I'm teaching. And I do this as often as I can. So I really appreciate you guys stopping by and hanging out. I know it's late. Some of you guys are probably on the East Coast. Maybe you guys are out of the country. But you guys are chilling with me right now and hanging out. So I really want to say thank you guys and give you guys your little horns. Thank you guys. Let's go ahead and continue.
Of Celeste's body may have been like. And again, what's complicated is we don't know the cause and manner of death. We don't know more details, particularly about her body. But am I off to say if someone has the will to do that, would this have been their first attempt to dispose of a body? Does it give you an indication of what else may have happened to Celeste's body?
Well, you raise a couple of questions. I mean, everything about the circumstances
All
of
right, sorry, you guys. I do have to rewind that just a little bit because I was reading your comments. Y'all are
the
making me blush, you
discovery of
guys.
poor
First, we don't know this report from Steve Fisher for a minute, we're assuming it. Does it not give you indication about what the state of Celeste's body may have been like? And again, what's complicated is we don't know the cause and manner of death. We don't know more details, particularly about her body. But am I off to say if someone has the will to do that, would this have been their first attempt to dispose of a body? Does it give you an indication of what else may have happened to Celeste's body?
Well, you raise a couple of questions. I mean, everything about the circumstances of the discovery of poor Celeste's body suggests something that was not terribly well planned and an act that was not complete. In terms of the burn cage, it's hard to know when in the course of all of this item was purchased. Was this the first plan to dispose of her body, and for some reason, a plan B was hatched that involved putting it in the trunk of the car? Was there somebody that was supposed to remove the body from the trunk and place it in the burn cage, and for one reason or another, either failed to do that or decided not to do that? I mean, there's a lot we can speculate about here. I think the big takeaway is that one or more people, probably inexperienced in criminal activity, panicked and hatched one or more schemes, none of which ultimately were taken to their completion.
But what is complicating, I mentioned before, is you have this seal on the medical examiner records. In your experience, I don't know if you and I had an opportunity to talk about this. Whatever's going on between the ME's office and the LAPD is interesting, to say the least.
They can never get on the same page.
It is interesting and it is unusual.
This isn't the first time this has happened, right? And can you imagine just now with everything that just happened within the past 24, 48 hours with the murder of Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle? That's insane. They probably have, and it's the robbery homicide department that's overseeing this case too. So they probably have their hands super full with everything that's going on. And I really hope that they don't put this specific case on the back burner, so then that way they can focus on, the one that just took place. So I don't know. LAPD seems to have their hands full, and I really just hope that they get a hold of everything.
The LA coroner's office works with 40 plus agencies in the greater LA County area, but it works very, very closely with LAPD and particularly with robbery homicide. And, defense attorneys often complain that homicide detectives and the coroner work too closely together. I've attended autopsies where I'm standing with the medical examiner and we're looking at the evidence and we're talking about what we think may have happened. And when people are acting in good faith, that leads to good information and good investigations. But it's very hand in glove. And that's not true in every jurisdiction, but it's very true in LA. And it's particularly true for the truly expert and experienced people in LAPD robbery homicide. So for them to be issuing contradictory statements or for the LA coroner's office to say, we wish we could tell you, but we can't. And then LAPD coming out and saying what's being leaked possibly from the coroner's office is not true. I have never seen that before. These are people that work very, very closely together on very sensitive cases, and there's usually a lot of trust and a lot of cooperation.
Yeah, and the chief medical examiner released a statement at the time saying the department's mission is to have full transparency with the community by providing information about our cases to empower people to make changes that save lives. Since becoming the department head, I've worked on eradicating the practice of placing security holds on medical examiner cases simply by law enforcement request. The practice of security holds is virtually unheard of in other counties and has not been proven to improve outcomes in the legal system. We are dedicated to serving our community with full transparency. However, the law precludes us from doing so while the court order remains in this case. Look, I get the position of LAPD. They don't want to compromise an ongoing investigation. They want to be careful about what information's out there.
I don't know. Also, I've read some things. Obviously, they're all speculations, conspiracy theories. Um, and I don't know. It's just kind of hard not to believe, some of the things that you read and the possibilities of them being true. Um, it's Hollywood. Hollywood's all about money, entertainment, and I feel like, if you have a little bit of money, you know, and if you have a lot of money, it can go a long way, right? So, I don't know. The reason why I bring this up is because I saw something about the possibility, allegedly, that the director of the medical examiner's office, you know, could have potentially have been paid off to change the cause of death for another high profile case, right? Um, maybe potentially receiving a large amount of money to change the cause of death. Now, I'm not saying that's true. That's speculation, and that was something that I just saw, but I couldn't find any more context about. Um, but hey, is it possible? I mean, I'm sure it's possible. Would we ever find out? Would we ever know? Probably not, right? But I mean, I can't put it past anything. This is Hollywood. Money talks, right? And bullshit walks. So if you have money, I'm sure you can get away with a lot of things.
Questions I have for you is, one, do you think the medical examiner's office definitively knows the cause and manner of death for Celeste? And B, what is LAPD's greatest concern about information coming out?
So there's a lot about this that is very confusing and unusual to me. First of all, I would say it is very likely the LA Medical Examiner's Office knows as much as they're going to know. It's been more than 3 months since Celeste remains were discovered.
Type of one in the chat if you feel like the toxicology reports have come back for Celeste Rivas. I'm curious. I want to know what you guys think.
I can't imagine a test or a procedure that would not have been performed by now and for which the results would not have returned. So I don't know what they know, but I'm afraid or I expect that they know all that they're going to. LAPD's greatest concern, obviously, is about information getting out that could damage the investigation, particularly at this point where nobody's been arrested or charged. That said, it's also strange to me that if their concern is protection of information, and the integrity of their investigation, that there would be, as has been reported, an investigative grand jury being held right now. Because when you bring people into an investigative grand jury and ask them questions, they then exit that questioning and consult with their attorney. And now you've got two people that at least have some insight into what the investigation is about. And if you've got multiple people being brought before a grand jury, there's often going to be a common defense agreement among them where all of the persons who are questioned and all of their attorneys are all talking to each other. So, at least among the people who could potentially be charged or called as witnesses in this case, there's a lot of information potentially leaking out just by virtue of the grand jury process.
I've been told that one of the advantages of an investigative grand jury here, other than presenting evidence and issuing subpoenas and gathering more evidence, and by the way, my understanding is this is a grand jury that wouldn't even be able to issue a formal indictment. You would need to bring it to another grand jury. But one of the advantages is you can lock in witnesses' testimony, and for a future case, hit them with it. Say, this is what you testified to in the grand jury. This is what you said. We're locking in your testimony as a future witness in a case, particularly when it's complicated, particularly when it's high profile. And there was reporting from TMZ about who may or may, who may be appearing at that courthouse, which can complicate it as well. But you tell me what you think the advantage would be.
So the advantage to an investigative grand jury is that they can compel the production of evidence, be it physical evidence, documents, records, or testimony. And that, as you said, can lock people into statements. It may be accompanied by immunity agreements and proffers where people are being cooperated. We've talked before about there possibly being a kind of a sliding scale of culpability here where they want to roll less culpable people on the more culpable people. Grand jury is certainly a way to do that. Often, though, in a typical criminal investigation, these locking people into statements and gathering evidence is done by the police. They're interviewing people, they're serving search warrants, and they're getting this information that way. So obviously they can't compel people under oath, but they're usually pretty good at getting people to talk. And so the fact that there is, at least as reported, an investigative grand jury suggests that there is evidence, be it documentary or testimonial, that the DA needs that the police have been unable to obtain.
And by the way, just so we're clear, if there is an issue, if the indictment is ultimately handed down and there's an arrest, are we the public, a Celeste family, going to know every detail immediately? Are we all going to understand what happened to Celeste if and when that day comes?
It really depends on how the DA's office decides to issue the indictment. An indictment can be a very, very brief document that simply outlines the charges and the persons being charged, or it can be what they sometimes call a speaking indictment, which is more common on the federal side, where they really lay out a lot of the evidence in the indictment document. However, once somebody is indicted, it starts a discovery process where pretty much everything that's known to the prosecution is disclosed to the defense. More often than not, the defense may put stuff out there, at least stuff that they feel is helpful to their client. The DA really isn't going to present evidence that is publicly available until the case actually hits the courtroom, beyond what's listed in the indictment. Excuse me.
Molly, I was trying to highlight your comment, but for some reason it is showing up on the chat on the screen, but it's not showing up in my YouTube chat. Hold on one second. Maybe I need to change to live chat. Aha. There it is. Never mind, just kidding. We fixed it.
Yeah, no. Okay. This is an interesting development. We'll see what comes of it. So far, Steve Fisher's the only one I see that is talking about.
Leonardo, yeah, Kelly courts are public. So in the event that this trial does, or this case does go to trial, I'm hoping that, there's probably going to be some TV or some cameras that are in there. And that's assuming that, the defense doesn't ask for it not to be. So I don't know. You guys think that if this ever goes to trial, this case goes to trial, do you think that they're going to have cameras in the courtroom? Have it play out like the O.J. Simpson trial?
This incinerator and its possible connection to this case. All right, we'll keep a careful eye on it. Matt Irvine, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jim.
And Basin, good point, right? The case would have stalled if not for so many people pushing info continuously. Shout out to all the people on Reddit that are, doing their due diligence and finding information and continuing to put it out there. there's been so many people on the Reddit forums that have put some crazy timelines together. We know that Ginny the Ween recently put out a post. Shout out to Ginny the Ween. Put out a post. She put out, oh, I don't know, he or she. I don't know if Ginny is a male or female, but shout out to Ginny Ween for putting together a very comprehensive thing that she just put out on Josh Marshall, which is one of his managers, and kind of debating the fact that he did know who she was. He was in the presence of her at the show in the Fonda. They were sitting up at the top with David's mom, sister, brother, and Celeste. So for him to say that he doesn't know who the girl is, you know, I mean, it sounds incorrect to me. Um, let's see. What else did I have? So I pulled up a video on YouTube because I wanted to see how this incinerator works. So we'll play this video right now, and just to kind of give you an example of how this incinerator is actually used. So this is a person who's doing a quick not tutorial, but I guess a review on it.
On the ground, we want to be fire safe, and this is stainless steel, and it will last hopefully for a long time. So let me show you how it works.
Mollywood asked in the chat, why do you think he offed her? Why? I mean, this is probably just gonna sound like a very basic answer. But after thinking about it, I feel like he was just really living out this anime manga series that he was promoting to his Discord, right? We're all familiar with Atami. He already told he already told us like what the description is and what Atami's all about. He mentioned that that David no Atami commits the crime and then he's the one that has to solve the case. So I feel like this was just really bringing that manga series to life. Maybe they were on drugs. I don't know. We'll talk about it a little bit more because I do want to kind of share a few other things, but we'll kind of dive back into that. Let's take a look on how this incinerator actually works.
Okay, guys, we're putting some papers in there. I had tons of paper. You see, it does make a lot of ash. They have a item you can get to put under it for the ash, but I don't know.
Yeah, David's symbolism is, I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna have to give the guy credit for how creative, because his level of creativity I feel is like unmatched. I mean, if he didn't plan this and all of this is just a coincidence, hats off. But I feel like everything that he has done, every music video that he's put together, he's really calculated. So he knows exactly what he's doing, right? Yeah, I don't know.
If we really need that.
He knows exactly what he's
not
doing.
For $89.
And he's here for the show
it's something
too,
to think
right?
about. And the reason we like this is because the holes are so tiny that a lot of the embers don't blow out like it would if you had a burn barrel, or just if you were just burning it straight in the open. And wind and everything. This kind of contains it a little better, and it comes with a little handle you can see there. I'm sure that gets hot. If you leave it there, you're gonna need gloves. So be careful. And see, you hardly see anything floating out. I did see a few little pieces of ash come out, but nothing with looked like it had fire on it.
Oh, it's car outside.
So I know people are like, what? You're crazy. But no, if you care about your property and you don't want to start a fire where you could get fined, you see the little papers coming out? Now we try to burn.
And I mean, it conveniently has a little lid on top that you can place, so then that way it kind of minimizes the flying of ashes and embers. Where was he gonna put this thing? In his backyard?
In our fireplace, our outdoor fireplace, but it was
If he was gonna use it for a bonfire too, I mean, you wouldn't buy something like this. There's a reason why he bought this incinerator, and he used a false name.
it's
Doesn't
closer
make
to
any
the
sense.
house, and you can't really control where these little embers might go, especially if close to the house. You don't want it to go on your roof.
I
So
agree, Basin. This is on some
I thought
other.
I'd share
It's
this
on a
with you.
whole
This is
different level.
something I'm excited about, because if you watch me and you've seen some of my other videos, you see we have a lot of pine needles and pine cones here. So I'm looking forward to burning them this spring. Thanks so much for watching. I'll see you guys on the next video. Take care.
So that's how the incinerator works. I was looking up. I went online, and so obviously earlier, SF Investigates said that there were more things to use in conjunction with it, right? So I'm curious. I was curious to know what other things he could have used, and so I just did a quick Google search. Um, and some of the things that they'd mentioned, and now I don't know if any of this stuff is what he bought, but he had mentioned that, or Google mentioned that there are internal liners that you can use. I'm curious if there were other things like bricks that he bought, so then that way it could kind of contain the ashes a little bit more. um, I mean, who knows how intricate his little plan was. A lid or a spark arrestor, and sometimes or airflow enhancer, maybe something to help get it even hotter. I don't know. But I do want to kind of shift our focus and our attention to one of the comments made earlier regarding the whole 764, right? And so I came across this video. It's called Discord's Most Disgusting Problem is Getting Worse. And I think it's by a creator called No Text to Speech. And I kind of want to watch this video with you guys. I sent it to a few content creators, but I haven't had an opportunity to watch it myself. Um, I'm very curious to know what it's about, because the thumbnail on this has a big old slice of pizza in the Discord logo, right? If you guys are all familiar with Pizzagate, you guys know what that is, right? So let me go ahead and open this really quick. Um, let's visit the site.
Discord has a
Hold on one
massive
second. Let me just add this here really quick. And we're gonna watch this too. Does David even lift? I don't think so. Not with his 5'2" ass, right? I heard he was shorter than Celeste. So imagine. I don't know. Maybe Celeste was popping off like a firecracker and was telling him what's up. Um, there's so many theories over what happened. Um, so Tammy, you're in the comments, and I see 764 is so scary. I actually sent this to my daughter, because she has my two granddaughters, and I want her to be aware. So you've seen this one already? I actually haven't seen it, so I'm very curious about what this has. Um, it's a 22-minute video. Maybe we don't have to watch everything, but I am very curious to know what exactly it is that they're talking about, because this whole 764 thing is something that has unraveled quite recently. I know they probably have a long history, and I remember hearing somewhere that 764 was started by a 15-year-old. So that just totally blows my mind. But could it be possible that this guy does have ties to it? Um, shout out to Mark the Shark, because I feel like he was one of the first content creators to talk about this. But yeah, let's go ahead and watch this video and see what they have to say about this. Let me just make sure we're sharing. Okay, we're sharing the right audio.
Discord has
Now, if this whole video gets flagged because we're showing this video, I'm gonna have to take it out. So Hopefully it doesn't get flagged. Yes, and again, trigger warning because I don't know what they're going to talk about, but I'm assuming if it has anything to do with CP, this might boil somebody's blood, might boil everybody's blood. But let's take a listen and see what they have to say, because we all know that Discord is the infamous app where a lot of this information kind of unraveled, right? We know that David had a Discord called. Oh, Tammy said that you're going to see a lot of David's thinking. Ah, okay. Well, let's see if this has any relevance to it, right? Maybe we can kind of find a few things that kind of relate. But again, trigger warning, you guys, trigger warning.
A massive CP problem, and it's getting significantly worse. In fact, things have escalated so quickly and gotten so bad that just being on a completely normal Discord server puts you at risk.
Hold on, I'm just going to kind of speed this up just a little.
Risk of being exposed to CSAM content. But to explain how we got here, I want to walk you through the timeline of events that led to this, where each stage of the timeline gets progressively worse and worse until we end up where we're at now, where you can just join a random Discord server and potentially be exposed to CSAM content. It's not even a matter of if you see it, it's when you see it. It is.
So CSAM, for anybody that doesn't know what that is, it stands for Child Sexual Assault Material, right?
That fucking bad. But first, let's start off with stage 0, how things were at the beginning. But there were Discord servers that would share CSAM content, but these were hidden in very dark web forms. You would have to be a predator to find these servers. And they would look a little something like this. Now, this is not exactly the server. To find those, you genuinely have to be a predator, but this is sort of what it was like. This is a Discord server called The Mega Trading. Basically, predators on Discord will have a collection of CSAM content, and they will host it on a website called Mega. This is like Google Drive, Dropbox, but Mega is encrypted. And since it's encrypted, predators take advantage of that. And you can see from this screenshot here, this person sent a whole bunch of links, and inside of those links, they contain folders, 69 gigabyte folders, 14 gigabyte folders, that just contain files and files of videos and pictures of CSAM content. But what predators will do is they will find servers like this to trade their mega links. They are trying to expand their collection. These people are genuinely using Discord like LinkedIn for predators. Here's what I learned about B2B sales by engaging with predators. I'm going to get sued for this joke. Now just keep in mind, these servers always existed, but they were hard to find. So for you as a normal internet user, there was no risk for you being exposed to this stuff. And that's how things were. But let's get into the first stage of this horrible descent into Discord's ever-growing CSAM problem. But there are websites where you can list your Discord server and advertise it, and people can go on these websites and look for Discord servers to join. And one that everyone knows about is called Discord. Now, Discord used to be horrible. In fact, I Am Lucid, a YouTuber, had a video called Discord Has a CP Problem, which featured Discord and a whole bunch of horrible listings. In fact, Discord was still a problem after that video, a year after, that even I covered it in my own video. Now, fortunately, Discord isn't as bad anymore. I did find this one Discord server, which was called Linkland. And considering the icon is of the mega icon, you can put the pieces together. This was a Discord server that was sharing CSAM content. But good news, it got removed off Discord. But Discord isn't the only website where you can search for Discord servers. In fact, there's a website called Discadia, but if you search for something as simple as 13-17, talking about an age range, you can see this is the first result on my screen, Gay Boys Club Gateway. And I quote, a gay hangout server for you and your friends to hang out in air quotes and have fun. No girls. 13 to 17, definitely not even spelt correctly. That's how you can tell they're teenagers, 18 plus. This is already bad, but it gets worse. There's two problems with this sort of thing. First, if you are just a normal Discord user and you go on a Discord listing website like Discadia, there is statistically a chance that you might find a Discord server that has CSAM content. But the second problem with this is the fact that these websites are indexed by Google. Now, since we're talking about literally CSAM content, I am going to change the example a little bit so I don't go to f***ing jail, but I'm going to search for e-girl Discord server. And you can see that the first search result is Discord. And if you keep scrolling down, there's top.gg, Discadia. These websites are indexed by Google, so all that means is that if a predator hears the name of a Discord server, like Mega Trading 9000 Gazillion, they could just type that into Google with Discord at the end of it and find the server. So at this point in the timeline, it's easier for predators to trade their CSAM collections because it's easier for them to just Google search for servers. But for you as a normal Discord user, if you're on one of these websites like Discadia, there is a chance that you can just be exposed exposed to CSAM because the website has moderation. The first result that I found was illegal. Now, if you thought that was bad, fair warning, no, it gets significantly worse. In fact, these next two stages that I'm going to talk about on the timeline aren't due to predators. These problems are escalated because of teenagers themselves. Teenagers have made the problem worse. And that's where I get to stage 2, comm servers. Now, just to make it clear, this is like a top-level summary and is not exhaustive at all. But if you don't know what the Discord comm is, let me give you an Urban Dictionary definition of it because they do a better job than I can explain. Comm is short for community. Comm refers to communities that revolve around cybercrime and doxing. Comms are typically comprised of teenagers from the age ranges of 14 to 17.
If I'm not mistaken, wasn't that a branch of 764? Sorry, you guys. I'm watching this, for the first time, so I'm just flabbergasted. This shit really trips me out.
Who would rather scam, sim swap, fraud, and engage in destructive behaviors instead of getting a real job. Sorry, I should probably be censoring that. That's a slur. Or skill. They are primarily made up of script kiddies and aggregate on games like Roblox, Minecraft, and VR chat because real-life socialization is scary. Basically, these guys are chronically online losers, and that's coming from me. I am already a loser, so these guys are really bad. But as I was researching the CSAM problem, there was an article by Childlight who talked about how the CSAM economy is growing, and I want to point out something they said about teenagers specifically. They said, worryingly, this culture of collection, referring to predators, is also appearing in the behavior of children with one another. In a joint project conducted in the United Kingdom, female youth described feeling pressured to send images, while male youth felt pressure to collect and distribute those images to achieve higher social value. So when you have these comm kiddos, or Discord e-gangsters, they feel insecure about their social status, so they will distribute these images to achieve a higher social value. And that is deep-rooted in the Discord comm, because if you go on a Discord comm server, 50% of it are people talking about their toxic relationships and leaking CSAM content, and the other 50% are these dudes talking about how they're so rich, fuck you, you're a poron, and they're gonna go, and I quote, band for band. But they have all this fraud money, and they'll usually spend it on like luxury watches and goods to, again, achieve higher social value, but with that fraud money, they will also pay e-girls for nude photos to, again, get higher social value. And since teenage youth felt pressure to collect and distribute the images, predators will pretend to be teenagers to collect those images to, again, increase their collection. In fact, I even made a video about how one of these comm servers were owned by a predator. Like, this actually happens. I'm not talking out of my ass. But with these comm servers,
Wait, what?
were owned by, again, increase their collection. In fact, I even made a video about how one of these comm servers were owned by a predator. Like, this actually happens. I'm not talking out of my ass. But with these comm servers, it has also resulted in another problem. Sellers. With those e-gangster servers, you had those e-guys giving e-money to their e-girls to be their e-girlfriend to send them e-nude photos. And what ended up happening is that teenage girls realized that this could be a job. In fact, here's a screenshot of someone's Discord profile. I have censored everything for obvious reasons. But you can see their pronouns are she and her, and in their about me, they say, hi. 14, an invite link to a Discord server, and it says only DM if buyer or friend. What girls have realized is that instead of having their e-relationship with their comboy, instead they can just sell photos to anyone that pays for it. And I want to point out that you might think the problem is just girls, but I have been sent by a viewer this person here, and the name behind this was a dude's name. And they said, I'm 15 and mostly a bottom. I sell pictures. I'll basically do almost anything intercourse DLC-wise, but I do have some exceptions, and I don't want to read this. And just when I thought I hated myself by reading this, he continues on by saying, please send me unsolicited pics and threats. Sometimes I genuinely hate myself.
Again, you guys, trigger warning, right? Because some of this stuff could be a little graphic for this mature audience. But trigger warning, you guys. Tammy, I'll put it right here in the chat.
And the internet and just what everything has become. You have people fighting to fix the problem, and then you have teenagers who will sell photos of themselves, making the problem worse, fueling the whole entire problem because they want easy money. And I have had some people that have sold pictures in the past reach out to me and explain how they deeply regretted it. Now, the problem is that these girls or boys that are selling photos, they go everywhere on Discord. They are like a lethal combo of a car salesman being slimy and a Jehovah's Witness going to every doorstep on planet Earth. I have seen on more than one occasion these e-girl sellers putting in an advertisement in a Discord channel, like straight up. It could be about like Skibbity Toilet or something. They'll drop, I'm selling photos of myself, check my bio. And that's how this problem is getting worse. Like, taking a step back, before, to see any sort of CSAM content, you had to look for it yourself. Now it's starting to be advertised to you. And for the Discord predators, this is like Amazon for them. They can just shop around and buy whatever the hell they want. But the predators have taken things a step further. Just like how you have those seller Discord accounts, predators have done the exact same thing. Well, you can see see that this account here says hit me up. And when you click on the Discord account, their account says trading no limit mega links, 24/7 mega link trade, DMs always open. Please don't do this, but my viewer for some reason decided to DM them. What exactly are you selling? And this person said that they're just trading megas for people. What's a mega? It's just files with videos and pics you can share with others. Aha. And if just for science I'd want to buy one, how much would that cost? $200 for 500 gigabytes worth of videos. Now you might be thinking, no text-to-speech. No, hear me out. This person is just selling OnlyFans leaks because those are also on Mega. Wrong. Completely wrong, because my viewer says, like, younger than 18? Yep. It's all a mix, to be honest. This is an account that is selling CSAM content, and guess what? Their account hasn't been banned. It still exists on Discord. It is actually f***ing disgusting. So take...
This is so weird to watch. I just feel like disgusted watching it. The fact that this is actually like, I'm on Discord. I just recently joined Discord. But to know that a lot of this stuff happens on that actual app is freaking mind-blowing. It's disgusting.
Taking a step back, if the last stage was like Amazon for Discord predators where they can shop around and get what they want, this stage is like late stage capitalism, because now you're having advertisements being shoved down your throat by actual fucking predators trying to promote and sell you CSAM content. So predators, they don't even need to look for this stuff anymore. It just shows up on their doorstep. But that also means for you as a normal human being, you are being exposed to this stuff just by being on Discord. Now, if you were hoping that was as bad as it gets, no, it gets so much worse. And this is genuinely what made me make this whole video in the first place, because predators are making and buying thousands of Discord accounts to spread and sell CSAM all across Discord. Chances are, if you've been on Discord long enough, you have seen an account like this. This account's username is teen lesbian CP stuff. You would think, Discord, a ginormous tech platform, could have an AI that would look at this username and be like, you know what? Maybe this is illegal and we should ban this account. But no, it doesn't stop there, because these accounts also in their bio say DM me for all kinds. They talk about Zangy, which is a private chatting service. They have a group channel, Teens Link, that word again, Mega Links, Mom and Son Links, and they advertise their Zangy group chat or their Signal accounts. So these are just bots that are advertising their Signal, their Telegram, their Zangy, all these private chatting platforms where they sell and trade CSAM content. But what predators will do on these bots is they will go into those minor selling servers, and these bots will go in and advertise that they're also selling content because the bot fits right in. And the problem is that if this account gets banned, these predators have thousands of accounts that will replace it. You can buy 1,000 Discord accounts for like $3 or something. I don't know. I have a screenshot of how much it costs that I just found. But predators will buy these accounts and turn them into CSAM spam accounts. And you'd think that'd be the end of everything. Video done. Discord is letting predators make bot accounts that promote CSAM content. This is already f***ed up and disgusting. But no, it gets worse. Here's a Discord server here which is talking about reselling. They're buying on the internet for cheap and they're reselling it for a higher price. But since the server has the word sell in it, if you go down to their VIP wins channel, you will see that there are bots called Mega Dropbox Link, where you can literally see on October 22nd, 2025, this is happening right now. They're trying to ping everyone, advertising the stuff that they have in their Mega Dropbox. And it's not just this account. If I go to the socials channel, you can see deleted users.
Jad said, can you report these servers? That's a great question. I'm sure you can. The problem is because this is such a, this is so much larger than you can imagine, right? I feel like because this is on the dark web kind of stuff, the dark web is so huge. But yeah, like Leo just said it, right? You can, but the problem is if one goes down and it gets closed, they're just gonna open up another server. So you shut one down, another one pops up, and this probably happens hundreds, maybe even thousands times a day. And with these people who have the hard copies of this material, they probably have it stored or saved on multiple different devices or hard drives, right? Or cloud drives for that matter.
Started a thread, Mega Dropbox Links. This server is infested with these bots. Now, their account is deleted. It is gone. They have been banned off Discord for selling CSAM content, yet their message on Discord still f***ing exists. Discord, they are still advertising CSAM content. You banning them has done absolutely f***ing nothing. Why do I, an incompetent...
Right? You ban the user, but the messages still show up. And if they're posting a link to it, they can still get a hold of it.
moron on the internet need to point out the most obvious shit that anyone can see. Why do I have to explain this to a massive company that this is not enough? And by the way, I'm not done my rant, because guess what? It gets even worse. Because these bots don't stop at invading any server that talks about selling. In fact, they have gone to NSFW Discord servers, and this is a giant problem on Discord. When you join one of these Discord servers, you have chats that look like this. You have an obvious scam account saying any boy want to chat. Then you have CP blank Team Link Seller, and this account is just spamming DM me for any kinds of hot stuff channels and more. They're just spamming over and over again, and this is on an NSFW channel. Oh yeah, what does it say on my script? That's right, it gets worse again. Because these bots don't just invade selling servers. They don't just invade NSFW servers. No, they've gone even further. It has gotten worse. They will use their bot accounts to join just a gay pride Discord server. And you can see that, again, Discord is not doing their job here, because the username is Mega Teen Seller. This account is trying to sell CP. Oh wait, hold on, what's that? Oh yeah, the script again says it gets worse. Because not only do these accounts have very obvious names that they're selling CSAM content, no, you know what? Why stop there? Because now what's happening is that these accounts, like this person, are gay, are CP, are Mega Link Seller, their profile picture is of CSAM content. So what that means is that when they join that gay pride Discord server, if you click on their profile, you are now being exposed to CSAM content, because Discord can't moderate such an obvious name. And you might be thinking, you know what, there's R, gay, R, CPR, you know, maybe we're talking about CPR. There's this account here that literally says selling gay CP, and it has CSAM in the photo, and Discord's like, boom, we're letting that on our platform to scar a whole bunch of people, then it gets banned like maybe a day later. Oh yeah, what does it say on my script? It gets even worse. What's happening now is that these predators are going on Discadia and joining any Discord server that's advertised on Discadia. And also, by the way, it happens on Discord. If you post your Discord server on one of those listing websites, there's a good chance that you will have one of these CSAM bots join it. We can see this Megalink account, and looking at the Megalink account, it is the same thing. And by the way, this viewer didn't just have that happen once. They had it happen again. And just to make things even worse, this Discord server is a fan community server for the Roblox game Build a Boat for Treasure. This is a Discord server for a fucking Roblox game, a game meant for kids and teenagers, and it's being joined by a Discord bot that is promoting CSAM content. And remember, some of these bots actually have CSAM as their profile picture. So these bots are joining Roblox games and exposing kids to CSAM content. In fact, when I was making this video, I had over 50 different viewers telling me about this problem, and I have cut it down to be as short as humanly possible to get my message across. This is everywhere. It's not a matter of if you'll find one of these accounts, it's when you'll find one of these accounts. Because here's the problem. They will spam your chats advertising this stuff. They will also friend request people on your Discord server and spam their DMs advertising CSAM content. So before on Discord, you would never be exposed to CSAM content unless you were a predator trying to find it. But as we have gone through the stages of this problem, if you join any Discord server, you can be exposed to CSAM content, because these bots are everywhere, infiltrating every corner of Discord. And again, a lot of them have CSAM as their profile picture. And that is how Discord's CSAM problem has gotten significantly worse. But what is Discord doing about this? And to explain how broken this system is, which I've already shown you plenty of already, I want to take a look at this article called Hiding in Plain Sight, Exposing Discord's Thriving Exploitation Networks. And I'll have this linked in the description. It is well worth your read. But the reason why I want to point this out is because this article is based on numbers, actual fucking data. It's not just me talking anecdotally about what my viewers and I have experienced. These are actual numbers through Discord's Digital Services Act disclosure. Because now what happens is that Discord needs to disclose why they ban people and which accounts they banned. And in this article, I want to point out on January 31st, 2024, before the US Senate, then CEO of Discord, Jason Citron, expressed his confidence in Discord's safety practices. In the very same appearance, he had given a written testimonial where he, in his words, stated, no matter how Discord identifies violative content, users who upload child material, CSAM, to Discord are permanently banned from the service. Except when you look through the DSA data, they found through their analysis that one Discord account got punished for protection of minors, illegal, like straight up says illegal. You can see this happened on July 23rd, April 23rd, April 22nd. They have been punished multiple times. Actually, no, not multiple times. Sorry. They have been punished 248 times. 248 times they have been punished. And Discord is saying that they permanently ban people. In fact, in the analysis, through a sample of 63 illicit servers conducted in August of 2025, so pretty fucking recent, they found out of the 15,000 unique users identified across the 63 servers, 5,695, approximately 38%, had at least one prior violation recorded in the DSA logs. Now, the problem is that these violations could be like cyberbullying and then child safety. Except they did the data. They actually went through the data, because out of these 5,695 repeat offenders, it was found that they were responsible for a total of 22,000 documented violations. And out of those 22,000 violations, 19,339, or approximately 86%, were explicitly categorized by Discord's...
Jesus Christ. I have a sound effect for that. This is crazy, right? 19,339, approximately 86%. Were explicitly categorized by Discord's own systems under statement category protection of minors. 19,000, you guys. Can you guys imagine 19,000 violations? I mean, how Like, what was the time frame?
System under statement category protection of minors. And to really drive the point home, the most prolific offenders were accounts dedicated to distributing links to external CSAM platforms like Telegram, what I've shown you, and a significant number of these accounts have accumulated over 100 separate child safety violations. Yet they remained long enough to be scraped in this 2025 data set. How can Discord say we have zero tolerance policy for this when in their own data that they have to give to the EU because they are legally forced to, it does not even prove that point. And to make things even better, by the way, this is crazy. But during this investigation, Discord DSA reports provided in-depth granular data.
Now, this was in August, so this was just a couple of months ago,
where you could look at people's user IDs and figure out all this stuff. But after August 2025, they completely anonymized everything so that people cannot go through this data and realize how fucked up Discord is. Now, further in the article, they talk about systemic flaws in content removal and persistence. Translation, when Discord bans and removes stuff, it sucks fucking ass. In fact, I've shown you in this video where there was that deleted user that still had their message promoting their Zangy and their Telegram, which promoted CSAM content. And in this article's analysis of 100 illicit Discord servers, they found 462,000 messages. And out of those messages, just under 20,000 messages, approximately 4.3%, were identified as orphan, where the person sending the message, the user account, is deleted either by them or by Discord for being banned. And out of those 20,000 messages, they found that 507 of those messages contained media attachments, images, videos, other files. And when they looked through and did a manual review of those 507 media messages, they found over 300 messages depicting either CSAM or acts of zoophilia. So like I showed you with that one message, even when the Discord account gets banned, the message remains. And in this analysis, it wasn't just messages that were being left up. It was actual photos and videos of CSAM or zoophile content. Teenagers can still be exposed to this stuff. How is this okay? And before I go on like a 30-minute rant and make this video even longer than it is, the biggest takeaway that everyone needs to understand is that you as a normal Discord user can be exposed to these CSAM bots that have profile pictures of actual CSAM. And the thing is, when these Discord accounts get banned, all the predators have to do is just make another Discord account. And the people running these accounts, when they get banned, their messages might stay, which to them is a win. They're already advertising, and it encourages them to make another Discord account and continue making bots to spam everywhere across Discord. And as I've shown you, as time continues, this problem gets worse and worse. But for now, I'm gonna go eat ice cream for therapy. Bye-bye, I love you. Mwah!
Shout out to this creator, no text to speech for this video. The very well in-depth video on the problem within Discord. Damn, that was wild. I do want to bring up an article because it's something very similar, very along the lines of, you know, the topic that we were just talking about. And I was reading it. It just came out roughly, I want to say November. Let me just pull this up really quick. So this was an article. I don't know if I want to do the LA Times one. No, the New York Times. Hold on. Before I do that, let me catch up on the chat. So Sharon Turner said, yes, it's beast mode, right? The username says it all. David is guilty. Welcome. Hold on. The CEO of Roblox crazy as well. Big time PDFs as well. 100%. It's like the Matrix on steroids. I agree. And it's crazy because I mean I use Discord, but I don't know how to like really use it. So it's super brand new. I'm still learning how to use it. And I thought I was tech savvy, right? But there's so much that I don't know about these apps. There are so many servers on Roblox, some with millions of players. The amount of kids being exposed to this is crazy. Yeah, it's scary, right? I sent you the link that I seen that ties David to this. Okay. Well, we'll check it out. If it's Strategic's video, I'm not gonna play it just out of respect because he is another content creator, and you know, I'm a supporter of him as well. If you guys haven't seen it, I know that he did a video on 764 and his David's ties. It's this person right here, Strategic Eyes. He covered this this topic as well. Mark the Shark. A lot of you guys that are in here right now are part of the Shark fam. Mark has covered this extensively, so you know I want you guys to check out their pages because they cover this a lot more in depth than I did. This is such a new topic to me that I don't really have that much of an understanding behind 764, and these creators have done an amazing job covering it too. But I want to pull up a photo really quick because I want us to take a look at these really quick. I just gotta find them. Hopefully they show up because I've been having trouble getting photos from my iPhone onto my PC. So give me a second, you guys. Hang tight for me. Where are they? These are some things from SF Investigates. So okay, this is the one that I want to show you guys. Oops. This one right here. So you guys all remember this photo right here, right? This photo is a photo that SF Investigates posted. And let me just go ahead and find this tweet that he posted because it'll give us a little bit of context. No, where is it? Let's go to his page really quick. Let's just find it because I want to kind of read this too. All right, then I'll hide this image right here. All right, and shout out to everybody who's in the chat. So we have Sharon in the house, Darcy Diamond. Thank you for hanging out. Leonardo's in the house. David is guilty. I love that that's your name, man. 3 possibilities. 1, David is guilty. 2, David is guilty. Or 3, David is guilty. Right? And I'm telling you guys, I can't wait until the day that it happens because I want to play this sound bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Right? So I have that sound bit, ready to go the day that they catch him. But I do want to show this to you guys, right? So let's see. On the night of December 30th through the morning of December 31st, 2024, David and Celeste were together in downtown LA where several photos were taken in public. Celeste was 14 years old at the time and about 70 miles from her home in Lake Elsinore. I want to say a little bit more than that, right? It's probably about like 80 miles away. Whether she was sober that night is open to interpretation. There is photo evidence of them together again on January 2nd, 2025. Then on January 8th, a sizable crew was filming a music video with D4VD out of state. And by January 11th, David is in his hometown in Texas. On January 20th, 2025, he's on a Delta flight. So the question is, where was David between January 3rd and January 20th? Can anyone account for her during that time? There were many people present at the music video shoot. Did anyone see her there? And what about in his hometown in Texas? Does anyone have any proof of life of Celeste Rivas Hernandez after January 2nd, 2025? So I don't know if SF Investigates is speculating that maybe Celeste Rivas Hernandez may have been unalived on or around January 2nd of 2025. But here you can see that he's posted this photo right here, which is not the last known proof of life photo of Celeste, but an image that was taken in downtown LA. And I believe this was taken on a camera that was left behind at the Hollywood Mansion, which I believe may have been brought back to the mansion while David was on tour by Neo, right? That's just my speculation. That's my theory. And maybe Neo left it behind and didn't realize that that camera was going to implicate him. But that's a photo. And people are wondering, like, oh, is this Photoshop? Because why does she have 2 heads? But the image actually isn't, right? This is an actual image that you can actually set within the camera. And I believe it's the Kodak camera that we've seen in photos. And if I have a photo, I'll pull it up. Um, but this is supposed to be in downtown LA on Figueroa Street, right? Then we have this photo right here where David is holding a blade, right? It's a switchblade, and he is chilling on Figueroa. Um, I don't know what significance this photo has. And you know it's weird, I've seen this exact location on um a ton of other like songs on Spotify. This area right here is actually used on a lot of like song arts or the art that they have for that song, which is really weird. I don't know what significance this exact spot holds, but it is on Figueroa, right? Then we have this photo right here where I believe they shot a music video. Not sure which music video it was. Could have been One More Dance. Um, and then they have this mysterious photo of that little shed, which is supposed to be actually not supposed to be. This is on the property of David's parents in Homestead, Texas, wherever they live. But this is that photo. But I want us to kind of go back to this one right here, right? Um, Now again, this is just me doing what I do. Um, and so I came across this article, right? And this article is called An Alarming Tip Leads a Reporter to LA's Figueroa Street. A journalist spent more than 2 years investigating a 50-block stretch in Los Angeles where girls are sex trafficked. I shouldn't have said that. Trafficked in broad daylight. Now, this article was posted on November 19th, 2025. So, this is a very, very recent article, right? It says that in 2023, I'm not even going to pronounce her name, Emily Nunn received an alarming tip about a 50-block stretch of Figueroa Street in Los Angeles where child sex trafficking was rampant. Miss Nunn, a national correspondent of the New York Times who focuses on child's health and welfare, was further taken aback to learn that it was often happening in broad daylight. So, on a sunny summer morning, she visited that long section of the street known as the Blade. Miss Nunn drove through a bustling community where children ran around playgrounds, street vendors sold food, and families congregated at laundromats. At the same time, there are young girls, pre-teens, and early teens on the sidewalk in intersections in lingerie. No one in the community is even looking because they are so used to it. How sad is that, right? That nobody wants to do anything about it because this is something that's just a daily activity that happens. And it's happening. I live here in California. I live in Los Angeles, and this is happening literally right here at home, right? At the same time, there are young girls, preteens, and early teens on the sidewalk in intersections in lingerie, she said. No one in the community is even looking because they are so used to it. That sucks. Miss Nunn spent the next 2.5 years reporting to understand how the Blade could exist. Her work culminated in an article for the Times magazine that centers on Anna, a girl who was successfully rescued from the Blade. The investigation published late last month detailed that some of the harrowing scenes, preteens addicted to drugs, groups of older girls robbing younger girls to meet quota, a trafficker beating a girl over the head with a pistol, and the investigation also spotlighted efforts by law enforcement to arrest the traffickers and by nonprofit organizations to help the exploited minors, many of whom who come from broken homes. More than half of the girls pulled from the Blade had been in foster care system. And I just I don't know, I just couldn't help but question, like, does this photo, is this some sort of secret message that David was putting out, right? I mean, obviously he is carrying a switchblade on Figueroa. I know a very long time when this case was very early on, there were rumors about the potential that maybe Celeste may have been trafficked and that her sister was trafficking her. But I don't know. Could there have been a possibility that her keeper, you know, could have been doing the same? I don't know. It's just really weird. I just found it really weird, coming across this article. Let me see. I found another one from KTLA that I wanted to read because I don't know if it's still the same or not. Behind the scenes of the New York Times, can anyone rescue trafficked girls on LA Figueroa? Wanted to see. So here is a photo of some of the stuff that happened. So it says, scenes from the New York Times investigation. Can anyone rescue the trafficked girls of LA Figueroa Street? Show LAPD vice officers conducting operations along Figueroa Street, also known as the Blade. It is a known thing that the street is called the Blade. Marissa, are you asking me if it's a known thing? I'm assuming, yeah, right? It stretches over 50 blocks in Southern California. And apparently this is an area where younger women are trafficked in broad daylight. I don't think so, because the Blade is far away from downtown LA location. Yeah, no, definitely. I think this is in South Central, which is probably about another 25 minute ride. But I just couldn't help put the two and two together and wonder, could this potentially mean something bigger? I don't know. You guys decide, let me know. Maybe I'm far reaching, but it just didn't sit well with me. Hold on. I think there were some videos that I wanted to show you guys. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on. Here's a quick video. This is 46 minutes. Do you guys want to watch this, or should we just kind of cut through it and see what we can take away? We definitely don't need to watch all of it. I'm just very curious about this, because this is something that happens, down the street from us. Anybody who's in LA, this is not so far. Oh, absolutely, Darcy. She said that it's controlled by street gangs. Maybe, who knows if it's has any ties to the cartel. I wouldn't doubt it. Sometimes it makes me a little nervous to just even kind of talk about it, because this is just such yeah, no, Leah, it's long. I don't think we're gonna watch the entire thing. I just kind of want to see maybe like the first 2 to 3 minutes about it and see what we learn from it. Let's just watch a few minutes and see what happens. Hold on, I need to make sure that I am sharing the audio with this. This is what is this? Okay, here we go.
Your only option is death, or to go do what you're supposed to do. California is a hotbed for human trafficking. It's frustrating for all of us in the Criminal Justice Center, for me, for law enforcement that works very hard on these cases, but it's most frustrating for the victims.
Right now, what we're doing is not working, and young girls are being impacted.
Okay, so this is called The Blade, but this is in Sacramento, though. I know this is far away from LA, but I'm just curious.
Thanks everybody for coming. This was kind of
some of the stuff that
quick one that we threw together. We're going to be focusing on the Stockton Boulevard corridor today. Our goal today is kind of max enforcement.
It's a growing crime.
Imagine a McDonald's drive-thru, and that's what this parking lot was. It would be bumper-to-bumper traffic.
And it's happening right in front of your eyes.
It's a different world, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
Yet most people don't even notice.
I wasn't fully aware of what was going on right in front of my face.
Women and girls sold for sex.
Drop off stopped by a vehicle. She got out. She's in see-through fishnets. 19.
I was 13. I was 12, 18. You might think that they're working alone, but they're actually being watched. I couldn't come home unless I had $1,000 that night.
They're captors.
They think that the local law enforcement is a joke.
The laws do not work. The only person the law benefits is a trafficker.
Hey, stay in your car. Stay in your car.
Simply walking free.
The law has no teeth. Sacramento is a hub for sex trafficking. 47th Stockton Boulevard right here. Got dropped off at the Blade. The Blade. You literally have to run. And if you have a problem with law enforcement, then who the hell's going to help you?
Okay, I don't know if I want to watch this. I do want to bring this up, right? Because we were talking about January 2nd. This is a clip that I found on Reddit. Let me make sure that I'm sharing this first. Sorry, guys. So it says, I stumbled across a piece of information that may hold some significance to the timeline discussed in the previous detailed post by Ginny the Ween regarding the Millard Canyon Falls trailhead. The video attached is regarding the January 2nd, 2025 photo, which, according to PI Steve Fisher, is the last known proof of life he has that shows Celeste alive. While Fisher has publicly provided the exact, while he has not publicly provided the exact location of that photo, in the video attached, Rabbit from Down the Rabbit Hole News mentions that Steve Fisher communicated to her that the photo with Celeste was taken in the Angeles National Forest and was not taken in the city. This potentially links up with the previously noted location, Millard Canyon Falls, which is specifically located within the Angeles National Forest. If this information is accurate, the January 2nd location being a rural area, Angeles National Forest, rather than a city setting like the double-headed reflection photo, which is this photo right here. Where are we at? From 12/30/24 could be a significant detail in establishing the final hours of Celeste's disappearance and her movements before January 3rd. This isn't discussed anywhere else, so I thought I'd ask here for anyone's thoughts, questions to discuss. If the Angeles National Forest location is legit, what new layer of meaning does it add to the pictures or captions of those two extra David posts from January 2nd? And what's the deal with the other photos SF did post, like the December 30th and 31st pics and the music video shoot? What do you think the significance of these photos is, and why do you think SF chose not to post the actual last known proof of life image from January 2nd? So let's watch this video clip.
Okay. So I message Steve Fisher and I said, hey, kind of explain this post and everything. And he basically says, and again, he's not talking a lot. I'm speculating because there's more to this, okay? He says to me that the January 2nd photo with her was taken in the Angeles National Forest. It was not taken in the city.
What do you guys think? What do you guys think about January 2nd? Gold Digger said, right, Flo, it's called the Blade and very much gang territory. Hoovers and Bloods. So that's the Bloods and the Crips. Definitely, I don't want no smoke with either, right? With knives, blood coffins is part of unhinged psychosis. Sharon said, possibility of threat to Asia. If you say anything, this will happen to you. I mean, you think she was under that kind of stress or under that kind of duress, to the point where she had to kind of stay shut? I read that he watched executions online at 14. His mom thought that she'd keep him out of trouble by homeschooling, but the internet is the worst influence of all. Yeah, he was homeschooled until I want to say, no, he was in school until I think roughly around 2016, and that's when his parents decided to take him out of school, and that's when they relocated to Texas, and he was homeschooled from there. And from there, that's when he wanted to hop online and play I don't know, what was the game that he was playing? I'm not a video game player, so I can't remember. He was playing Roblox or something. Fortnite. Fortnite was what he was playing, right? Patty's cheeks, not on piece of evidence is leaked. A proof of life since January 2nd, as SF suggests. Since dropping the photo, if her unaliving was planned, they or he could have laced the weed given to her. So, Patty, do you think that the only thing that she was utilizing was weed or marijuana? Um, I feel like SF investigates. Um, he was talking about these opioid bottles, right? These opioid bottles that were in the one more or not opioid bottles that were in the Hollywood mansion. And I said Hollywood and I said one more dance because I want to see if I can pull this up because I did find it a little weird. Let's talk about it. One. Hold on, I don't want to get copywritten. We're just gonna kind of skip back to it. Where's the part? Right here. Right, hold on. I've got to. Let's turn this off really quick. Let me just hide my chat for a second. And this. So I want you guys to take a look right here, right? I don't know. I feel like David is just so calculated that he's always telling you something in any of his music videos, which makes me wonder if there was any kind of weed involved, or maybe there were the potential of narcotics. Now I was taking a look here, and I was wondering, could this mean anything, right? January 29th, 2025, and then 1 o'clock, 20, I'm assuming this is 1 a.m. in the morning. And then it said Fleet Cam 2, and then it said X5489120. So I decided to go online and type in those numbers. 5489120. Let me type in the X. 5 4. Oh, that's an 8. And then, so here, I'll just show this to you guys. What's up, Westside? How's it going? Welcome. La Mesa Filipino food. Oh, okay, Filipino food. Y'all are where are you guys located? You guys are in New Mexico? You know I love my Filipino food. You guys are a real restaurant or what? Anybody here with the Hello Kitty Red Rum Hong Kong 1999? I have to wonder if he looked that up. Crime scene photos are horrific. If she was killed in January, then one more dance was filmed right after. If he killed her at a later date, this could be foreshadowing. So David is guilty. Which one do you think it is? Do you think it's he killed her and then made the video? Or do you think he made the video and then carried it out? Right? But I typed in, is it right? Oh, where is it? I typed in these numbers that were right here, right? 5489120, and wanted to see if it really meant anything. And it's crazy because it says noroxicodone, right? Let's read a little bit about it. Let's just kind of type this in. So noroxicodone is a major metabolite breakdown product of the opioid pain reliever oxycodone, formed in the liver by CYP3A4, acting as an opioid receptor agonist but poorly crossing the blood-brain barrier, making it minimally analgesic compared to oxycodone. Yeah, I just found. Hold on, I was reading a comment. Hold on, what was it? Anyways, I just found out that this has I don't know. I'm curious to know if this has anything to do with neuroxycodone. Was she taking any kind of narcotics? Because it is just really weird to just put these numbers randomly in your video, knowing damn well how calculated David really is, right? So I feel like everything he does it on purpose. Um, I mean, just take a look at, where is it? When they put him in the car. I know if I play this, it's gonna get like, look at this part right here. Doesn't this look like Neo? It's crazy. What about those text messages in April allegedly written by Celeste? Della Dang, go for it. Doesn't this look like Neo? You can't tell me that this doesn't look like Neo. And then this girl, a lot of people say looks like Celeste. But you know, to be honest with you, to me she kind of reminds me of Asia, right? And if anything, that this could be a video on the three of them playing it out. Yeah, we definitely do have a ton of great Filipino markets and restaurants out here. Darcy loves her pancit. There you go. Oh, dang, Darcy, you know all about the Filipino foods. I gets down on caldereta too, though. Jazzy, what's up? Welcome. I'm not 100% sure. I originally thought January, but I kind of think it could be April because LAPD said that they think it was in the spring. You know, I still have my mind set on January, but I just recently had a conversation with somebody who had mentioned, um, let me try to find these photos because I want to show them to you, which was a little weird. This is about Coachella. So somebody had told me that they're thinking that it really took place during Coachella. I'm gonna kind of get off of this too because I don't want them to flag my video, but I'm trying to find. I gotta go through the Discord, you guys. Sorry, y'all. Give me a second because I'm looking. Sorry, it's quiet. I'm really just looking for these photos because I have a ton of stuff. But I have to be careful with what I share because I don't know if there's anything that I shouldn't be putting out there. Sorry, y'all. Yeah, there's just so much stuff. Okay, hold on. I gotta download all of these because I want to go over this stuff with you guys. I have to make sure. We're gonna talk about Coachella. Just gonna make sure that I save these photos. All right, let me make sure that I catch up on the chat too. Y'all are just going so fast. So Della Dang said, Flo, did you catch when Zav said the girl and the guy look like Celeste and Neo, but it's low-key Neo and David, the girl is supposed to represent David? Yeah, no, I do remember she actually also put up like a community post about that too. Yeah, again, David is just so calculated with you know, the way that he puts things out there. It's so hard to just identify like what he's talking about. But I feel like there's just so many messages, subliminal messages. And we'll talk about some of these too. I just need to make sure that I have them? Hold on. They're in the Discord, right? Great place for them to be. No. While I'm doing this, let me catch up on the chat. Dank said, "Hey chat, what's up? Gold. Where'd you find those texts?" Yeah, Gold Digger, do you remember what text messages they were? I just have so many things. It's so hard for me to find them because none of this stuff is organized. She has matching tattoos like David, not Celeste. I mean, piercings. At least that's what I got from the video. I checked on y'all when I woke up. I think too many people, too much going on for it to happen at a concert. No? Well, so somebody that I was talking to had mentioned that they feel like either in between or shortly after something happened. So you guys are all aware. You guys are all aware of the outfit that he chose to wear at Coachella, right? We'll just show some of those photos. All right. I think I have to share these one by one because Coachella. Whoa, buddy. Oh, careful. Sorry, Yoshi got caught up in the headphones. All right, so let's see. We have this photo right here. Hold on, 1 second, you guys. Let me come back real quick. I gotta take my dog out. Oh, my bad. I said 1 second. Let me take my dog out to use the bathroom. He's giving me a hard time. 1 second. All right, you guys, I'm back. Sorry, had to take Yoshi out. Yoshi said hi, everybody. He said thanks for supporting the channel. Let's see. Della Dank, I said there's so much to catch up on. Oh my god, I don't know where I even left off. Mark talked about it in one of his lives. But on a serious note, we should be... let me turn off this. Y'all can hear this music. Got some little music to play in the background. Preacher, hello, welcome. But yeah, so look at this photo right here of what he's wearing, right? This is a shirt called, I think it's called by the Drunken Geisha. Drunken Geisha. Is it the Drunken Geisha? All I remember is that this is a shirt that he wore, one of his outfits, and it depicts obviously you can see an image of somebody who looks like they're tied up, right? By a piece of rope, and I'm assuming this is a photo of somebody who was unalived. There's also, this was taken at Coachella. There's, I don't know if I want to show any more of these photos for context, but let's see right here. Can you believe this shirt is sold out? This is one, so I'm assuming this is the back of the photo. Pretty eerie, right? Now this photo is the front right here. This is a shirt called Mustard, and this is by Laughing Geisha. My bad. Let me see if I can just pull that up. Laughing Geisha Mustard. Let me just pull up the website so then that way we can just look at it from here. You can just kind of see the symbolism in here. So you can see that right here in the back. Let me see if we just kind of, it's not going to go any further. This is the biggest that it's going to go. But you can see that it looks like this may be some sort of Japanese scripture or some writing. We can see an image of a person that looks like they may have been unalived. And if you look at it, it kind of looks like they may be dismembered. Let me see. I want to find the symbolism on this. What does this say? This is an image of a mace, which is just like a medieval kind of weapon that they used back in the day. Who knows? This could be like a image of the all-seeing eye. The front and back depict bondage photos and S&M toys, which is disturbing. Yeah, S&M and all that Sato stuff and all this masochist stuff, not my cup of tea, right? Those are people who most likely never got identified, Deladink said. La Mesa said the Black Dahlia Red Rum pictures. If somebody had mentioned that it actually isn't the Black Dahlia, although that was something that was going around. Not entirely sure, not 100% sure on that. But it's all possible, right? I want to share this photo with you too, because the crazy part about Coachella, right? We all know that Coachella took place in April, and it happened. There were 2 weeks, and so I wanted to bring up this photo right here, because this image right here is an image of a family member of Celeste, and someone who I have for a long time believe that this may potentially be the bio mom of Celeste, although it's not confirmed, right? This is just my speculation. But this is an image of a person by the name of Heidi Hernandez, who was also at Coachella 2025. And then we know that because in this image right over here, this is what Coachella looked like, right? So this is a large art exhibition in the Coachella Valley region called Desert X, which took place, or which was up between March and May 2025. So this art piece was up there 2025. And this person, Heidi Hernandez, was there in 2025. Now, No, I don't think that he designed the shirt, right? I just think that this is just what I don't know if he was given um this outfit or if somebody chose it for him to wear, but I did find that it was really, really odd for him to actually just wear it, period. Um, there's also other images of him and his outfits that he was wearing during that time, and I'm trying to look for it now. But he was wearing like this Bratz inspired T-shirt, and the front of it had, um, you guys know the movie 13 about a girl who's coming to age, and she went from like a nice innocent young teen and kind of had this little crazy side to her. I feel like he was wearing that shirt, which could have depicted, you know, maybe maybe it could have been some symbolism of Celeste on his T-shirt, right? Maybe obviously he's not gonna, wear a T-shirt with her on it. Actually, I just found these photos here. Hold on, let me pull this up. No, sorry, you guys. All right, here is another image. So here is another image of David taken by Maximilian, which is one of his photographers. I don't know if he's not his photographer anymore, but I know that Max used to be one of his photographers back in the day. But if you guys can see this shirt that he's wearing right here, this is a shirt of um the movie cover of the movie 13. And basically, if you guys have seen that, it's basically about a young teen who, went from like being innocent to becoming really, really wild, and just, was introduced to, sex, drugs, rock and roll, and just kind of became like a party animal, right? Darcy said, "The Heidi. Why couldn't she be an aunt or cousin?" And you know what? She very well could be. I do know that she is the sister of Wendy Rodriguez, who is the aunt of Celeste. So it's very possible. And the only reason why I really say that I believe that she's the bio mom is because she just looks so much like Celeste. Um, and I've been looking at some like Facebook posts, and there are a lot of posts that people have put up, um, that are talking about her family, and the only people that are responding to these comments is Heidi, right? Um, I'll pull up that photo really quick. I just need to find it, you guys. None of this stuff is organized, so forgive me because I didn't anticipate to kind of go over this tonight either. Um, let me see. Okay, I found them. Let me just transfer them to my computer. I kind of like playing that music in the background. Let's see. So here's a post that went up. I don't think this is it. Hold on. This one. Is it this one? Okay. Let me just find the other one though, because it kind of gives a little bit more context. This image right over here. So this is somebody that posted something about the moral of the story: pay attention to what your kids are doing on the internet. Discord, Roblox, Fortnite, Twitch, and all breeding grounds for predators, right? And then they put up a post about Celeste Rivas Hernandez, and I'm assuming that this Heidi person had responded to this part where it said, "Pay attention to your kids," and her response was, "We did." And the other person said, "I understand. I've been reading a lot of people on her friends and family side try to prevent this, even teachers. I probably worded it sloppy, but I think that there's threat on all these platforms in general. I've also been watching too many dark web documentaries about the group 764 on Discord, which we briefly spoke about. But yeah, it was just it was weird that she was the only one out of her family members to respond, and then right afterwards she drops the link to the GoFundMe. So I found it, just a little odd, why didn't her mother respond? Maybe that could be, because she doesn't speak English that well. Um but yeah, I just found it really odd that Heidi was the only one that responded to it. Um but yeah, let me catch up on comments. Y'all are too quick with this. I can't keep up with you guys. Um LaMesa said, I have just as many, if not more, questions about Celeste's family as I do about her death and the crime, etc. Like, how did they fail her so badly? Probably recorded this and sent it to his community to gain some ego trip. Speaking of music, anyone listen to Bryant Barnes' music on YouTube? Maybe it's me, but it seems like some lyrics in his songs hint to David's relationship with Celeste, especially songs in the last 6 months. Now, could it be him pointing to relationships with Celeste, or could it be just music of his own experiences? I'm not here to point any fingers to Bryant Barnes, because I actually thought that he was really talented, and I don't know any of his actual songs, but I know that he had a pretty talented voice. So I'm not going to say anything about Bryant Barnes without doing any of my due diligence and researching. Like Mark said, that this can happen to even the best families. The parents who are involved, we don't know why, but we do know that David groomed this child. Agree. I want to know this as well. I will repeat this. I don't believe she did not know where Celeste was. She's lying. The sister knew, the brother knew. There are so many lies. The Ledang said, Flo, but I look so much like my aunt, and I'm her niece. It could just be a coincidence, and she could be the one, and only one who speaks English that knew how to get a hold of Celeste. Very true. Very true. And I don't know. Obviously, I don't know the family. I don't know them well enough to make any kind of assumptions about them. I do want to give them the benefit of the doubt. I just also have so many questions, how was somebody reported missing, 3 times in the same year, but she still showed up to family parties, graduations, and not a single person in the family, right? Whether it was the mom, the aunt, she had multiple aunts. She had a cousin that she was really close to, right? Esmeralda. Not a single one of them, made a call to law enforcement and told them that she was okay. She has been found, or she's returned home. We've even seen that TikTok video where Celeste returned to a family party, right? And she was giving somebody a hug. Not quite sure who exactly it was, but you can just see she kind of turns around and looks like right into the camera. Leah, you like my detective music? It's always amazing to me how strangers come together harder than majority of these families. Yeah, it is weird, right? I feel like there's definitely been a community of people who cared about this girl, and it sucks that it happened after her death. Maybe she could have made some really good friends and had some people support her, and it's sad to know that it happened to a 14-year-old girl. And who knows how many other people this could have happened to, right? Who knows if there are other people that are involved with this guy. I made a video about it. I think one of my last lives, I talked about, were there more potential inappropriate relationships? And I think that there were. I don't, it's my opinion that there were definitely more relationships, and Celeste wasn't the only one. She may have been the only one that may have lost her life, but there are still some people out there who were having inappropriate relationships with this guy. I agree. If she were 16, 17, 18, yeah, I get it. But 13, to be out of school and missing for so long, so many times, you're failing as a parent. And it sucks, right? You think about like this incinerator that that he had. What was the whole purpose of him buying an incinerator? Why did he order it? Why was it delivered late? Right? Did he have plans to utilize it? Why didn't he already utilize it? Why didn't he do it earlier? Right? And the one thing that we all knew, and I've said this before in my live before, is that he had time, right? He had time. So he probably never anticipated that maybe her body was going to be discovered. But the one thing that he did know is that nobody was looking for her, right? Nobody cared to keep an eye on her. Maybe the one person or maybe one family member that she was close to moved across the country, right? That would be Esmeralda. But she, she was all the way across the states. But he knew that he had so much time in the world because nobody was looking for her. Nobody, quote unquote, gave a damn to know where she was at. And so he didn't think that it was of any urgency to get through with it, right? But then you dismember a body and then you put it in your trunk. We don't know what they're going through. Let's say they had been trying to report this for months, but PD didn't want to do anything about it. They won't tell us that the family tried to make reports because, and that's true, right? I mean, you can see by that one message right here, right, that they did try to do everything that we could, or they could. What exactly that was, none of us know. But Heidi is sticking her neck out there and saying that they did do something about it. And obviously she is responding to a post that was put up by David. So I don't know. She's acknowledging that maybe she's aware. I don't know. Then she drops the GoFundMe link. It's true. Maybe she was really estranged from her bio mom. Maybe she was bounced around a lot. If her family had any involvement, we would have heard it by now. So I thought the cousin Esmeralda dropped the GoFundMe. Yeah, Esmeralda was the one. I know that she's the one that created it, and I do know that they did reach their goal. However, I don't know if the funds were released to the family. That's one thing that hasn't been clarified or verified. But I do see here that Heidi is sharing the GoFundMe link. So, she was helping to spread awareness about it all. Let's see, where are we at? Deladink like Elsinore is not close to Hollywood, and honestly, Hollywood is so effing big. How would they know where he stayed? I just feel, and it's my humble opinion, I feel that her family knew exactly where she was. There was even that one video that I was just talking about where Celeste returned home. And I know that Mark even kind of paused that video, that one moment where somebody else was in the background, and he was under the impression that maybe it could have been somebody from his label who maybe accompanied her. And that person, that female person who is being uncooperative, right, that I haven't really discussed. I feel like the person who is being uncooperative with LAPD, they don't want to talk because they have such close ties to this girl. Not because they're family or they're related or anything, but I feel like this person may have been the one who was responsible for looking over her anytime that she was out and about in the company of David, right? So like during his concerts, we've seen multiple photos of Celeste backstage, and while she's backstage, we can see that she's in the company of another female, right? Now I don't know if I know one of those ladies have been identified, but I don't know the identity of that other person. Maybe I can look for that Reddit. Let's look for that Reddit post. Are there more photos? Let me see. No. Fonda? We're just gonna have to look this up live, you guys. Okay, so some of these photos that have recently came out, we can see. Right. This is a photo of, I don't know if this is the brother, this is the sister, this is the mom, this is the sister, this is Celeste, and the brother, right? And it's crazy because how are we not pointing fingers at the parents as well and asking them, if they knew or not? Because here's a photo where they're sitting in the same row. And I don't know if this is one of the same photos that they said that Josh Marshall was in. But this is one where she was backstage. So you can see them. They're all sitting in the front row of the second level. This is an image of his concert. This was the photo booth, the Hive. So you can see that they have Rob Morgenroth. They have the little brother. This is Lane Cooperstein. Obviously, the little sister's face is blurred out. Then they have Young Thug. And then they have, I believe that's Josh Marshall. And don't know who this person is. I think maybe this could be the brother. And then some friends. Who else do we have? I'm going to go to the bottom of the comments because y'all type so fast. I get the runaway thing. I know it happens, but if you make enough splash, people will see it. I wouldn't stop if it was my child. I wouldn't stop until I was dead. Good point. I mean, I'm not a parent, but I've had kids living. I've had roommates who have had kids who've lived with me, and they were, we've raised them all the way up. The oldest was 9, so watching kids grow up in my household was, it's kind of like made me feel like a parent figure too, right? Because there were 3 kids who were living with me here in my place. But yeah, no, you do anything for those kids. So yeah, I just don't know why they decided not to continue to look for her, why they may have given up. Because I definitely wouldn't have. But I feel like, could they have known? Could they have known, and could they have just been complacent because they knew that she was safe, right? I would assume, I'm not going to say that she was, but I would assume that if she was running away all the way from, what was it, February of 2024, all the way up until the day that she may have lost her life, that she was taken care of somewhat, right? She had a place maybe to sleep. She obviously had clothes, although she may have, worn the same clothes over and over again. Jazzy, the media will not cover this case. Girl, I live in SoCal. Kids go missing all the time, and you know how they get the word around through social media. That's how they get attention, because of the media. Yeah, it's just crazy. I don't know if I just wish that we'd have answers that come out a lot sooner. I'm not giving LAPD any slack about it, but I mean, look at the case with Rob Reiner. They were able to arrest their son the next day. Given that they probably had a lot more proof of everything, but they made an arrest real quick. If Josh, the guy quoted, was saying anything about the grand jury, he didn't feel he needed to do anything about it. Oh, you're talking about Rob? Is Josh the guy quoted as saying, no, that would be Rob Morgenroth. That would be his day-to-day manager, which would be this person right here in this photo right here. So this is Josh. I want to say this is Josh Marshall. So we got Young Thug, Josh Marshall, David, and then Lane C, who is supposed to be the owner or maybe music manager for the Dark Room. And then this is Rob Morgan Rod. This is the guy that was in the grand jury who testified for roughly about 3 days and was grilled by Beth Silverman. And when she asked why didn't he call the police, his response was, I just wanted to continue with the tour, right? He didn't feel like it was his responsibility, and he just wanted to continue with the tour. I can't remember where it was that I saw it, but I did see another video that came out, and I want to say it may have been TMZ, but they were mentioning something about like, why didn't he call the police after the body was discovered? And if that's the case, if that statement, those particular words hold any truth to it, that's crazy. If you discover the body and then you decide not to make any calls, that makes you just as responsible, right? Obviously, maybe not responsible for the actual unaliving, but obviously you know that there's a body in the trunk and you do absolutely nothing about it. Della Dank said, I really still think that David didn't count on Celeste's mom knowing who he was or even his name. Oh yeah, right? Didn't think that she would know. I mean, I'm sure, Celeste would talk to her mom, whether or not she wanted to listen, but the mom was able to pick up on some of this stuff. Obviously, she was able to be identified by the red tattoo. The tattoo that she had on her finger. But yeah, maybe the mom really didn't think that or maybe David didn't think that the mom would really know anything, right? David is guilty says, what if Celeste was staying with the manager? What if Celeste was staying with the manager? Could that have been possible? I really don't think David knew everyone. Oh, I don't really think David knew everyone knew that he was dating the child because he probably trained her to stay quiet. I don't know, right? And I feel like even if he quote unquote media trained her, she'd find ways to, speak her mind. I also feel too that because Celeste was such a little firecracker, as we seen in that one TMZ video of her arguing with her neighbors, that it didn't matter what David had told her, that if she wanted to speak her mind, she wouldn't be afraid of telling him what was up, right? Because you guys saw in that video of TMZ, she was really yelling at gangbangers, right? They were saying that they were sureños, meaning that they were Southsiders, most likely indicating that they are gang members. And she wasn't afraid to speak her mind. She was ready to. That video made it look like she was just ready to throw hands, if you're asking me. But also didn't like the way that video was put out to kind of assassinate her character and make her look some type of way. La Mesa said, Jazzy, that's exactly how I feel if it were either of my two bonus kids. One is 13 in March and the other is 14. You couldn't shut me up. Gold Digger said the police department would have been tired of me being in their station every day. Yeah, and I could only imagine, right? I don't have kids, but I can only imagine how I would be, if my child went missing. I would probably be out in the streets every day, and to be honest with you, I don't even know if I'd return back to work until the day, I found them or found out what happened to them. Deladank said there are so many missing people in California alone, adults and kids, and all they can do is spread the information. I think we read this earlier. Okay, let me take a look, Darcy. Let me find it. Hold on. Darcy, did you just recently post it? Oh, okay, I just gotta look. Oh man, I just saw photos of food, making me hungry. Yes, exactly. Law enforcement would hate to see me coming every morning and every night. Look at all the parents with missing children who are never found. You don't think that they did everything and still couldn't find their babies? Unfortunately, I agree. They probably did everything that they could, and they were just probably at a point where they just couldn't anymore. And probably until this day, they probably still don't have closure, right? I remember reading something that said there's approximately like 50,000 kids that are still missing, or 90,000. One of those numbers. I don't want to say anything because I don't know what the exact number is. Um, Josh also said that he didn't know David that closely. Yeah, I mean there could be some truth to that. Um, I don't know. I mean, he definitely probably isn't as close to David as Rob Morganroth is, right? Because apparently, supposedly, allegedly, Rob Morganroth was living with him. He was there. He was a day-to-day manager, so he was probably, you know, he was day-to-day, so he knew everything that David was doing. I'm sure he knew exactly what David was eating for breakfast, what clothes he was gonna wear. He definitely knew everything about what David was doing. Look at all the parents missing their children. Della Dank. The teacher, the school said that she was exactly who it was, the David singer, right? My opinion, there's absolutely no way they didn't know. Yeah, and I mean, after that email that came out, right? They said that Celeste was returned home the very next day. I want to know who took her home. Was it law enforcement that took her home? Was it somebody in David's camp that took her home? I just feel like if it was law enforcement that took her home, that they probably would have looked into where she was at and why she was there, right? So I don't think law enforcement was the one that took her home, which is why I think that maybe whoever didn't want to testify, right? Didn't want to show up to the grand jury. Maybe they were the person, who ended up taking her home. I don't know. Jazzy said, my phone's gonna die. No. Don't let it die, Jazzy. Plug it in. Plug it in. Dilladang said the teacher, as someone who works with children, should have reported that immediately when he found out. But let me guess, he didn't think it was his responsibility either. Good point. I feel like after that video came, and I really wonder, what that teacher thinks after that video came out, because that video went viral, right? And he probably didn't know that he was being recorded. So I'm sure that if he did know that he was being recorded, he probably would have chosen his words a little bit more. Asia claimed that she never knew Celeste, even though there's literal argument between Asia and someone on Discord over Celeste being a missing person, where Asia calls them a liar. Yeah, you're talking about that text message screenshot where somebody sent her, Asia, the missing persons poster, right? It's funny though, because Asia did come out, I want to say a couple days later, and said, don't believe everything on the internet. So I'm curious to know, maybe, or if, maybe it was fabricated. Maybe it was a fake. Maybe it was fake. I don't know. That's hard, right? It's so hard with images nowadays with AI. It's so hard to believe. And even with that Jesse Weber video, where is it? this photo right here, this video is not even, or this photo is not even a real photo. This photo is AI. So even today, right, 7 hours ago, larger larger networks are using this photo. I think the actual photo of David is a photo of him by himself. Let me see. Trying to find it. Because they're saying that there's a lot of photos of David and Celeste that are out that aren't actually real. And this happens to be one of them. And I think there's another one too that she's looking directly into the camera. They're saying it's not true, or they're not real. Teachers are mandatory reporters, are they not? Yes, they actually are. I don't live in California, so I don't know the laws out there. But where I'm at, they are. Yeah, in California, they are. My mom's a teacher. She's a mandated reporter, so anything that they see, and just like myself, right? I'm a nurse. I'm a mandated reporter. In the state of California, we have to complete this document. It's called an SOC 341 document. But normally, it's something that we would fill out if we see or witness any kind of like adult or elderly abuse. I'm not entirely sure what document we would complete if it was a pediatric or somebody who was underage, but definitely for any adult, we would file an SOC 341. Any teachers in here know the details behind your scope of practice when it comes to being a mandated reporter? He was going to try to have her disappear, right? That they never have known what happened to her. Again, that kind of circles back to he had so much time because he knew that nobody was looking for her, right? Maybe school admin did report, but CPS in Cali is horribly understaffed. That could be another thing too. I'm pretty sure that they cut out the part where Celeste was provoked to act that way. Yeah. I mean, one thing's for sure, she was definitely groomed. She was taken advantage. She was lured into, she was sold a lie. There were the screenshot of the text messages where she was not complaining, where she was venting to David about how mad she was with her parents. I'm so mad at my mom and dad because they won't let me go to your show. And then what does he say? He says, don't worry about it. I'll fix it. And I'm curious in what ways he was going to fix it. Was he personally going to talk to the parents? There's rumors and speculations that he even paid the family off, right? Now, those are just wild speculations. But is it something that's in the realm of possibility? I don't know. You guys be the judge on that. Because did you notice how half was cut out? David is guilty said that in that Celeste yelling video, she says, "You're not gonna let your woman speak." Sounds like she was one of those guys' woman. Yeah, and it was funny because I think that whole video started because the family did a prank on her, right? I thought that was really odd. Della Dang said yes, and it happens so often. Look at Erica Alonso case. She was missing. Family was trying to find her, got media attention, and found in a creek, wrapped in a tarp, and no arrest. Yeah, that was so horrible. Well, that happened. When did that happen? Was that 2013? Or was it more recent? 2017? They don't care about your babies. Mac Dizzle, welcome. Welcome. Thank you for hanging out and catching a live. Yeah, we're just posted it on Sunday, Darcy said. Okay. There's so many little rooms and threads. I gotta look for it. I gotta look for it. Sorry, I was just playing this music in the background so it's not dead. October 2022, when Celeste would have been just 11. David is seen typing Celeste in here. Moments later, a user under the name Celeste responds, "Hi, David Bark." Ah, yeah, that's right. I think when it was October 2022. I think that's like very shortly after the Discord server was created. There's people out there looking for the kids that have been missing for 40 years. Like, come on. Yes, Flo, so many kids are missing, and it's so freaking sad. Like, what the F happened to these babies? Yeah, and it's not just young little kids, too. I mean, imagine, like, kids that are anywhere between the age of 1 and 6 that go missing, Let alone anybody that's, what, 6 to 17? It's just horrible that there's so many kids that have gone missing and not a single one of them, I mean, not every single one of them, but a majority of them don't come home. David was posting selfies with Celeste, like how they wouldn't know. I feel like it was David's people because of that email, right? Yeah, I don't know. It's I don't know. This whole thing is crazy. And I feel like every day I'm really curious to see what SF Investigates is going to drop. It's crazy. I want to see, has he posted anything new? Let's check X. I do have to ask, because this is definitely something else that I do enjoy watching. Anybody here in the group chat watch car chases? Because it's definitely something that I enjoy watching, and then being someone who lives in LA, they happen so often. I was really considering maybe streaming those as well, just because that was something that I always enjoyed watching. But if I were to stream a car chase, would you guys watch it? Let me know in the chat, because I want to know. Because if not, I might just take it to Twitch. Whether Celeste has drugs in her system or not doesn't mean that automatically mean that's how she died, and that's would rule out David killing by drugs. I don't like how they tried to spin that. No, 100%. And they're saying that they're viewing this as not only just a homicide, right? But they're investigating this as a murder. So they are saying that she was killed. How? I'm very curious to find out. Do you think that I don't even want to think about like how she died. I just want to know that they do know the cause of death and they're able to proceed with charges. I don't want to know the details behind how she died. I am curious though what the documents do say. Do me a favor, you guys. If you guys are still here in the chat, I think we have, how many people do we have here hanging out with us? We have 41 people that are hanging out. Do me a favor, if you guys can, hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. It's free, doesn't cost you a single thing. However, if you do want to support the channel, there are definitely ways. And I think I turned it off. Where is it? There you go. If you guys do want to support the channel, you guys can stop by my Venmo. Obviously, we're a small channel. We are not monetized. So if you guys want to help support, you guys can donate, buy us a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/FlojoTVQ. Or you can find me on Venmo. Just look up Flojo. The only one that pops up. But anyways, we are on the road to trying to monetize this channel. So your support helps. Like this video, share it, comment, subscribe. But yeah, I do appreciate it. I don't know. You guys want to continue to talk? Or should we call it a night? It's already 10:48 here in LA. Gold Digger, if you look up Flojo, FLOJOE, you should be able to find me. Oh, there's a car chase on right now, you guys. Should we watch it? Definitely, I'll put it in the chat. Let me see. / I think this is it. Let me know if it works. Let me know. Yes, you guys are all saying yes. All right, y'all. We're gonna segue. This isn't something that we would normally do, and I'm probably gonna cut it out of the live afterwards. But you guys do want to go
Was
check
a
out
major
that,
clue.
the chase. So let's go take a look. ABC 7 Los Angeles. We're gonna segue, you guys. We're gonna segue.
That's glowing there.
All right, this is a car chase in San Fernando. Oh, hold on one second. I need to share this screen. What's going on? Oh, can you guys not see this?
Possibly Idaho plates.
Hold on. We're just going to do ABC 7.
Interesting. Narrow part of the I mentioned earlier, narrow part of the 101 freeway, or at least a quiet part of the 101 freeway. Obviously, that's going to become less of an option. They'll not easily be able to repeat that as we head towards the Metro LA area here, but he is continuing to slow down a little bit here. We'll see if he shows any signs of exiting the freeway, and if they do, if he does, perhaps they will authorize a pit maneuver. Right now, that is an unlikely option as well at these speeds. Again, the freeway is a safe space for this pursuit. As you could tell from this shot right here, he's got plenty of freeway to play with, both ahead of him and now behind him, as they have created something of a traffic break behind him. So they are setting up,
you guys, this is a car chase right here. It looks like they are in the San Fernando Valley.
Getting anywhere near this pursuit at this point. So they're keeping the public back.
And, if you're not from California, where are you guys from? Type it in the chat. I want to know where you guys are listening from.
The crimes here are not egregious. They are not violent. This is a traffic infraction, and the driver has refused to yield. You can see there's about a half a dozen units in the back there that are blocking all of the lanes. So you've got about 3 to 4 units right behind this suspect.
So it says that this person is on the run.
That are ready for the felony stop when this comes to an end.
Because they have their lights out.
Bring the suspect or suspects into custody, but also to keep the public back. This is a Toyota RAV4. From what we can tell, it appears that that passenger seat is empty. He's now in the Cahuenga Pass here.
Arizona in the house.
Making his way through the Hollywood Hills. We just passed Universal, continuing southbound on the 101 freeway. Slowing down a little bit more. We'll go ahead and throw up our real-time speed tracker here. You can see he's doing roughly 50 to 60 miles per hour, give or take there. You can see him starting to speed up slightly, continuing downhill, down the incline here, heading into Hollywood.
Indiana's in the house. Mac Dizzle, you're from SoCal, but you're in Vegas. I miss Vegas. I spent a whole month out there last year in September. 5 minutes from Disneyland. So this is on Highland Avenue in the Hollywood Hills, you guys. They're in the Hollywood Hills. They're very close to D4VD.
Doesn't appear that they have a lot of intel on this suspect as they are continuing to try and run these plates, trying to gather more information. Again, this all started as a simple traffic infraction. The driver was traveling with his lights blacked out, and that has changed. He has since put his headlights on. He's got his hazards flashing, but still refusing to pull over. For an unknown reason, he has engaged the California Highway Patrol in a high-speed pursuit, speeds at times in excess of 100 miles per hour, heading straight down the 101 freeway from Ventura through Calabasas into the San Fernando Valley, and now into the LA basin here as we've just come out of the Cahuenga Pass here, heading straight through Hollywood, southbound 101 freeway, coming up on Gower and continuing to flee CHP here, now doing about roughly 60 miles per hour.
Gold Digger, was that you? Thank you for your Venmo donation. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I love you guys. It did. Gold Digger, thank you. I appreciate you so much. Where are they going? They're close to Sunset Boulevard, you guys, so they're probably gonna pass by the old school that I used to work at. Right off the Vermont exit. What are they in? What kind of car is this? Can you guys determine what kind of car this is? I'm not good with cars. They got, looks like CHP's right behind them. The California Highway Patrol. Leonardo, thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. What? So what is, he didn't turn on his lights? He had his lights off? Come on, man.
And as we make our way closer,
they're about to hit
closer to Echo Park here, there are units heading in this direction from the opposite direction. There are CHP units behind him. There are CHP units ahead of him.
Could decide to
again, to repeat, they have created a traffic break that is allowing him to traverse these various lanes of the 101 freeway, but it's also allowing California Highway Patrol to potentially set up ahead of him, perhaps that unit right there, to eventually set up ahead of him for another spike
Looks
strip
like
attempt.
a Chevy,
we'll
you
see
said, Leo?
if they greenlight that. It certainly appears that that may be an option
They
here
could
with the
force
traffic
him to
conditions
exit off
as
of the freeway.
light
He's
as
got
they
his
are
hazards
here this
on.
evening. That may come into play. We've already seen at least one spike strip attempt on the freeway.
Okay, so they
earlier
attempted
on in this
a
pursuit.
spike strip.
Just passing Vermont Avenue, southbound on the 101 freeway.
Staying in this lane, so he's probably going to be heading towards the 10 freeway. What is this? I can't tell what this is. It's a Jeep. Dilladang said it's a Jeep. A Dodge, actually. I'm curious to see where the police are at. They went up ahead, so...
Check out that traffic on the entrance ramp there. California Highway Patrol has now been able to shut down the entrance ramps to the freeway. They are setting up for that spike strip. And it looks like they just tried it. I don't know if he hit, but they just executed a spike strip there, right there at the exit, as he made his way past Silver Lake Boulevard. I cannot
Durango,
tell.
I
We
think.
were not able to see whether he struck
Well,
that
I'm not a
spike
big
strip,
fan
but
of
they did
Durangos.
set up for it. Again, the second spike strip in this pursuit on the freeway. You can see more CHP units entering the freeway, engaging in this pursuit. There's at least about 10 units involved in this pursuit now.
So they are literally in like the Silver Lake area, passing by Benton Way. Yeah, they're approaching. They're gonna have to figure out what freeway they're about to hop onto. So this might be intersection where they decide to take the 110, or they stick to the 101, the 10 freeway, or the 5. So they have a few options coming up right here. So I'm curious to see where they go. Yeah, there's no place like California, right? The car does have their hazards on.
Continuing southbound 101 freeway through Echo Park now, getting closer to downtown LA, where the air is getting thicker. That moisture is extremely dense in the air. Not quite ground level fog, but air quality nonetheless. That is going to prohibit air units from engaging in this pursuit. So they're really relying on those ground units, those black and whites on the ground to bring this to an end. Understand
I feel
now
like
that
that's the
that
fun
spike
part of it
strip
all,
that we
right?
saw moments ago failed. He did not hit it, was able to
CHP continues
navigate
the pursuit of
around
the
that
suspect
spike
on the
strip.
101
Again, this is
freeway.
the second no-hit spike of this
Okay, so
pursuit.
now they're
They keep
speeding up.
trying. Again, something we don't see very often, but when traffic conditions are light like this, and they seem to have control of the
Looks like they're
freeway here
speeding
with
up a
those
lot.
traffic breaks, they have the ability to
So now they're
execute those
approaching.
spike strips, even at these speeds, which is
They
very
take the 110
unusual, but you
north.
can
They're
see
gonna
he
go
is now really
towards
picking up steam here, going about
Pasadena.
100 miles per hour. This is about as fast as we've seen him go. He was going much faster in the earlier
85
minutes in this pursuit,
85
but for
miles
the
an
better
hour.
part of the last 10 minutes, he's been slowing down dramatically. Now he appears to be
Okay, so
really
he's in the
stepping
left
on
lane,
it,
so he's probably
making
gonna
his
be
way
hopping
southbound through downtown LA on the
on
101
5.
freeway.
And as you guys can tell, it's really foggy. And recently, I want to say since
No icon,
maybe
by the way.
Friday or Saturday, we've had this really weird,
do you hear
odd,
icon?
odd
Okay.
layer of fog that's
That
been
should be-
haunting the nights. Yeah, this part of the freeway gets really windy, and I'm wondering if they're going to be able to still cover this because that fog is real. Damn. You can see that speed is not accurate because
Copy.
they may not be able to continue following this. No fires. We just got this really weird layer of
Go ahead, wide
fog.
now.
The chase is
There you
nearing downtown where the fog is thick. And it's really weird because this area of LA and out here in the area that I currently live in, it gets really foggy. And it's been like this
Mark,
since
we've been
Friday.
watching this pursuit. California Highway Patrol chasing a Toyota RAV4 down the 101
Toyota
freeway
RAV4,
out of
you
Ventura
guys.
County, refusing to yield after they attempted to pull him over for driving with his lights off. The
The
vehicle was
dankest
blacked
hotbox
out.
in the world.
Has since put his lights back on. He's been driving with his hazards on. We've got some video to show you from moments ago as he made his way down the 101 freeway, through the San Fernando Valley, eventually through the Cahuenga Pass, into Hollywood, straight towards downtown LA, where, as you can see from our shot right here, the weather has dropped dramatically. The ceiling is very low. LAPD air support unable to follow this pursuit because of the dense fog in the air there. We are peering through the buildings of downtown LA. That suspect continuing down the 101 freeway, and just moments ago transitioning onto the eastbound
checking
side
another,
of the 10 freeway. It's now
another
going
feed to see if we
come
can get
down
it
to
down
those
there.
ground units. About at least a dozen California Highway Patrol units engaged in this pursuit. There were two separate spike strips. Both of them failed. He was able to navigate around those spikes and is now continuing his
It's
run
like this
from
in
California
Lake
Highway
Elsinore.
Patrol, Mark.
What about you, Jad? You're in out there in Murrieta, which is really a hop, skip, and a jump from Lake Elsinore. Is it like that out there too? Uh-oh. We just lost the feed. What's going on? What is going on? Oh, we're back. You haven't looked. Oh, come on. All right. Let me see if we can get another feed. I'm looking, you guys. I'm looking. No. Let me see. I don't know if there's any other news stations covering it right now. Let me check. Hey, what's going on? Are they offline? What's going on here? All right, y'all. Well, it doesn't look like there is anything left on this chase. I'll definitely keep you updated if anything does happen. But I think I'm gonna call it a night, you guys. I still haven't eaten dinner yet. Sorry, I'm just reading some of the chats. Dang, he started from the 101, now he's at the 5. This guy's all over the place, right? Yeah, the fog took over and definitely ruined everything. This fog is crazy. It's really weird. I've seen some videos on TikTok that basically said that this layer of fog has a higher level of radiation in it than normal, which is very odd. And where is it actually coming from? Nobody knows. At least I don't. The 3 possible uncooperative witness, obviously. Okay, hold on. Let me take a look. Darcy, let me take a look. Okay, you send it to me. Oh, yes. Bella, the one of Bella Bowman. Let me see. Yeah, so we were talking about that potential, the female who's uncooperative. And we've seen some photos of what looks like it may potentially be Lane Cooperstein. And then there's also been talks about this person maybe potentially being Bella Bowman. Bella Bowman, I believe, is let me see. She's a CEO of Monarch Music Management, which is a company, music management, and I think they also work with what's it called? Who do they work with? They work with Mogul Vision, and I don't know about Interscope. And then what's the one that Lane Cooperstein's with? Darkroom. Darkroom. So let me pull those. Let me pull up this one right here because I think this is one. Bowman. And let me add that image right here. Here is that image of Bella Bowman. Let me just make this smaller so you guys can see it. So people have made the assumption that that person who is uncooperative could be this person as well. So this person may have been that person who's uncooperative. Sorry, I'm just reading the chats at the same time too. Thank you, Flojo. I love it here. Definitely keeping an eye on my notification. Make sure I don't miss anything. Mac Dizzle, thank you so much for hanging out. Jazzy, you finally got your charger. You're back to 20%. All right. Hopefully you can keep charging it so your phone don't die. Let's see. Is there anything? Let's refresh it. Ah, they're back. Type 1 in the chat if we're gonna go back to the chase. Oh no, this is they cut the feed. They're not live anymore. No, we're gonna focus on this. Let me see. I want to see if there's any more. Okay, so this person right here, they believe is Bella Bowman. I don't know if they are the same person. I can't really tell. But they are thinking that this person might be Bella Bowman, who is the CEO of Monarch Music Management. Obviously, these were photos of Celeste spotted backstage. Looks like this image was brightened, so they may have boosted up the brightness or the contrast of the photo because I think the original photo You can't really see her very clearly. I think it's kind of covered by the shadows of being backstage. Here's that photo that we were talking about earlier of what's it called? The mother, the sister, Celeste, and the brother. Now I just find it really odd that how can you be sitting at the top front row, you've got bird's eye view of the whole show, and Celeste, who is considered a missing person, is sitting in the middle of the family and nobody knows who she is. Obviously everybody there has their flashlights on. There are 3 of them I seen on LinkedIn. A couple of the 3 bear striking resemblance to Celeste, not just the Bella lookalike, the other 2. I'm looking at the other one, with the graphic designer one. I don't know if this person has any connection. I've spoken to a few other people who have confirmed that this person right here is the person that does have ties with David's camp. But the other 2, I'm not quite sure. I sent you 3 Bella Bowmans. Look at the other 2 Bella Bowmans I sent. Oh yes. Hold on. I'll pull them up. Bella Bowman. I'm sorry, Darcy. I'm sorry. I'm pulling them up. Bella Bowman 2. All right. Let me see. Bella Bowman 1, 2, and 3. Bella Bowman 3. All right. Let me pull them up. I'll pull all 3 of them. Sorry, guys. I have to add these manually because OBS is OG like that. Let's see. Bella Bowman 2. So this is another person by the name of Bella Bowman, who, as Darcy mentioned, bears a striking resemblance. And then let me open up, because there's another one. There's actually a third one. And Bella Bowman 3. Della Dank said, don't you, like, they don't think it's weird that she's wearing a hoodie. I absolutely don't think that they think it's weird, right? Because I think they know that they need to hide her identity. But also, like, does the mom not wonder, like, who is this little girl that's sitting in between my son and my daughter? Like, if that wasn't your child, wouldn't you tell them, no, get away, stranger? You're not sitting in between my 2 children. MacDizzle said, okay, honestly, I think his team knew, but his family probably didn't know that she was a runaway. Do you think that the family may have known that she was living with David? Something tells me David may have come to LA just to be closer to Celeste. That's my opinion. Yeah, she also attended U of Cal San Marcos. The middle one looks like Rabbit. Ooh, I'm telling Leo. Well, so Della Dang, that's what I was mentioning earlier, right? Like, is she watching over her too? I feel like, oh, you're talking about like the mom? Is she watching over her? Because I think one of these females, particularly maybe the one who decided to be uncooperative, was the person who used to watch over her. Maybe her adult supervision or her babysitter, so to say, right? You guys wanna say hello to Yoshi? Come here, buddy. This is Yoshi, everybody. Let me turn off the comments. Anyways, this is our mascot for our show, filling in the gaps. He loves treats. He loves toys that you can play tug of war with. This is his favorite game to play, you guys. This is the only thing he wants to do when I come home from work. Huh, buddy? Huh. He's a little... Ugh. This is Yoshi. I adopted him at the beginning of November. And so if you guys want to donate to the channel, help support Yoshi and his treats. He loves all kinds of treats, especially ones that have bacon in it. So, say hi, buddy. Can you give me your paw? Can you shake? Can you shake? Shake. Paw. Give me your paw. Good boy. Good boy. All right. Okay. Gotta have it go. Okay, that was fast. But yeah, this is Bella Bowman. I don't know what specific ties she does have with this group particularly, or if she was someone who was supervising Celeste when she was backstage. Could it have been Lane? And then... Gotta throw his toys out there so you can go run and get them. I will, Della Dank, I will. We got all night to hang out. He just, we haven't played our... We're playing tug of war right now. But the face of the first one, we're talking about this one right here. And then, let me see. Here's another image. And I don't know if this is Lane or if this is Bella Bowman. Right? Yeah, Yoshi is my financial CEO. Yep. Yoshi is the boss. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Hold on. Let me do this really quick so we can just kind of... I like using OBS just because of how much more how much you can customize your stream. Let's do this. You have a lot more like leeway with things, but then you're also limited to a few things. So this is... I don't know if this is Bella Bowman. Let's see if there's any other photos. Okay, so this person right here is, I want to say this is Lane, right? And I don't know if you guys have seen, I don't know if you guys have seen the post of Lane and what's his name? Rob Morganroth. They look like they're a little close, right? Let's see what other photos they have. So here's that photo again. David is with Young Thug. Young Thug decided to show up at the concert. I think this is Josh Marshall, brother Caleb, Rob Morganroth, and Lane. So that's Robert. And so this is the original image. I don't think the original image was this clear where you can see Celeste. I think it was a lot darker. And she was covered by shadows. But let me just go here because I think we can just actually go to, what is this? Let's see.
Breaking news in the case of...
This might be a repeated question, so I apologize. Real man, email, I thought your bio. Celeste in here. Hi, David Bark. So this is the one that Gold Digger was talking about. October 23rd, 2022. You can see that David is asking about Celeste, and I don't think Celeste Herrera came into the picture until mid or late 2023. So we're left to kind of assume that this is, Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Jazzy, you call dogs supervisors. They're always watching, but never helpful. Like when you go take out the trash. I mean, come on, dude. You got paws. Only got 2 hands. I love that. That was funny. Okay, incinerator found. Okay.
Okay.
There's
So I
Rabbit.
messaged.
When you guys see this photo, how does this photo make you feel? It's giving who does this look like? It's giving Bill Cosby. All right, so here, this is a post that came out. Ginny the Ween posted this yesterday, right? This is basically, here, we'll just kind of go over this because I haven't talked about this yet. It said, I didn't previously have permission to post this, but that context matters, and it needs to be discussed further about the Fonda Theater 2024. Since my last post, it's become increasingly clear that there's more to this situation than what has been shared so far. Of course, the CEO of the management and music company Mogulvision and David's manager has claimed that he had no knowledge of any of this. However, it appears that Josh Marshall may know more than he acknowledged in his TikTok comments. Josh was seated in the VIP balcony area on the couch right next to David's mother, with Celeste sitting close to her, laughing and having a great time. While the child was reported missing for a 3rd time. So I think this was the 3rd time she was reported missing that year. On February 19th, 2024, Josh was reportedly sent an email regarding the disappearance of a 13-year-old child, along with a missing persons flyer that included Celeste's pictures. The message clearly expressed that his parents were extremely worried and urgently asking for help in bringing her home. The very next day, Celeste returned to her home in Lake Elsinore. And I'm curious, who brought her home? Because to me, that's a little concerning, right? Leo said, Flo, I saw comments on Reddit saying Ginny is working for SF, and that way he can post things that he can't share. Damn, wouldn't that be a trip? Hold on. Flo's gonna knock down my green screen, then I'm gonna be exposed so you guys can see this mess I got here in the studio. Yoshi, don't knock it over. Let's see, where are we at? Josh Marshall later addressed the accusations that he ignored warnings about Celeste. He denied receiving any emails and stated that he had zero knowledge of anything. Josh seemed more focused on safeguarding his company's interest and his own priorities than on the safety and well-being of a missing child, while deliberately providing false information about what he knew. So here are some of the photos. I'm assuming these are photos of that same night. You see it says that Celeste is right here. Let me just click on the photos. It says that Celeste is right here in the black hoodie. You can see Josh Marshall right here, and I'm assuming this is David's mom. There's somebody clapping, and it looks like a few people are aware that a camera is there taking photos because it looks like a few of them are looking right at the camera, right? So here's that photo we looked at earlier. Photo of the mom, sister, Celeste, and brother. It says here that Celeste is in the black hoodie with the pink leggings. Again, here's close up of the mom, sister, Celeste, and brother. And I just find it really weird. Like if the mom didn't know, why is the friend, even if it's the friend of the brother, why she is sitting in between the two kids? Just really weird. This photo right here, you can see Josh Marshall. I don't. Oh, this is Josh Marshall right here. Ow, buddy. Ow. Dude, scratch me, buddy. Let's see. What's the next photo? Oh God, Leonardo, have you seen that video? And I just read that one comment that you mentioned about the Gooner vibes. Geez, the lies, the lies, the lies. Isn't it concerning? Foxy Amazon. Hey, Foxy, welcome. How's it going? Good to see you. If the entirety of the internet knows that he's having a relationship with a child, his handlers absolutely know or knew. Yeah, 100%. I think the evidence is damning, right? I don't know if we need to see videos of the two of them doing anything inappropriate for us to believe that they had a relationship. And I think it's just really weird that the police are just sitting on it and waiting and doing absolutely nothing, to bring this guy in, you know. But also, I'm not law enforcement. I'm not entirely sure 100% how the laws work. I don't know if there's a very small window that they have, if they bring them in on these charges of dating a minor, and them wanting to charge him for the crime of murder. Not entirely sure how that would work, but not maybe. I know for sure that the LAPD wants to ensure that they get this right. I feel like because this case is so high profile that there's a lot on the line. I think the reputation of the LAPD is at stake. I mean, not like they would care, right? But I feel like if they screw this one up, the public is going to have a hard time with it. I don't think this is getting the mass attention that it should. And I don't know if it's being covered up because there are far more sinister layers to this, that could implicate even more people. But it is a little weird. It is a little weird, especially the fact that the whole 764 thing was brought up recently, and if there are any ties to that, because that's creepy. It's really odd. It's really weird. Yeah, I think it's just odd. Yep, that's why she says in a post, I didn't got permission to post. That's true. Very, very true. Very sus. MacDizzle. Joash sitting there in the last post. I didn't see that. The top pick. Which top pick was it? They was all in cahoots then for sure. Yep, you see Celeste going in with David's brother, with the Hello Kitty Crocs on. Yeah. I don't know if it's. I think. Well, look, it looks like he's looking right at. He's either looking right at the camera or he's looking right at the mom. I'm assuming that's the mom, right? Yeah, I just found this one really weird. So is he gonna come out on somebody's TikTok and comment on it? If you or I had our car impounded and there was a dead child in the trunk, no way in hell we'd be walking free. Yeah, no, absolutely. I feel like if I had a dead body in my trunk, I'd be in jail that same day, right? And we know that it's possible, that if you kill somebody, they can arrest you and formally charge you for murder, right? Because we just seen this happen literally today, right? By the LAPD in a very high profile case. So, I mean, obviously the circumstances are way, way different, right? But it's possible. It's possible for LAPD to find somebody, bring them in. So we can't say that it's not possible because LAPD did it right before our eyes today. Let's see what else is on Reddit, because Reddit has been dropping some Some pretty good stuff. So we had that. This one says Celeste is yay woohoo and Hello Kitty life girl, and how everyone around her knew. Josh Marshall from Mogul Vision, right? This is Robert, which is the day-to-day manager. So there's day-to-day manager and then his maybe overall manager. I don't know the difference between the managers and what their responsibilities are. Obviously, they would be different if Josh Marshall lived all the way in Florida and didn't have to see him every day. Hold on, buddy. Here, ready? Go get it. Sorry, got to play catch with them too. But yeah, okay, look at this photo right here. So this is the photo that we saw earlier where Celeste was in the background, and it looks like this may have been, okay, so this is the very next day. It's funny because we see a female here. Maybe it's Bella Bowman, maybe it's Lane Cooperstein. This is taken on the 27th, and then we see here the very next day, June 28th, that Celeste is in the same exact spot. Now, after actually seeing this photo, I know there were other photos. Where are they? Is it here? This photo right here. When this photo came out, I knew there was a lot of talk that Trapmore Ross has the deep dives into Reddits. Yep, Foxy Amazon, and he's frequently reading some of the ones that I put up. He definitely is. Yep. But yeah, Trapmore Ross goes hard. He does go hard. Leo, you've never seen it? So when this photo came out, right, I did not believe that this could have been Celeste because it just didn't look like her. And hopefully they have a photo of another moment where she kind of has her hair up. Let me see. Let me find it really quick. This photo right here. So this is a photo of Celeste. Looks like this is a photo that may have been taken at home. And this is an image of that photo that we were just looking at previously. Let's focus right here, right? After seeing that previous photo that we did look at, I believe that this really is Celeste. I didn't believe it could have been her because normally you see her, and it's weird because here in this photo right here, she's actually not even wearing her hoodie, meaning that her whole entire face is exposed and shown to people around her, right? And so going back to, where's that photo at? Which photo is it? Going back to this photo right here, seeing this person right here in the corner, it's hard not to believe that this is also Celeste, right? Because the day before that, we saw this major bombshell. When this photo came out, this was also one of those major bombshells too. This photo came out and everybody was like, oh my God, she's backstage. Now you can see whoever took this photo, it looks like they were the same person that took this photo, right? Because you see the same people standing in the back. Maybe this is potentially Josh Marshall. Not really sure. Don't know if this is maybe security. But you can see another female standing right here behind the light. And then you see Celeste in the same exact spot. So in that photo where you can see her and she has her hair up, it's so hard to not believe that this is definitely Celeste, right? And we'll kind of go back to the other photos too. That this person right here in these photos is Celeste. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4 males, right? That were in the presence or in the company of a 13-year-old, 14-year-old. No, let's see. When was this? She was 13 at the time. This was June 2024. So before she even turned 14. So she was 13. So was her hair up in both pics? So here, this is a photo right here. This looks like her hair is up in the photo. And I think there's an even clearer photo right here. So here in this photo, these two photos right here, and from the looks of it, it looks like these photos are taken by somebody that's in the actual crowd, right? So maybe a fan had taken this, and whoever submitted these photos or maybe videos, God bless your soul, because we never would have seen these images. But yeah, in this photo, um, you can see, I think this is Celeste, because in the same photo where he's wearing the same clothes, you see her in this corner right over here, right? Here's even closer photos. I don't know who posted these. I don't know if it's Ginny the Ween. I think she was 12 to 14 regarding the physical part of their relationship. So Foxy, you think that when they were together, she was between the ages of 12 and 14? But obviously they definitely knew each other. Men, right? Men. There were men there that should have known better, should have done the right thing, right? She could have ran on stage, so David had to place his drones to watch over her. I feel like Celeste knew better than to make a scene, especially in public. Let's remember, right? This girl was most likely in love with him. It's hard to not think that maybe this could have been like the best thing to happen to her. Maybe she's seen this as her ticket out, right? Knowing that she lived in a disgruntled family where she was fighting every day with her family, and maybe she just saw this as her ticket out of whatever she was going through, and she saw the opportunity and took it. Now, this probably was with a little bit of help of grooming and whatnot, right? But I had to stop and kind of put myself in her shoes too. If I was in the situation that I was in with family and I was not feeling it at home, could I have potentially done the same thing? I mean, it's hard to say that I wouldn't have, right? If things at home were really shitty and all I wanted to do is just get out of the house and not be there, and I have a close a close tie to this potential celebrity who's paying attention to me. If I was in her shoes, I probably would have done the same thing, right? Um, I'm not saying it was the right thing. Obviously, David should have known better as the guy, right? Regardless of how old he is, he should have known better that she was way too young for him. Foxy Amazon said, and Lake Elsinore sucks. I've never been to Lake Elsinore. My parents live in Marietta, which is literally like one of the next cities over. So I'm always driving through Lake Elsinore when I'm on my way to my parents' house. But since my parents have moved there, I've heard that it isn't the best area. Also, let's not forget more than likely groomed. Exactly. So she was trained, right? Oh, an absolutely toxic environment. Toxic environment, over the rich life. Maybe she thought that one day that, she would become rich as well. Sharon said it's not the first time they protect Holly Hell. I agree. So here's another image. Well, I think this might be the same night. More images of Celeste in the gray hoodie. Oh no, you're good, buddy. You don't have to move. Yeah, there's more images of her. Ow, 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 you're scratching. You're scratching. Celeste in the gray hoodie. Let's see if they can get close up. I think these are. Sorry, let me see. I've never actually seen these photos right here. It looks like she's out somewhere. These look like side Side profile photos. I guess this is just a comparison. MacDizzle said, yeah, and with a famous guy, she probably didn't think something like this would happen because of her career, money, etc. So she maybe thought she was safe. No, 100%. She was living in a ghetto area. I'm native Los Angelino and have a family home in Lake Arrowhead. Ah. Okay, so Foxy, are you back in LA or you live out there now? I've never seen these pictures. This is crazy. Yeah, no, I mean, these people on Reddit, I gotta salute you guys. These people that are doing like crazy, crazy deep dives and find this stuff. Yeah, this is Yoshi, the CEO. This guy is the boss. He's allowing me to do these lives for you guys. But yeah, let's see, where were we? Side profile comparison. Even more side profile comparisons. So this is obviously the video that took place. This was released. So it says here September 8th. I don't think this video came out September 8th. I want to say this video came out September 29th. Right around the end of September, I believe, is when TMZ released these, because I remember it was day after day after day that they were releasing videos that were kind of damaging to Celeste's character. And what I mean by that is, I want to say the 29th or the 28th is when they released this video. And then the very next day after that, they released the ex-boyfriend video, the one who came out and said, oh, she lived in a horrible household. She always fought with her parents, blah, 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 blah. And she just wasn't happy. And then the very next day after that, on October 1st, was when LA Magazine with Lauren Conlin came out, and they did this exclusive video where they were announcing that D4VD, or David, had signed Blair Burke to be his criminal defense attorney. So I definitely remember it was towards the end of September when TMZ leaked this video. And why? Why? To kind of gain and control the narrative, right? And if you guys know like Blair Burke and how she works, are they closing Six Flags? Yo, yeah, I heard that they are. I'm in northern Los Angeles near Six Flags, so you're around like Santa Clarita, Valencia area. Out there up off the 5 and 14. My brother is up in Daddy's house. I hate the snow. I'm not a snow person either. Okay. I thought I heard that they were closing. I don't know. All right, anyways, let's continue with these. Y'all like the music that I was playing in the background? Oh, wait, hold on. I just turned off the camera, not the music. Hold up. Where is the music? Hopefully my stream doesn't get cut off with this music. This is supposed to be royalty-free music, so cool. Can you guys hear the music? Type one in the chat if you guys can hear it, because it sounds a little low in my headphones. But I just have it as like background music while I talk, so it's not so dead. They better be giving me my money back. I know, right? Yeah, if they are closing, they better give you your money back. I remember back in 2022, I bought a season pass to Six Flags Magic Mountain. I only went once. It was just too much of a drive to return back out there. All right, let's continue with these photos. Let's see what we got here. Hold on. We have, okay, so this is just one of those zoomed in photos of the Fonda, side profile photos. This one right here is TMZ. This is where they had that little backyard boogie where she was getting down with her Southside neighbors. Here's another photo. So this looks like it was taken home. She obviously has her hair up. And I think this is where they're showing a very similar profile where she has her hair tied up here. Her hair is red, which would kind of match the previous photo where she was in the black hoodie, where you can see she's walking backstage with the brother, right? She had her hair was slightly, or her not slightly, her hair was red in the photo, so that would kind of correlate. This image right here is another side profile photo of her and David at a birthday party. They were both seen at the same birthday party, and if I have photos of this, I'll try to bring them up. I gotta find them. But in this photo right here, this isn't the entire photo, but the entire photo shows David wearing a matching do-rag, and they're at a party. In this photo, you can see that she's wearing that little what's it called, the engagement ring here. All right, before joining David's Discord server in late June 2024, around his performance at the Fonda Theater, David started posting pictures and tagging Celeste using her old TikTok account. This led to speculations among people in the server about who she was and what her connection to David was. So here's a photo of Celeste from, looks like she had like turned around to look before she went backstage with David's brother. This photo right here looks like it was taken at the mansion in one of the bedrooms. It shows that David's lying on the couch, or maybe on the bed, and it shows the same little heather gray hoodie that Celeste may have been wearing in the background. Oh, Six Flags America is closing. Yeah, well, I mean, if they shut down the one that's in Valencia, then there's not going to be a reason to go out there anymore. Hey, don't pull the green screen. Then everybody's going to see the room. Let's see. There's something about this photo right here, right? So you can see here, clearly he's got some hater marks right here on his neck, right? David's got some hater marks on his neck, aka hickeys, which maybe were given to him by this person that's covered. This video, you can see that he's kissing somebody, obviously hiding behind an emoji. He's decked out in the Hello Kitty. You know what's really weird though is I don't know if there are any photos of David and Celeste where he's wearing Hello Kitty, and I feel like he had this Hello Kitty transformation like after her passing, or maybe after her disappearance. So I'm very curious when, if anybody knows in the chat, can you guys find out when let me know when David started first wearing Hello Kitty, because I feel like that's gonna play a key role in when he had his little diva transformation. But if you ask me, this person right here in this photo and whoever he's holding hands with is not Celeste. Again, and the reason why I say that is because I don't think he was wearing or sporting anything Hello Kitty when she was around. And then I was looking at this photo right here, this one specifically, right? And now, although she's wearing that little gold, that little bangle bracelet, I don't know, what is that, like a Cartier bracelet? Sasha, welcome. I don't know if this is the same bracelet that Celeste had worn in different photos. I just don't think that could be Celeste's arm. I feel like Celeste was way thinner, way more tinier. I don't know if this could be her. You guys think this is her? Type one in the chat if you guys think that that's Celeste in these photos. Now, there's been talk that maybe potentially it could be another person by the name of Cassandra Rose. And that's a whole other topic of discussion for another live. But yeah, so here Celeste wearing the gray Heather hoodie, also seen backstage wearing this. This was on night 1, June 27th. And then look here, there's a bottle of alcohol in the front seat of the Tesla. David and the mystery partner at lunch. And then more images of him wearing his choker chain. And it's funny, look, David's wearing a ring on his left ring finger. Actually, is that his left ring finger or is that his right ring finger? Because I'm assuming this photo was taken with the front camera. So if it was taken with the front camera, normally in like iPhone photos, the image is flipped or reversed, especially if you're like posting it on social media. I think it's Celeste. It's from her TikTok, right? Yes, I think it was from the Yay Woohoo 7 TikTok. And there's been some rumors and speculations about who that account may actually, maybe. I have a feeling like Celeste didn't really have her own Instagram. I feel like David may have provided her with Instagrams that she could use. And so these were some of the ways that she, that's the reason why she had so many different ones. Because if you think about it, somebody at the age of 13 can't really create their own Instagram accounts anyways, because I think the terms of services don't allow you to if you're underage. Now, obviously, I think if you can just change your date of birth, then maybe you could get away with it. But she had to do any kind of like verification, then there'd be no way that she could create her own account. Right? She just wasn't old enough to do it, right? Terms of service probably would have flagged it, and deleted her account. Now today, they have like teen accounts, right? But I think that has to be set up by an adult. Let's see. Okay, somebody sent this to me today too, so it's funny that this popped up. Celeste joined David's Discord on July 11th, 2024 with a new account username Yay Woohoo. Or Yay Wow. Immediately after joining, she introduced herself as David's new girlfriend. However, the majority of people, including David's mod team, Safia, Skylar, Kylie, Maddie, Ice50, Zerks, already knew who she was, despite their denials, which were later proven to be untrue. David had to mask her public appearance and online identity. So here on 7/11/2024, she says, "Hi guys, I am David's girlfriend." If I'm not mistaken, she had this profile photo in another on another account somewhere too. He embodied her Hello Kitty. Leo said, didn't he have Hello Kitty on his TikTok when he says he met her in 2021? I think he said I met my Hello Kitty girl, but I don't know if that's when he started wearing Hello Kitty. I think Celeste is a little darker too. Yeah, MacDizzle, that's what I was thinking too. So she's a lot thinner and maybe her complexion is a little darker. I think it's Celeste. It's from her TikTok. She had like 5 accounts. I bet David made her. Yeah. No, I don't think David made her make them. I think David made them and allowed her to use them. And the reason why I say that too is because there's been speculation or thoughts that another girl by the name of Cassandra Rose may have been utilizing the Yay Woohoo account. And the reason why I say that is because you guys remember that photo where you can see the Celeste's purse, the purse that belonged to Celeste in the background of one of his TikToks. They were saying that now there's speculation that he could have taken that bag and given it to this Cassandra girl. And Cassandra was someone who I believe was a super fan. Let me see if I have photos of her. We're gonna have to kind of talk about her too, because let me see. Sorry, y'all. 1 second. Gotta find her now. Okay. No, this isn't showing up. I'm gonna have to change it here. So this is Cassandra Rose right here. This is another girl who had tattoos. So here you can clearly see that she's got a D4VD tattoo on her, I don't know, right or left arm. I'm assuming it's on her right arm. So D4VD. And apparently this was somebody who was also utilizing the handle YayWoohoo7. Right, here's another image of her. You see right here. And so also, I don't know if you guys have heard about this person, but there's speculation too. Hold on, let me just kind of make this image a little bit smaller so we can blow it up a little bit more. So if you guys take a look right here, it looks like there is like red ink on her finger, right? Yeah, MacDizzle, this girl's actually got a tattoo of David. Now, if you guys look right here on her finger, you can also see that there is red ink on her finger, and there is speculation that she may also be the one that has the word David written on her ring finger. And this is the photo right here. There's speculation that she might be the one with this tattoo. And that, but also there's this image right here, right? Of that let me see. There's this image right here of somebody wearing their engagement ring, and you can see that there is red ink on the ring finger. It was after Sharon said, "That's what I thought." It was after she was gone. It was like his connection to her. Yeah, it was really weird, right? That he was wearing this stuff. Let me just make this smaller so we can. So you can see here, there's photos of the red tattoo. Let's see. Oh no, we looked at this one already. And so there's also, so this is the same photo that was in one of the ones that we looked at previously. Harley Quinn, because your man is a joker for reals, or just a joke now. I saw an interview with a tattoo artist that tatted at David's parties and said that she refused the tattoo. Foxy, if you have that interview, please send that to me. That's one that I haven't seen, and I've heard about it, but I haven't actually seen it. That's my email right there. So yeah, if you could it be 2 rings? Who knows, right? Did the Hello Kitty collection with David start in February 2024? That's a good question, Goal. That's one thing that I haven't really paid attention to. I know that he had this weird obsession with Hello Kitty, but I don't know if that Hello Kitty obsession started while Celeste was in the picture or if it took place after the fact. That pic of Cassandra in red on Reddit, they were saying that was Celeste's Hello Kitty phone. Oh, wow. Hold on one second. You said the one in red? This was Celeste's phone? You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if Celeste never even had a phone, right? And if the phones that these people are using have always been David's, and the reason why is because he needed to be able to control everything that has gone in and out of that phone, right? So if this phone was the same phone that Celeste may have had, it could have been his phone that he lent to either of them, right? Ooh, Foxy, that's interesting. Yeah, I definitely want that video if you have it. I want to check it out. Yes, Foxy, my son has been speaking on the tattoo artist at the party. Yeah, definitely heard. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it might have been a female tattoo artist too, right? I'll have to look and see where it is. And do me a favor, guys, if you guys can, hit that like button. If you guys aren't, hit that subscribe button. I was just taking a look at my analytics, and it says that 76% of my viewers are not subscribed. So do me a favor and hit that subscribe button, please. It's free. It costs you absolutely nothing, right? But yeah, subscribe so I can keep doing this, right? I love coming out here. I love talking to you guys. I enjoy everybody's company. You guys are amazing. I won't even ask you guys to donate anything. We're not a monetized channel, so I'm not asking you guys to donate any money. All I'm asking you guys to do is to support this channel, and the best way you can do that is by liking the video. How did David pay her if she didn't have a phone? Good question. Maybe he provided her with a bank account. Maybe he had maybe he gave her God, I wouldn't even be surprised if he gave her a debit card that he would put money into. That he would, and I think there's a screenshot of him like Apple paying like $9,000 to somebody. I wouldn't be surprised if he was just funneling money back into one of his own accounts. Foxy, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me see. RN Sarchudas. How's it going? Welcome. How's it going? Sorry, where were we at? I got distracted reading the chat. Yes, 2 of everything, maybe even more. I think he got everyone on the same stuff. Like every time they probably have the same. In case they have the same man, why not the same thing, everything else? Yeah, I don't know. It's this case is just so, it's sad for one, right? But it is just so interesting, the level of complexity that this case is, right? There's so many things that are involved, especially him being an artist, and you know, music's over. It's a level of complexity, and honestly, I feel like, you know, if he wasn't into this whole PDF stuff, you know, he had a decent voice. He could have skyrocketed his career even further. He could have gone mainstream and done something major. I could see with his creativity, and mind you, you know, I made music before in the past. I used to be a writer, and so I know that like the level of complexity it takes to make these lyrics, right? And how to have them all correlate and tell stories with it. So Yeah, I mean, shit, if he wasn't this wild in the head, he definitely could have been something bigger. And I want to ask you guys, right? Because I asked this in one of my lives too. With a person this caliber, he obviously has a huge, massive following. He does have fans. Do you think that there's any way for him to bounce back from this? So let's just say, you know, by the sake of God, he's not convicted. There's no charges brought to him. Do you think that he has an opportunity to have his career bounce back? I don't know. I'd hate to think that he does. But yeah, this person right here, I believe. Oops. No, move the photo. There you go. I think that this person may also be the same person here. I don't know. I'll let you guys be the judge. Well, let's see. There's a few more photos here. They already... Okay, we talked about this, right? So, however, the majority of people, including David's mod team, they already knew who she was, despite their denials, which were later proven to be untrue. David had to mask her public appearance and online identity. So you can see her speaking in one of the... Guess, I don't know if this is on Discord or if this is on TikTok. I'm assuming TikTok, so maybe during like a voice chat or something, you can see Zerx, you can see David. This was David's profile picture. What is this? Like one of their private mod chats or mod servers. And it said here, "Hi, I'm David's girlfriend." And Lindsay said, "You must be the one he kept pointing at in Paris." And you can't really see it here, but there's a screenshot that says, so this was posted on July 12th. There's a screenshot here that shows that on June 11th, he had a show in Paris. So I want to ask you guys this, right? If you guys can find any footage or any video of his Paris performance from July 11th, that is definitely something that I want to check out. I want to see what this person is referring to. You must be the one that he kept pointing to in Paris, and see if there's any video that might show that Celeste may have been at the show. Now, unless this is a completely different person, I have no idea. But if this is true at all, and then he took Celeste overseas into Paris, this is definitely one of those cases that should be in the hands of the FBI, right? So Leo, no, I don't know for sure. I don't know that she was, but I mean, obviously, I'm just going based off of what this Reddit is showing us, right, and trying to make sense of all of it. It says here that you must be the one that he kept pointing to in Paris on July 11th. The day before that, he had a show in Paris. So, if it comes out as innocent, I can see him getting a lot of sympathy, but I don't know if he'll get his momentum back. I don't know, Mac. Something tells me that he's got a stan following. You know, his fans are hardcore, and I don't know. I feel like they may potentially allow him to come back. I saw this post on Reddit. It explains everything about the tattoo and Cassandra. Sarchudas, if you have the link to the Reddit, you can send it to my email. Let me see. I'll drop my email in the chat so you can send it. In Paris, well, she was in Vegas at one point, right? Yeah, so I mean, if she crossed state lines, now obviously she was with her family in that photo, so we don't know if David was there too, and I don't know if those photos were at one of his shows. I do remember that it was taken at Caesar's Palace, but I don't know anything further than that. The Hollywood tattoo artist that refused her name, that refused just reference as Jay, she clearly was professional, told her you needed to be 19, She packed up and left. It says in the description, explains everything. Oh, you're talking about of this post? Okay. No, this one explains absolutely nothing. Oh, here it is. Okay. Sorry, you guys. Who posted this? Oh, this was Ginny the Ween, too. Damn, Ginny the Ween. Who was it? Was it Foxy? Who was it that said that she's potentially working for SF Investigates? Because Ginny the Ween has got some crazy skills, some investigative skills. That's wild. David was photographed in Vegas the same day, I thought. That could be. That could very well be Mac Dizzle. I'm not entirely sure, but I do remember that there are photos of Celeste and her family and a family member, maybe Esmeralda or Wendy. And they're at the Caesar's Palace. So let's read it. This was posted 3 days ago. In recent news about David's inner circle, the most central figures appear to be Robert Morganroth, day-to-day manager, GM at Mogul Vision, who stated that he didn't feel it was his responsibility to call law enforcement and that he just wanted to continue with the tour. However, the same day he said about other Mogul Vision and Darkroom executives, namely Josh. Sorry, you guys, I do apologize. I do want to ask. I need to use the restroom. Been holding it for a minute, so can you guys give me a minute? I'll be right back. Just need to use the restroom. I'm sorry, y'all. Sorry. All right, y'all. Y'all caught me. Y'all caught me. I had to turn off the camera though. Ready to goon on the work Zoom meeting. Oh, hell no. Yeah, Yoshi's here in the back. But I did use restroom. Had to do some adult things off camera. So I can't, Yeah, no. Damn, y'all got my blood dropping. No way. Y'all are nasty. Yeah, Yoshi is still hanging out. He's here. All right, let's continue. So where do we leave off at? Mogul Vision, Lane Cooperstein, the GM of Darkroom, David's record label. Excuse me, I burped. My bad. David performed on 3 separate nights between June 27th and June 29th. Celeste was present with them at side stage on all 3 days around David's management team and other crew members. Oh, gosh. Oh, I got a burp. Gotta make sure I hydrate. Where's Where's my song at? This background music's pretty fire. All right. Celeste was present with them at the side stage on all 3 days around David's management team and other crew members. This shows a complete failure by everyone who knew she was spending time with David and chose to do nothing. She had been reported missing multiple times and still nobody took action or confirmed her safety. All parties involved should be held accountable for this unacceptable negligence for knowingly allowing the situation to continue. When you look at what happened ultimately happened to Celeste, it's impossible to ignore how many people let this happen. The Fonda Theater footage is a critical source. This kind of sounds like SF Investigates, right? That would be crazy if he's just, going under Ginny the Ween. The Fonda footage is a critical source of information as it shows Celeste as being behind on the posts she made across her social media accounts. On the first day, Celeste was wearing a black hoodie with pink leggings, while on the following day, she wore a gray hoodie and sweatpants. These outfits match what she posted on her Instagram and TikTok accounts, Yay Woohoo and Hello Kitty Life Girl, where she was covering her face. Some people have argued that it isn't Celeste, so let's dive deeper into the clues and similarities that were found. Since Celeste's second appearance on David's stream, January 11th. Okay, so we do have the timeline. January 11th was when she appeared on the Twitch stream. She began posting pictures on her Dean Bluntlover 444 Instagram account. These included a red ink David tattoo. Okay, and pictures of her wearing. And it's weird if Cassandra has that David tattoo on her finger. We know that she has one on the chest, not on the chest, on the forearm, right? If David's thing was to have girls tattoo a red tattoo with his name on it on all of the girls that he was with. I just find that like really weird if that's how he gets down. So they're wearing similar clothing, right? Such as a brown jacket, black purse, rings, and bracelets while covering her face, similar to what appears on her Yay Woohoo and Hello Kitty Life Girl accounts. David began tagging Celeste on her TikTok account 0907, and shortly after, people started noticing that she was the person appearing with him in pictures on social media and in live streams. Around the same time, comments began appearing about her potentially being a missing 13-year-old child from Lake Elsinore. After realizing that people were coming to David's Discord server and commenting on his social media platforms, he made sure that her online identity remained under his control. See, I've never actually read this before. And made necessary changes to her appearance. Celeste's TikTok account 0907, literally her birthday, had its username changed on March 7th, 2024. Looking into the account change log data, it appears to be the same account linked to Yay Woohoo 7. That's odd. Celeste appeared at her cousin Esmeralda's graduation in May 2024, still showing the same dark hair color, which continued into the following month. Now, these are very detailed timelines. Running away from her home in Lake Elsinore for a third time in mid-2024, around David's 3-night Fonda Theater show from June 27th to June 29th, Celeste appeared backstage with the family with red dyed hair. At this show, she looked different, resembling the same person seen in David's tagged, connected to Yay Woohoo and Hello Kitty Life Girl accounts. That's so damn. I never really paid attention to this, to these details. So let's see. A few other pictures. Sorry, I'm just kind of going back and forth to the chat. A few other pictures were posted around David's Fonda Theater show, suggesting that his close circle was aware of Celeste, as she was staying with him backstage and around the side stage the entire time, surrounded by his management crew and other people. She was wearing the same clothes seen in her social media posts and covering her face. So for the first time at the Fonda Theater's second show on June 28th, David performed his upcoming song, There Goes My Baby, live. Around this time and before Celeste joined David's Discord with the new account, he tagged her in multiple posts and shared stories, including the song cover picture, which appears to resemble Celeste on a swing in a remote landscape. All of this suggests that this David song and its cover were heavily influenced by her. People in David's Discord began speculating about who this person was. Holy Lord. All right, you guys, we're going to get through this together, okay? More pictures began circulating around this time frame. David in the car wash, Celeste's hand reaching out, cupping his chin with a bit of visible red hair on the side. And this one, I don't know, it's a little odd because never in any photos have we ever seen Celeste with straight hair. And in that one photo, she randomly has straight hair. So we've never seen any other photos besides that one. So that's a little odd. And in another picture, straightened dark auburn hair while kissing, again with her face hidden. You can also see her red ink David tattoo on her left index finger. There's been a lot of debate about whether this was really Celeste. Some note that she normally has thicker, curly hair, whereas this straightened hair looks thin, and that her skin tone appears darker, while in the picture she looks paler. A logical explanation is that the selfies were taken in David's Tesla, where lighting is tricky. Bright interiors and windows can dramatically affect. Okay, so this is all just speculation, right? And I don't know how comfortable I feel with just these speculations about the white interior and light shining and exposure, blah blah blah. I don't know. You're gonna have to give me a little bit more than just a lighting explanation. Again, due to lighting, right? Other factors such as camera angle, filters, and photo editing also affect how she appears. I mean, I'm not going to take that as actual proof. I can understand it, right? I'm a videographer myself. I shoot a lot of artists and do a lot of shows too, so I can understand where they're coming from. Let's see. A clear example is looking at David in same selfies. The lighting makes his skin appear lighter than usual. I like how they have to like overly explain this, right? And the same effect applies to Celeste's hair. In this bright environment, Celeste's naturally curly hair appeared frizzy and straightened, while from other angles it appeared darker. While we see similar situations when Celeste appeared at the influencer. Oh, okay, so at the influencer Nora's birthday party. So this was the one where they're wearing the same do-rag. They both have that matching black and gold do-rag. During this time, she also posted an Instagram story on her Hello Kitty Life Girl account showing herself with David at the Hollywood Hills mansion. Let me see. Oh, sorry, I'm just looking at comments. No, Steve is not Ginny. I don't think so. I'm just saying, somebody had mentioned earlier that they think that maybe Ginny's working for SF Investigates. And SF did say that he works with David Mods. Ginny too, who knows? Looks like the mountain's on fire. Let's see, where are we? During this time, she also posted okay. There are also discussions suggesting that people believe that Hello Kitty Life Girl could be Cassandra. Okay, so crazy. I don't know why I didn't think to read this first. There's also discussion suggesting that people believe that Yay Woohoo Hello Kitty Life Girl could be Cassandra Rose, which is the girl that I showed you earlier with the tattoo of David, the David name right here on her forearm, right? Or Celeste Herrera. Okay, however, none of the evidence actually supports this. Cassandra was just a big fan of David and even got one of his t-shirts at one of his 2023 shows. She has an actual tattoo of David on her right forearm, unlike Celeste, who only had a small red ink David tattoo on her left index finger. Some of Cassandra's TikToks were posted showing a small red ink tattoo on her finger, but it's hard to read what it says, and it was on the opposite hand from the Celeste tattoos. As for Celeste H, there are no clues suggesting that it was her. I don't know. Let's see. We'll take a look at the... Do I still have it on here? Is there any more to this? No. I'm curious. We're going to have to look at that closer. They're also discussed. Where are we at? Celeste created her Yay Woohoo account on Discord immediately after she began interacting with members of the server, and she introduced herself as David's new girlfriend. She started posting various pictures, including her red ink David tattoo and an engagement ring. She also shared pictures of herself and David backstage at the Fonda Theater and showcased her TikTok Yay Woohoo account. On this TikTok account, she also linked another burner Instagram account named Wowness2, which is very indicative that it was Celeste, as she was following her brother and sister and her cousins here. Okay. Wowness2, that's the screenshot where you can see her talking to a friend, Alyssa, or she's talking about like having S with Gus, and they were talking about, you know, bleeding and whatnot. Sorry, I just saw somebody post something, which is very indicative that it was Celeste. Okay. The sister cousin accounts were also following each other, and notably, this account included Esmeralda and Celeste's aunt Dora as followers. The very next day, she participated in a group call with David fans and Discord mods. At the time, many of the moderators denied knowing Celeste, but this was not true. They did know her. During the call, they were watching and reacting to David's song and lyric video, There Goes My Baby. Interestingly, her voice can be heard in the group call, and from the voice comparison videos that I've made, it's safe to conclude that Celeste is behind these social media accounts. The last indication of Celeste with her changed appearance was at influencer Noor's birthday party on July 27, 2024. Reports of when her body was found noted that she had matching tattoos with David, but there was no mention of her red David tattoo. A possible explanation is that Celeste had the red ink David tattoo on her left index finger as early as January 2024. The last known picture of her with it are from early July 2024, around the Fonda Theater timeframe, and again at influencer Noor's birthday party in late July 2024. David got his tattoo around September 2024. We don't know the full details of what the LAPD has found, but it's possible that Celeste got the same tattoo as David around that time. Since small tattoos can fade quickly, it's reasonable to think that the red tattoo faded and that she may have gotten the tattoo on her right. Oh, okay, her right index finger. Sorry, I'm thinking about like the red tattoo. In conclusion, it's hard to ignore that Yay Woohoo 7. Okay, all of these accounts, additional information. David and Celeste at the Fonda. Damn, there's a whole gallery. I have to check that out. Celeste voice comparison. Should we look at them? David and Celeste backstage at the Fonda Theater. All right, let's go take a look at the rest of these photos. So there's Josh. Okay, we've already done this. Celeste is here. Celeste is here. June 27th, June 28th. June 27th, day 1. So we see that the trio of friends are there in attendance too, and I'm curious. You know, it's really weird, right? That everybody is in these photos except for Celeste, and why wasn't she in any of these photos? I'm curious. Why wasn't she in any of them? I mean, they were together, right? Or at least she thought they were together. So why didn't her boyfriend take any photos with her? Again, we've seen this a gang of times today. So mom, sister, Celeste, brother, clearly hiding her identity. This is Celeste gray sweatpants here. And this is a photo. Apparently, this is Celeste putting her arms around David. And they were saying that this is supposedly her holding his baby bump. with that indication that they were talking about like the whole pregnancy and she was expecting. Here's another image of Celeste with the gray sweatpants. You can't really see much here. So David's Fonda Theater show on June 28th in the dressing room on day 2. Here's another image. Looks like he's wearing different clothes though. Dang, In-N-Out sounds so fire right now. I might have to make a trip after this. And if you guys aren't from California and you haven't had In-N-Out, you're missing out. That's all I can say. You guys are missing out if you haven't had In-N-Out. You can't name another fast food chain that's got a better burger. You can fight me on that. All right, Celeste is right here. Gray hoodie, gray hoodie. This is June 28th. Celeste in a gray hoodie with her hair up. And at this time, her hair is colored red here. So I think in closer photos, you can see that she's got a little bit of a red tinge right here. Here's Rob Morgenroth, literally a foot or two away from her, right? There she is again. Here's Rob. Here's Rob. He's literally in the same company as her. Damn, how could you not feel guilty, Rob? How could you not feel guilty? I've read magazines or articles that basically said that, like, asking why you didn't call the police after you discovered her body in the trunk. I've only seen that on like one article and then one video. But if that holds any truth to... Actually, I want to say it was like Tier Talks. And he was talking with that former FBI agent Coffendoffer. I think that's when they also mentioned it too, that he didn't call the police after discovering the body. So if that holds any weight and he knew, you know, that her dead body was in that frunk and you're sitting here in the company of this girl, dude, that makes you look like a fucking bitch. I'm sorry. Like, what kind of man does that? You know exactly who this girl is. You know everything about this girl. You're his day-to-day manager, right? You know what David's eating for breakfast. You know his daily schedule. Like, how could you not have called the police? And no wonder Beth Silverman was grilling the hell out of you. Yeah, I mean, if you're not willing to report that the moment you find out if that's true, I can't help but believe that you're a suspect. Dilladang said, sadly, it was everyone's responsibility. What the F? Just because it's not your child don't mean it's not your responsibility. Yeah, 100%. 100%. I'm assuming this is the same day, June 28th. You can see Celeste right here. The gray hoodie right here. Side profile. So here she is. She's not quite in the corner, right? But who's that right next to her? Rob Morgenroth. Day-to-day manager. That's wild. This looks like a very young Celeste here. Maybe not even 9 or 10. Bad character, bad morals, bad values. 100%. He literally licks David's ass. Allegedly. Top right pick 100% looks like Celeste. Which one was it? This one right here. Yeah, 100%. And when these photos came out, you know, it was really hard to say if this was her because I felt like it was really reaching. It was so blurry. But after seeing those other photos where she was wearing the gray hoodie and in a different setting, though, hands down for sure. And then comparing the fact that they had that other video of her in the corner, or that other photo, definitely her. This guy's, oh man, they're gonna love him in jail. And it's crazy though, right? As a music or a record exec, if you own your own company and you want to protect yourself, aren't you going to want to protect your company and give up everything that you know to ensure that your company sticks around? This MF literally knows what David shit smell like. I feel like everybody, I don't even want to go back to that 4th of July video. He made sure that everybody knew that his shit smelled, right? Because he was talking about how his bathroom stank because he took a shit 2 hours ago. We'll watch that video too. All right, again, can somebody fact check for me the date that TMZ video came out? I want to say September 29th. And I think that this video is not accurate, but somebody please check the date on that. Maybe go back to TMZ. Somebody check TMZ on Instagram and see when they actually posted it. Let me see if I could find it. But if anybody can do me the honor of finding it, I would appreciate you guys so much. Hold on, I need to pull something back up. All right, Leo, appreciate you. Thank you. But they had no idea who she was, right? I'm telling you. Foxy said, but doesn't know about an underage girl all up in everything. 100%. She still has her baby face, right? We're talking about this photo back here. Nope, never heard of her. There's no way they thought it was a decoy Celeste this whole time. You got me fucked up. Yep. Her little chunk still around the jaw area and her neck right here. You're talking about like this area right here. Yeah, right. She's probably growing out of her baby fat. This photo right here, I don't know where this photo came from, but you can definitely see she looks young. Jazz, that's why I feel like it's her at the concert because of her baby face and chubby cheeks. The video obtained by TMZ was recorded by Nest Camera on September 8th. Okay. So you checked it on TMZ's article? Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, it was like her birthday, but 2024. I could have sworn it was on a different day. I didn't know that it was actually her birthday. Or her birthday was September 7th, right? So maybe that makes sense. The day after her birthday. So she was she home on her birthday? Now that was a cover up for the smell this poor child rotting somewhere in his pad. And I'm telling you, some of the stuff that was said in that video just make it sound super sus. Flo, that video, the date is edited. On the neighbor's video, you can tell big time. She looks like she's 10. I have 2 goddaughters. One is around Celeste's age when she first met David, allegedly, and another at 13, so close to when she passed. They are babies. Hormonal babies. They don't know how. Yep. Yeah. It was posted. Okay. Leo said it was posted on the 29th, I think. Okay, so the video was actually recorded on the 8th, but posted on the 29th. That would make more sense. Because I when I made my video about controlling the narrative, I just remembered that there was a series of events that came out from TMZ, and then LA Magazine about them. Not so much LA Magazine's part, but TMZ put out this video of them arguing with the neighbor, of Celeste arguing with the neighbor. Then TMZ the very next day, on September 30th, released the video of the ex-boyfriend who was all disgruntled, or who said that her her family was disgruntled. They had problems at the house. And then September has what, 30 days in it? Right? Okay. Yeah, 30 days. And then on October 1st, Lauren Conlon came out with the exclusive that said David hires a high profile defense attorney or criminal defense attorney, Blair Burke. And then I learned that very same day that I found that out, I learned that LA Magazine is owned by Mark Garagos. Play the neighbor video. Watch how it's cut off in the middle of that video. Let me find it. We'll find it. TMZ. Okay, hold on. Let me make sure that I actually have. Okay, we're going to play actually both videos. So first we'll show the video footage of the argument that took place. We're gonna stop this. We're gonna play this video. I'm gonna mute myself. I need to make sure. Hold on. Let me just fix that. Chrome. Okay, here we go.
Number 2, not that.
And apparently this is footage of an argument that took place. I don't know if this was at Celeste Rivas's house, but it took place between her and her neighbors due to a prank that her family decided to pull on her.
Let me talk real quick, okay? You gonna let me talk? I ain't gonna let you talk. No, you ain't gonna let me talk. Why you not gonna let me talk? You tripping. I ain't tripping. Nah, you tripping. How about you ain't tripping? You gonna let a woman talk? All right, I'm not gonna let your woman talk.
I see over here. Again.
Your little house, you don't even got a house.
Hey, bro.
Hey.
Yeah, ain't nobody black right here, homie. We're Southsiders right here, homie.
We're Southsiders here,
Get it right,
homie.
homegirl. Shut up with your black talking. Shut up. You talking like you black, girl, with your black talking.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Ain't no.
And I don't know if these are her actual family members, but this guy is obviously laughing at the situation.
Shut up. You talking like you black, girl, with your black talking.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Ain't nobody black right here.
Yeah,
What are you
you're just
talking
laughing.
about? I said we're not black over here. Why you keep calling us? You keep saying this, we're not black. Hey, let it go. Go back to your house.
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 You're not doing nothing, bro. What you gonna do? You know.
So here, as you can see here, it says that it was posted. Well, this isn't from TMZ, but I'm assuming this was posted the same day because once it came out, everybody was posting it, right? So September 29th. This could be footage from September 8th.
Gangster, you ain't nothing, you know what I mean? What you are but a little girl. What you but a little girl. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I don't go 1 hour. You need to go home. Seriously.
I'm not Mexican. I'm Salvador and you tripping.
Oh my god.
Not because you tripping. Move the out of here.
You ain't gonna do shit. You ain't gonna do shit. You better get over there. Get your over there, little girl.
I'm over here, stupid.
Go there, little girl. You ain't gonna do shit. Go. Go. What are you gonna do, bro?
Go call her dad, babe.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, little girl?
After this video came out, the only thing that I could ask myself is what is the point of posting this video? This video, there's absolutely no point in posting this video. Like, is your goal to show the public how unstable she was? Because that's not what I got. You know, I just got a young teen who was pranked by a family members into just talking shit. And who knows what happened, right? This video gives absolutely no context to what is actually going on. And the fact that it was a prank that was done on her parents or maybe her family, because I don't know if it was her parents, but on her family, just means that she was provoked into doing it and acting like this. September 29th, which is weird, right? Because this video right here, hold on. We'll play this video right here. So if we take a look at here, September 30th, the very next day, TMZ put out a video. Let me just fix this too. Right here. TMZ put out this a video the very next day about the ex-boyfriend. Oh, where are you getting this? And
friend who lives still in the same area where Celeste grew up, and we don't talk, but he is talking generally
well or whatever,
sitting next to his mother.
She said how her mom didn't treat her well or whatever, and she didn't like where she was at.
Did she talk at all about her relationship with her parents?
Kind of. She just said they were mean or whatever. Kind of. She just said they were...
Relationship with her parents?
Kind of. She just said they were mean or whatever. She didn't like them.
What is your last memory?
Kind of. She...
About her relationship with her parents?
Kind of. She just said they were mean or whatever. She didn't like them.
What is your last memory that you have of Celeste?
We were at PE, and she told me and my friend that she was running away. And she said it was because of her parents, and she was like joking about it, and she was like happy, like joking like she always was, and like it didn't seem real because like she was like playing around, joking about it, and the next day she wasn't at school, and like that's the last time I saw her.
Yeah, so she had run away, as you know, and we've talked about several times. She ran away in January of 2024, came back and police got her in February in Hollywood, and then she ran away in March of 2024.
Hold on, wait, what'd they say?
February times. She ran away in January of 2024, came back and police got her in February in Hollywood, and then...
Okay, so police came. That doesn't make any sense. And police did absolutely nothing to look into it when they picked her up the first time.
And she ran away in March of 2024. Now, we're told that's the last...
Nah, Della Dang, for sure, that wasn't me. That's why I had to play it back so many times, because I heard random ass whispering. I thought it was one of you guys, but I remember that you guys are just in the chat. But yeah, had me tripping out for a second. I 100% think that this was scripted. They were coaching him into saying things.
Time the family saw her, although there's some conflict over whether she came back after that.
Well, yeah, so it was interesting too, his interview. I mean, that matches up with what we're hearing from law enforcement, that that she had some type of troubled home life, and that was the reason for her running away, obviously. And then we got this video yesterday, which was kind of shocking, because we thought maybe the last time her mom had seen her, or her parents had seen her, was...
That's exactly what I'm asking, Leo. How can you contact LAPD, or if she comes, LAPD comes to pick her up, take her back home, are they not coming back to look into this situation a little bit more? Like, that's weird.
Was one of the last times she had ran away.
Right, in spring.
In the spring
of 2024.
So we spoke to a neighbor directly in an apartment right next door to where she lives. They had Nest camera. I believe we're going to show
camera
it.
footage that was, this is from September 7th, 2024, and Celeste is the woman you see there. She was arguing with the neighbors because some kids were doing
the context of the video is she lived right next door. Kids in the apartment building had ding-dong ditched her house, so she was going over there to confront the kids. And at the time, they didn't. The neighbors didn't really think anything of it. They're just like,
They
oh,
had
this is.
seen the missing posters, but they was like, oh, well, she's here.
After she left, they were talking. They're like, oh, that was the girl from the missing posters, because the family had gone up and down the block with the missing posters back in April.
So wait a minute. So the idea here is that she came back in
September 2024
to her family.
Yeah.
Hey, Anakin, come over here for a second.
We don't know if she was back there staying with them or she just went back to visit.
But she was clearly right next door to her family home on September 8th.
We have a mic. Oh, you have a mic.
We spoke to Celeste's mother before she was even identified, because
Natasha, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Dilladank says, Flo, this was a pattern of theirs to get us to think the worst of Celeste. Exactly. I'm telling you guys, if you guys go back and watch the live that I did on controlling the narrative, I literally kind of break this down in a little bit more detail. But I'm kind of reviewing some of that stuff right now too. I'm just kind of showing you if you guys know Blair Burke and the way that she kind of takes control over the situation, is she attacks everything before it even goes to trial, right? And the whole goal in what she's doing is to create doubt. Her goal is to create doubt. Just like what's going on right now, right? There's a whole bunch of confusion, a whole bunch of doubt. And that is all because that is the style in which Blair Burke gets down, right? Why do you think David Morganroth is getting thrown under the bus right now? They're attacking him, right? This is supposed to be David's day one. His day-to-day manager is supposed to be the person that looks after him. Now they come out with an article that he had more to do with it, right? The other day, TMZ came out with an article that said Morganroth has personal ties to David. You know, as if we didn't fucking know this already. Like, Reddit knew this. You know, all the content creators that are posting videos about this knew this like 2 months ago, that Morganroth was the day-to-day manager. But what are you going to do? You're going to come out and throw him under the bus, right? And make him look like the bad person. So then that way you can create this kind of doubt and be confused, right? Like, oh, if he's supposed to be the day-to-day manager, why is he getting grilled? Well, how much responsibility does he hold? Now again, something has me wondering, does Morganroth have anything to do with the disappearance or the unaliving of Celeste? And unless he may have potentially been viewed as a suspect, right, in this case, and was granted immunity, suspects are never usually allowed in these grand juries, right? So, I don't know. That's a question that we have to ask ourselves. Does Morganroth hold any kind of responsibility in the unaliving? Because remember, they said this person may have been, or not may have been, was involved before, during, and after the death of Celeste. So, is Robert still testifying? No, apparently he did 3 days, and I believe that may have been last week, right? So Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So he had 3 days of grilling by Beth Silverman. And I'm curious, right? Because they reported last Wednesday or maybe last Tuesday that the female person was, on the verge of getting arrested because they refused to testify. I'm curious, did that person ever testify? And also knowing that TMZ has an ear to the wall every single day, they're not reporting on any other people that are testifying. I don't know about that. Something tells me that you are. But Rob Morganroth, you got to take one of these home. He's gonna hold the L. He's gonna hold the L. His record label's gonna hold the L. You get another one of these. But yeah,
we got
Let's
it.
see what else I have to say.
She only.
And something is really, really off about this tip that TMZ received by an anonymous tipper, right? Anonymous tipper. TMZ is so quick to like break news. They always want to be the first people to talk about things. And it's just so funny that this person is anonymous. You know, what's the whole purpose in protecting a person making an anonymous tip? Um Maybe because the tip probably came from the defense. I don't know. Bro, you know his ass snitched. They just don't want to move fast because it will put them in danger. Natasha said, may they make him talk, make him a snitch so David party getting scared? Yeah. Stoic said, oh yeah. About Rob, doesn't he have a daughter that's around the same age as Celeste? Um, I don't know if Rob does. I know for sure Josh Marshall does. And if you guys have seen photos of his daughter, striking resemblance to Celeste, which is crazy. I don't have those photos. I'm not going to show them just because she's a minor. But yeah, I've seen photos of them as a family, and his daughter, you know, is mixed. I think maybe Caucasian and black. And yeah, she looks striking resemblance to Celeste. So if Josh Marshall has anything to do, bro, you have a daughter that's practically the same age. SF ruined their whole plan. Not gonna lie, their bonus check is gonna bounce. Oh yeah, Morgan Roth's attorney probably got his ass immunity. Well, I mean, should have done the same for that female who refused to cooperate. You know, how could he not care so much? Right? This is the same question that I'm wondering. I think it's Josh Marshall with the kid the same age. Yeah. Well, they better be scared. Also, hey everybody, Stoic, welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, I think it's just crazy. Why his wife look like his daughter's older sister? Yeah, no, dang, definitely. I just saw those photos today, and I was shocked. I was baffled to see his daughter and see, you know, how closely there's a resemblance to Celeste. So sad.
Only speak Spanish. Anakin speaks Spanish.
But do you guys not find this tip, this anonymous tip, you guys don't find it weird? Like TMZ would be so fast to throw you under the bus or expose something, but they don't want to talk about who gave them probably the biggest tip to identify who this person is that was placed in the frunk. That doesn't make any sense to me. Why would they want to cover that up? Can you show the videos you clicked?
And you
Which ones?
talked to her.
Yeah.
Which ones? I don't even want to get into this one right here. She's busted. Let me know, Leo.
What we reported was the last time the family saw her was March of
April.
2024.
So I never got a specific month from her. All I know is that she said that she hadn't seen.
Leo, I would not be surprised if it was Esmeralda, because to be honest with you, to me that makes the most sense. If you can find that article or that Reddit post that claims that Esmeralda was the one that called, let me know where that's at, because I haven't seen that yet. I definitely haven't seen that yet.
Years until news of her death.
A couple of years.
Well, it certainly wasn't a couple of years because she was there in April.
If she was right
early
next, the
2024.
mother had to her house.
If it was September, it was less than a year.
Well, certainly at that point it's less than a year.
About a year. Yeah.
What's really striking about this incident, though, is it is exactly 1 year before the body was discovered in David's Tesla, to the day.
Right. Oh, that's right.
You know, the neighbors told us that they thought that she was just back home, but it seems like she was going back and forth.
Poor girl.
It
You guys see
seems
this
that
video
way.
right here too. This video of the live stream. Now, I've had my fair share of partying back in the day.
But neighbors told us that
you can definitely, I can definitely tell just by looking at her facial expressions.
You know, the neighbors told.
Right, that look right there.
Told us that.
That look right there.
They thought that she was just back home, but it seems like she was
That, especially the smacking of the lips,
going back and forth.
that rolling of the jaws indicates to me that she may have been under the influence. So, I don't know. Poor girl at the age of 13, you know, probably into drugs and partying. Foxy, you said it. You said it. I didn't say it. You said it. Right? But yeah, 100%. 100%. And at the age of 13, that I can only imagine. Yeah, definitely rolling balls, right? Surprised, there wasn't a water bottle in that live stream because she definitely needed it.
It seems that way, and it's different from the initial report, which was
that she was
the final
just
time
gone
she
to
was
Hollywood.
seen was in March, and she went to Hollywood, and that was it.
Okay, so yeah, this one little sus. Let me see. Are we done looking at these photos? I don't know if any of these posts had any photos on or any videos. Oh, here's another video too, or photo. God, I keep saying video. Here's one of the two of them close together. I don't think we actually went through all of these. Let's see. I didn't realize too that this image right here is a picture of Celeste holding her Louis Vuitton bag. She's holding the Louis Vuitton bag in one hand. In the other hand, she's holding the camera, and she's taking a picture of her purse. And David making the heart hands. At first, I thought it was David and her, putting their hands together. Then I realized that she's actually holding that Louis Vuitton bag that we've seen in other photos, right? Screenshot of somebody that says, "Please adopt me. I need it." David asking Celeste or the person behind the 0907, "Should we?" I don't know what this basically says here. The person has maybe the user ID is the same. Jazz says same PFP, which means profile picture. I just learned that the other day. PFP stands for profile picture. Sorry, y'all, I'm old. And it's the Hello Kitty girl. Here you can see that Celeste is sitting in. Wait, is this David right here? This is David sitting in the driver's seat, and I mean, it would make sense because if you're taking a photo with the front camera, the images would be reversed. And then you can see here, this is another photo of Celeste. I think this was in the middle of a live stream. She's covering her face with like either her hoodie or blanket. Let's see. I meant the Reddit ones, the voice and footage of the Fonda you clicked before. Oh man, hold on. All right, we'll go back to it. We'll go back to the Reddit threads in a bit. Hang tight, Leo. Let's see. Damn, there's just a lot of stuff on Reddit. Similarities between Celeste's account, Dean Blunt Lover, yay woohoo, Hello Kitty Life Girl. What? You're engaged? Haha. Get her tattooed. Why not post him? Is she cute? David said the cutest. Deleted user said, me and David said good night, guys. Bye. Love you too. Can he check DMs when he gets the chance? Oh, these ones. Okay. You're talking about these ones. Okay. Sorry, y'all. Appreciate it. Y'all gotta remind me. I'm getting old. I'm forgetting. All right, let's take a look. So, in the Reddit post, there were these links that were shared at the bottom, and I clicked on them earlier. Totally forgot. So, is it his live music though? I'm not gonna play the sound. Let's go back here. I don't know. Ah, looks like she's walking towards that corner, unless she's just standing there. Okay, I like how they did this. Hmm. Here, we'll play some music in the background. There you go. Doesn't match the vibe. A binky and some Vicks. Y'all are wild. I know who partied. I know who partied in the past. TMZ talks a lot of nothing. BS. Sorry, life is calling. Good night, Flojo. Natasha, thank you for hanging out. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Have a good rest of your night. I could hear the techno. More videos of Celeste right here. And you know, actually, I didn't know that this was an actual video before I saw the screenshots. So, yeah, seeing that. There's Rob. There's the. He's the man, you guys. He's the man. Come here. My baby. Who's that in the other car? Great question. Lane Cooperstein. Oh, sorry, y'all. It repeated. My bad. Okay, that's one video. Here's the other one. Hold on.
Not this.
Hold on. Let's watch this from the beginning.
Yo, why are you doing this?
Oh, that totally sounds like her laugh, right? And it's posted from the Dean Blunt Lover account.
Why are you doing this, yo? This is not this. Can we delete everything? Yo, I need help. I need help. I need help, please.
We need to delete this. Oh, look it. Answer that one. That's so mean if you don't answer. It's controversial of raping kids. Bye, guys.
David's Discord call with mods, couple of fans, Celeste's second account.
Why are you doing this, yo? This is not this.
Exit. Alright. Hold on. I know there was one more link here. Let's see what this one is. No. Okay, so this is just the one of them backstage. All right, let's see. David looks so evil. The system is down. The system is down. Bring out the light gloves. Uh-oh. Start. No. I used to promote for Fresh and KTT. Oh, which one? Which one? I've had my fair share of partaking in these festivities. The other white car he had. Oh yeah, I thought she was rolling big time. And that. Okay, hold on. Okay, for the toy drive. Oh, that white car for the toy drive. I remember that. All right, yeah, delete everything. Yeah, definitely rolling for sure, right? Look at us now trying to figure out what the heck's going on. You know, I just feel like with all this stuff, like we have to go back and look at everything that kind of came out at the beginning of this, because the more we kind of go back and look at it, this stuff's gonna make a lot more sense, right? um, let's see. Neo is also rolling balls in the 4th of July video. Oh, speaking of 4th of July video, let's quickly go back and take a look at this. This is our failed attempt at a car chase. That didn't work. Which one is it? D4VD is in Sakura's Twitch. Is that what it was? Yep. So we talked about this video a gang of times. Very sus video, right?
Did you guys know that me and David are actually related?
My second
Gross.
Yeah.
Me and Asia go like the same.
And I'm curious if they ever hooked up, because something tells me they have. All right, y'all, I'm gonna be off camera. I gotta partake in adult activities.
Family functions, like we go on road trips, like she's in the backseat type. Low key,
Backseat.
I'll be there too, bro. So I'm driving. You're driving? I'm listening to talk. I did. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't see you were driving too. I was like, there's no driving there. My fault.
Are you done?
Yeah.
He was a fairy. Yeah, I'm okay. Thanks. He was a fairy.
I have to take one piss before we leave.
Yeah.
Is that David? No.
Not only that, but she's eating in the bathroom.
Who's that? Let me know when I call her.
That is disgusting. Who eats in the bathroom?
Oh, dude, it's so tragic.
I want you to go under like an alias and make a whole different like genre of music to see if you can blow up again.
I'll be a rapper. Freaking.
Your rapper name? Big D. Big D's good. That's a good rapper.
Just a new word.
Yeah.
Do you like it or not?
You.
You like it or not? Why is Keanu Reeves singing?
Yes.
Keanu Reeves, you?
Yeah.
I guess.
And look, here we have a 20-year-old David Anthony Burke in possession of 2 alcoholic bottles. Not for his consumption.
Yeah,
right?
well, I can try. You know,
Look how quick Neo is to claim that these bottles are his. So he's obviously a vodka drinker.
I mean, low key, am I? I got water. Got a gallon of water. That's not water. Got a lot of water. So much water. That's not. That's water. We fill it up with water. Fill it up with water.
Okay.
Those are mine. Those are mine.
My eyes are up here.
No, wait, so that's. You don't want to play what's up?
Is he half Asian? He should change his name to Neo the half. No, he can't. Don't.
That's water, guys. It's water. What is this?
Magical. Can you put that in the bag?
You got drugs? Oh, wait, let me empty out my pills for me.
He's got his pills.
You got drugs? Oh, wait, let me empty out my pills for me. You put this in the bag too?
Let me empty out my.
Let's see mine. I have a lot of pills. Can you put.
How is Neil's carrying the bag?
Whatever, Neo's carrying the bag.
Fuck you, bro. I'm looking at your packing, bro. Go fuck yourself. I don't even get paid, guys. I'm not even getting paid for this bullshit, bro. Fuck this, bro. Fuck all y'all.
Della Dink said.
Oh. Now, do we make up? Yeah.
AC. Oh, yeah, I apologize in advance for the way my bathroom smelled. I took a shit there like 2 hours.
That's gonna be his new name moving forward, Neo. If we ever talk about this guy, this is how we're gonna refer to him.
Yep. I had to go.
Look at my wall.
You're
still not dressed while this is. Guys, we're about to leave soon.
Everybody is dressed.
We're all chilling, bro. We gotta go.
Look, hold on. Do you guys? This guy is blasted. Look at these eyes, dude. He's probably rolling so hard. Boom, look how his pupils are so dilated.
About to leave soon.
Everybody is dressed.
We're all chilling, bro. We gotta go.
There's no light.
We gotta go. We gotta go.
Okay, ready to go?
Asia slaying with that belly button ring. Hey.
Hey, one funny way.
Are you just rocking that?
Your problem with that?
Are you not rocking anything over it?
Foxy coming in with
He's a
the
belly
heat.
button watcher.
Okay.
That's crazy.
Foxy knows what's up.
You might need to put it on once we get there. Like maybe that's just because I thought.
How far is the face?
Maybe. Oh wait, but I think
Not
you just
too
need to
far.
plug it in first.
No, come in.
And then we have to put that disclaimer, right? Do not harass or dox anybody seen in these videos.
You gotta show your face. You gotta show your face. You gotta show your face.
This right here is Celeste Herrera, the quote-unquote decoy. You know what? I was looking at photos of Celeste Herrera. I mean, you can see some similarities, but she looks nothing like Celeste. I'm sorry. I could see some resemblances, but she looks nothing like Celeste.
Too much? Is that okay? You saw glimpse. Is that too much for a face party?
Celeste
4th of July like
Herrera's
that?
too Filipino.
Never too much. Never too much.
Damn. Poor guy, dude. He needs some rest.
Stop me. Never too much.
What did they say? What did they say?
They said no.
Okay, thank you guys.
Never too much. I'm about to pop my titties too. Swamp is on. Once we get there, I'm pop my titties.
Doesn't look like it.
Okay, I mean, promise
But a bitch ain't one.
Oh, that said you fine. Oh.
That's my dad's favorite song.
That's
For free?
Leo's
David will do a
new
lot
name,
for free.
right?
I do a lot
This this name right here.
Why are you grabbing my shoulders when you
And
say
then we're
that?
calling David
What is
this from now on, right here in the chat.
Oh. I mean, hey, we just last night. Yo. Cool. Hot, bro. I gotta
appreciate you, Foxy.
either shave again or let the goatee grow back out because I'm looking kind of crazy right now, son. I don't like the way I look right now. I look crazy. Oh! Sorry.
Excuse me.
Damn, this guy looks weird. Weird.
Look at that sexy boy right there.
Look at that sexy girl right here.
Look at that sexy man right there.
Twin him, bro.
Sexy man right there.
I'm David's one and only Asian, bro. No one else. Just me and David.
What?
I'm the only Asian for him.
Get the Cardi boys out.
Oh, you switched my.
Oh, we're okay, we're okay.
Don't worry about it.
420,
Anybody want a PS5? Give away a PS5 on Secure Stream. We give away a PS5. Anybody want a PS5? Give away a PS5 on Secure Stream.
It's mine.
So all you gotta do is like, follow, subscribe, and sub for 3 months to get 25 subs. You get a PS5.
Guys, let's peep this candle right here. Look at this fucking candle, bro. Look at this fucking.
All right, you guys, what's up with the candle? What's up with the random pink burning candle? Are they trying to mask a smell? Very odd. Odd behavior. As Della Dank would say, right? What did she say? Let me pull that up really quick. Or was it? Boom. Crackhead behaviors.
What are we doing, bro?
Alright. This is the part 2 that was really sus for me when I went back and watched this again.
Hold up.
Now you can take what he says out of context, or maybe he means it in a different light. Yeah, why is a candle on the piano? No idea. Very odd. Very odd if you ask me.
Can I flip the screen here? Is there anything
Can I flip this screen here?
leaking? Okay.
Is there anything leaking? Now, he could be just saying, is there anything showing that's going to dox where we're at, show anything particular about the house? But they stream in this house all the time, right? What is there to hide? This is not the first time that this living room has been shown. Very odd. Sydney Shea, welcome. what is it, like 4 o'clock in the morning where you're at? What are you doing awake? Yeah, you finally caught alive. How you can't sleep? Well, welcome. Thank you for hanging out and thank you for tuning in. Finally, you made a show. Holy crap, you guys. I've been on for 5 hours. Pretty wild.
I'm doxing you. Where the address is 420 Street.
Whoa!
You guys notice how there's a huge TV sitting on top of 2 chairs? Like they couldn't even like put it up somewhere. Look at this. They have the TV on 2 little chairs propped up on top of 2 pillows. Obviously, you can't see the other side. There's a little PS5 right here in the background too. Della Dank, you gotta do what you gotta do, right? If you're outside taking care of business, you gotta do what you gotta do.
I'm doxing you. Where the address is 4.
Are these the... There's a ton... Hold on. Something's odd about this. Are these the same balloons that were in the bedroom on Valentine's Day? The ones sorry. The same balloons that were in that that Valentine's Day video? And didn't she run away from home on Valentine's Day? And there's video of him and Celeste. What's up, buddy? Didn't Celeste say that she was studying at UCLA? Yeah, well, the rumor is that she claimed to be a 19-year-old student. Hold on, buddy. Come here. Yo, she wants to be part of the stream. So was it 2024 where he said that he didn't have a Valentine, or was it this year where he said he didn't have a Valentine? And what was the date? Hold on, I need to check. Hold on. Oh, buddy, you're gonna fall. Hold on, I want to bring this video up. I just remembered this video right here. This one is odd too. So this was posted 7 months ago in April 28th. Which is very odd, right? Because they say that activity took place in Santa Barbara in the spring. So this was uploaded on April 28th. And this whole conversation between Zach Sang and D4VD is just really odd. 7 minutes, right around the 7-minute mark is what I want to focus on. But there's a few things that he does say early on in this interview that just kind of sounds sus to me. Right? So we'll watch this video. We'll do like maybe the first like 7 minutes or so. And we'll kind of break down some of the things that he says. And this is pretty crazy. Sydney, you're good. You can rewatch it. It's the best part of
prolific,
these lives.
genre-bending artist whose music has gone viral many times, like beyond many times. You're really special.
Thank you.
And yeah, we have a lot to discuss. Everybody say hello to D4VD.
D4VD. I love that.
How many ways have you heard people pronounce your name over the years?
D4VD, DV4D, D4VD.
But it is David. Right?
Dave.
It is David.
Like, yeah, it is David. Well, I'm kind of owning the D4VD thing now. Like, a lot of people are calling me that, so I'm like, it might just be the word.
I mean, we've been saying it for a long time, but mainly as a joke. And my greatest fear came true, which is I just casually said it. And I didn't really intentionally want to do that.
That's so funny.
D4VD, it just flows nicely.
Right? D4VD.
It just feels good.
D4VD. Yeah.
You really are a special human being, though. We have an entire album to discuss. And, are you withered, man? Like, what's up?
No, like, that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at right now.
Genuinely?
Returning, well, figuratively, spiritually, that's like, I want to dive into this album as my entire aesthetic and my entire being is like withered. My entire being.
What does it mean to be withered?
Right?
So the entire aesthetic of this project is returning to the dust. A rose grows from the dirt and then it also decays back into the dirt.
Hey, no biting, okay? Hold on, you guys. Let me just what? 1 second, you guys. I'll be right back. You guys continue the conversation in the chat. Let me just I think he wants some food real quick. Hold on. What's up, buddy?
With this project, the way I made it, the way I'm talking about the themes on this project, the way I'm talking about my emotions and my feelings, it's all returning to the dirt with this. It's like an entire life cycle.
Okay, in a life cycle that connects to the other EPs, possibly Petals to Thorns, and then the Lost Petals.
Yep. It's all a through line. So basically, with Petals to Thorns, I view that as my intro. That was my debut, And then with the Lost Petals, it's kind of continuation of that story, and then this is like the ending of it. So people use their debut sometimes, like, oh, this is me, and this is me and my art. But this is like the closing of a chapter, especially for like my main fans, and even for the new people that's coming in, they can recontextualize my music with the previous project. So it's a good way for everybody to get into it.
All right,
by listening all
back,
together.
I'm back.
Exactly.
Yoshi wanted some water. That's why he was tearing my arm up. I don't know if you guys can see my arm right there. That was scratching me up.
Okay, so let's go through what that life cycle means. So what's
no way? His name is actually Neo. Not buying it, Foxy. I'm not buying it.
Stage of Withered is dying, so you're going into dust, but you're coming back again. Is that what I'm getting through those 14 records?
It's definitely like a resurrection type of thing. So, but by the end of the project, it's done. So that's why the last track is called Afterlife. That's like the final blow,
How long did it take you to come up with this? Because when you were on our show 2 years ago, you said you had something in the works, but you ended up getting rid of it.
You can share. You can share whatever you got. We'll talk about it. About it.
Yeah, it was like an interesting thing because when I talked to you about that, it was like I had a very clear vision, but then I had lived not that much life, And then I went on all these tours, and I went on tour with SZA, and I was meeting this person, and this producer, and that artist, and this and I was just getting lost in the sauce, and I had to kind of take a few steps back. So the first couple of projects that I made, a couple iterations of Withered, one was like an R&B project, one was like a pop project, and nothing really felt like me, so I kind of had to bring it back with this last one. I gave it one more shot.
Was it all titled Withered throughout that, or
nah?
What?
Project, nothing really felt like me. So I was meeting this person, and this producer, and that artist, and this and I was just getting lost in the sauce, and I had to kind of take a few steps back. So the first couple of projects that I made, a couple iterations of Withered.
He made a couple iterations of Withered, and they just weren't him. It's kind of odd to me.
One was like an R&B project, one was like a pop project, and nothing really felt like me, so I kind of had to bring it back with this last one.
Very emo, right?
One more shot.
Was it all titled Withered throughout that, or
nah? Like there was a concept.
Decay.
And there was a story there that I want to continue, but there was no name, there was no like theme of the songs, and because I'm writing at this point about myself and my emotions and my vulnerability, and I wasn't doing that a lot last couple projects. I was homeschooled,
Yeah, you were living a different life.
Yeah, I didn't have nothing to talk about like that, and people were asking me, how'd you write all these beautiful songs when you have no relationship? I was like, man, I'm a prophet, bro. I just spoke it into my own life, like crazy.
But okay, happy 20th birthday.
Thank you.
You literally the other day.
Yeah.
Like you just turned.
Okay, so I'm under the assumption if they're saying happy birthday, it was just the other day. His birthday is March 28th. So I'm assuming this took place after March 28th, but before, when did we say it was? April 28th? So there's a span of about a month in between.
20. You're technically out of teen years, but you're still like a kid.
Yeah, literally, man. I'll be going to arcades. I'll be going to Chuck E. Cheese.
And Sydney, thank you for sharing, because Foxy, I'm going to be coming to you for the scoop then.
By the way, rumor has it Chuck E. is actually opening an arcade, like an arcade version of Chuck E. Cheese, like in a mall.
For real?
Yeah, I saw it on TikTok.
Whoa. That's game changing, actually.
It is game changing.
Wow.
Anywho, back to you. Life. is an understatement that has lived in the last 2 years, because if I remember correctly, you hadn't even performed live when we first met.
That's insane to think about.
And you've been on 2 headlining tours. You opened for SZA. Like,
Della Dank. You gotta stop going outside, Della Dank. You can't be messing up like that.
4 headlines, actually.
You can wake me up in the morning, though. So I can be ready for work.
Holy fuck,
Actually,
sorry.
5. Holy balls,
Damn.
5.
But in 2 years.
Yeah.
But you also released, which I think is really crazy that your fans are so adamant on you having an album. You released 40 singles.
Dude, I'm out there. Definitely out there. It's so funny because I've been seeing TikTok like, drop, why don't you drop? I was like, just go to my... I've been dropping, bro.
It's 40 songs.
Yeah.
So, okay. How does life change? Like, how does your daily outlook change from the last time we met? Because even hitting the road and living that life, and definitely, like, I don't know if you started in vans, or I don't think so. I would assume you went right to the
we
bus.
went straight to the bus.
That's sick.
Straight to the bus. God bless. Yeah.
Truly, God bless.
Absolutely.
Because life is different in the back of a white creeper van, dude.
with the barred window.
Yeah, bro. It is not okay.
That's crazy. Yeah.
And can you explain how your daily outlook and like just...
Della, how could you not like realize like on the first sip that it wasn't the right powder, girl? Della, you crack me up.
The way you perceive life now changes from that experience?
I mean, it's definitely very, very euphoric, and it doesn't feel real to be like, on tour and to have such an ability to travel like that, and to be able to see the fans face to face in real time and be able to feel that emotion and that connection to them. It's just like you don't believe it, and it's so hard to process that. Like that to me is.
I gotta add my detective music in the background. Leo, this is the detective music right here.
Bigger than getting a viral song. Like you really have people sitting in this room that bought tickets to your show that's really screaming every word. Like that's insane.
Like think about that as like an internet kid, like somebody who spends so much time playing video games behind a screen.
Yeah.
Like all these people that they exist in this digital universe now exist in real life. Like, in front of
crazy, bro. Like you're supposed to be a comment. Like you're a comment, bro. You're a like. That's crazy. You're really like real. It's so fire. I love them so much. Yeah.
It's amazing.
So cool.
So does it change the way you make art? Yes, obviously. It's how we got to Withered, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah, definitely. I mean, like in the process of, getting outside my house and exploring the world and finding friends, losing friends, finding relationships, losing relationships. It's just everything has kind of been shaping and leading up to this project in such a domino effect way,
Like just living life and feeling.
This album is my life. Like Withered is my life. Petals of Thorns.
This is the part that really had me tripping out when I watched this this interview is what he said right here.
Does it change the way you make art? Yes, obviously. It's how we got to Withered, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah, definitely. I mean, like in the process of, getting outside my house and exploring the world and finding friends, finding relationships, losing relationships. It's just
finding friends, losing a relationship. This was filmed a couple of days after his birthday, March 28th.
Everything has kind of been shaping and leading up to this project in such a domino effect way,
Like just living life and feeling.
This album is my life. Like Withered is my life.
This album is my life. Withered is my life. Damn, I need to have a Red Bull too. I got one of these though. The worst drink of the world. But one of my favorites. It's Arizona green tea. Losing friends. What friends did he lose, right? Was it people that told him they didn't want anything to do with him when they found out what he did? Ooh, I need to find that that sound effect, the Law and Order one. What about this one?
Way,
like just living life.
Kind of been shaping and leading up to this project in such a domino effect way,
Like just living life and feeling.
This album is my life. Like Withered is my life. Petals of Thorns and Lost Petals are what I wanted my life to be, and then Withered.
Petals of Thorn was what I wanted my life to be, and Withered
is my life.
Is my life.
Yeah.
So where do they align at all?
They do indeed, because like I said, I kind of felt like it was a prophetic thing that I was speaking about heartbreak and love and all these things I never experienced before, but then I actually experienced them. It's like, yo, I really said this about myself 2 years ago. Is it happening?
Is it what you really expected?
It's weird because I have such a weird view and take on situations like that because I'm always looking for writing material in these types of things. So instead of taking it to the chin and being like, oh my God, like, I'm heartbroken, like I go straight to my phone or BandLab, go straight to the studio and write about it. I never actually like fully process situations like that because I'm always expecting it to happen. And then as soon as it happens, I'm writing about it.
So you're expecting, let's break that down.
Yeah.
Because I understand, like, going immediately to art like is a means of coping.
Yeah. basically. Yeah.
But you saying expecting it, meaning like you get into a friendship expecting it to end in a devastating, tragic, sad way, so it can inspire art. Are you manifesting that in a certain
I
way?
don't know. I hope I'm not. I really hope I'm not because it feels that way. Because like I look back to old songs like "Life's a Dream" and all these songs I wrote in my closet or my sister's closet in 2022, and I'm looking at my life in the past 8 to 9 months, and I'm like, whoa, like bro, these songs are soundtracking my life. So I hope I'm not involuntarily doing that, but it might be that way. I gotta lie.
Interesting. I gotta say, your family's so cool.
I know, right?
Your mom is the reason you like your mom is amazing.
She's the goat, bro.
Like you just needed music for your video game videos, and like your mom could have like come up with another solution, but she was like, do it yourself. Like who just goes like figure it out?
Shout out to mom. That's my mom.
That's fucking awesome. Like, and then your sister, the
My
closet.
sister too. Yeah.
So what part of this album was actually recorded in that closet? Because it was recorded between L.A., right?
Right. L.A., London. Most of it was in London, and the other half in Houston on my phone. So probably 50-50. So half in London, one song in L.A., 2 songs in South Korea and Japan, and then the other half just on my phone.
What did you do in South Korea and Japan?
I was on tour in November last year, right before we were supposed to be like turning in the project, and I wrote "What Are You Waiting For" and "Where Did It Go Wrong."
Are you inspired by your environment?
Super. I mean, when I was in Tokyo writing "What Are You Waiting For,"
Okay, I don't want to listen to this whole thing. I want to see this part right here because it does show that. Hold on, let me. It does show that this is one of the most replayed parts. I'm curious. I've never watched this whole entire interview through, and I'm probably gonna have to do it on another time. But I do want to watch this.
in them in their daily lives, I want them to still be able to connect to a song or an album or a project or even a snippet without, I mean, with the view of, oh, this is going to be a really good song. It's not just a sound on TikTok. It's not just this. It's not just that. But they're actually involved and interested in how the songs are made and written and how they sound when they come out. So,
was it hard for you to open up this process to Benny Blanco and Ryan Tedder? And even though that's so cool, but like it is also something that was just you in the closet.
Benny and Ryan got it almost instantly. There was some people I met a couple years ago that I had to explain it to, and it was not like, they were like, oh, but there's a $5,000 Neumann mic right there. You have to use it. And I was like, bro, I don't want to. But like Ryan and Benny, they connected with instantly. They knew how to work with me and understood the workflow. It was super synergistic. Yeah.
It's really special. Really, really special. Both songs, Sky and Ghost, you can hear a bunch of different influences there.
I'm glad you noticed that.
Oh, dude, you're hearing a little bit of the Smiths. Get some Jeff Buckley energy.
Yes, sir.
I also get a Chicken Little reference.
Yes.
Yeah. It's great.
Afterlife, you got a little bit of Tom York, a little bit of Radiohead.
What's fueling those musical influences? Who's prompting the music in your life? Where's it coming from? How are you
Literally me discovering things by myself. Like, I don't get sent too much music.
You're just on the
It's
internet?
so crazy. Yeah, I'm just, bro, my screen time is crazy. My screen time's so crazy. I'll just be on SoundCloud just looking for like old demos and stuff, like Jeff Buckley demos, unreleased stuff, Radiohead's unreleased projects, things I didn't make albums. I'm just looking for the oddballs and the outliers of popular artist music because I feel like when I'm making my own music and there's stuff that doesn't make the album, it's low-key your best work. So I try to find the best work of these mythical artists like Jeff or like a Tom York or like Radiohead or like a Nirvana, and I'm trying to find those bits and pieces of unfinished work and things that could have been great but weren't because they weren't released. And I just love getting inspired by the unfinished, so I have an idea of where to go for my own music. So.
Interesting. So, like, what are you taking from that? Or is it your job to finish it? Is it just inspiration for you to start something that new?
It's interesting because when I hear that, I don't want to, I don't have a crown to pick up and like a baton to be passed with that. I want to pay homage to these artists, which I do on Sky and I do on Ghost with the Smiths, and I want to make sure that people know where this stuff is coming from. But I want to actually make it new and fresh. Like I don't have anything to prove. I don't want to be the next, the next this, the next that. I want to be David, but I want to, be a conduit for the things I'm inspired by and keep these sounds alive that are almost being forgotten. Like the bedroom pop genre and things like that is all slowly fading away for, the TikTok of music. So.
Okay. Very interesting interview that I'm definitely going to have to watch. And I'll probably do that tomorrow while I'm at work. That's if people aren't streaming all day. Because swear to God, when I'm at work, you guys carry me through work with the live streams that these content creators are doing. But you know what? It's 1:36 a.m. I've done a 5-hour and 36-minute live stream. I honestly was only supposed to go on here and be on here for about an hour to talk about the new incinerator. I got Yoshi over there barking at the door because it's not open all the way and he doesn't want to open it. What's up, buddy? Come here. Yeah, the door wasn't closed. But anyways, I think I'm going to call it a night. I do appreciate it. Oh, don't leave now. Oh, it's it's cuz you're up, huh? It's cuz you're up. Look, Yoshi is ready to kill me. He probably has to use the restroom. Yeah, do me a favor, guys. If you guys like here, come here. I want you to say bye to everybody. If you guys enjoyed the stream, do me a favor, hit the like button, smash that subscribe button. don't forget, what do they say? What do streamers say? Because I swear to God, I'm so new at this, right? Hit the bell notifications so you can be notified anytime I go live. Master Death, you really just got here? Oh, come on, where have you been? We've been on for 5 hours, bro. I promise you, I'm not gonna delete the live, but I will edit it because earlier there was a car chase on and we decided to watch the car chase, and I'm a huge fan of watching car chases because I live out here in LA. It happens so often and the news takes advantage of it anytime that there's one on. So I will be probably cutting that part of the video out the moment that it goes the moment that I can. But yeah, I think that's gonna be it for tonight. Master Death, I'm sorry you just got here, but I've been on for almost 6 hours. My record for live streams is 7 hours, and VOD watchers, let's go. But yeah, do me a favor, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. Again, down at the bottom, if you guys ever feel like you guys want to donate to the show, you guys can send me a Venmo. Or you guys can buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com /FlojoTVQ. But do what you guys want. Give you 5 minutes. Fine. I'll stay on for 5 more minutes. Della Dank. Just because I love you, Della Dank. But what are we going to talk about for 5 more minutes? Let's see. Let's see what I can show. Hold on. Because I got a lot of stuff. Sometimes you'll see some of your biggest and your most favorite creators join a live, or they'll go live, and a lot of the times they'll report on some of the stuff that I give them, right? So I decided maybe why don't I just give it a try and come out and just start live streaming myself, because I'm always giving everybody stuff. Let's see, what do we got? What do you guys want to? We got 5 minutes. What do you guys want to talk about? I lost probably almost half of the people that were in the room, so now I just got a few of you guys. Oh, Jad, you're still here. We're not leaving yet. We got 5 more minutes. I do have a Venmo. Let me see, Jad. Now here, let me put it right here. Venmo.com. But if you look me up, it's Flojo, Flojoe on Venmo. Okay, hold on. Let me see. I do have Buy Me a Coffee. You can help support our mods. And I think I have Cash App. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see if I have it. It's my drum roll. Okay, so I do have Cash App, and if you do want to support the channel, Sydney Shea. Let me give my supporters a round of applause. Thank you guys for supporting. Let me just take a look, because I do want to shout you guys out. Sydney Shea, thank you for your $5 donation. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, and then I did say that I did have a Cash App, so I don't know if you guys want to donate. I don't know how to use it, but if you want to, you can find it right there. You got a dispute on Venmo. Yeah, F them. I want to learn how to stream, so I appreciate seeing the learning process. Yeah, I'm new at this. Technically, in my professional life, I'm a registered nurse. I'm a videographer as well on the side. I do a lot of video shoots for artists. Recently, I've been doing a lot of like private chefs who cater to a lot of celebrity events. If you guys want, you guys can also follow me on Instagram. My Instagram handle is Flojo, Flojoe. I post a lot of my videos that I do there for some of my clients. But yeah, in the meantime, I'm a nurse, and I spend a lot of time on YouTube while I'm at work. Don't tell anybody. Della Dank said, if you need help, I got time today. Della Dank's gonna be up. Della Dank, are you wired right now? You are funny. I love you, Della Dank. I love you. I love you. That's funny. Can you play his Pedals to Thorn EP and tour promo? He says why he did it only a few times, but oh, you're talking about the actual song? Oh, the tour promo. Master Death, you have my email? Send me the email. Or send me the link to that video, and yeah, we can watch it. Same, I feel like Nia the Asian look. Let's see. 5 a.m. Sydney, oh my lord. The sun's not even up and you're awake. That's crazy. All right. Tell me what I need to search up, Master Death, and I'll look it up. Is it exactly what you typed in? Pedal to Thorns EP and tour promo.
Symbol of purity, loyalty, and
You know, the only thing that I'm worried about is if I play it, that the video is gonna get a copyright strike, because I do remember I played this, at least the audio, in one of my lives before, and that shit got struck down so fast. Who was that? Who was that? Who was that? Was that you, Foxy? Foxy Amazon. Thank you for your donation on Cash App. I really appreciate it. It's crazy, you guys. This is so humbling that I can just come on here and talk to you guys and get the support that you guys have been giving me. You know, I wish that I can do this every single day like some of the content creators that I listen to. Unfortunately, I'm not privileged to do that because I do work, and I work some crazy hours, you know. But I just want to say thank you guys. Just take the time out of this stream to really thank you guys for just supporting the channel. We are on the road to hopefully potentially getting this channel monetized, so then that way, you know, maybe one day if you guys ever decide you want to become a member. I'm also in the process of building up my studio, so it's not, I think in the future when I have my studio ready to go, it's not going to just be me here in the corner of these videos. I actually have a plan to set up you know, a legitimate podcast style shoot where, you know, maybe I'll have some guests come on. I'd love to do another live stream. I don't know if any of you guys caught it, but last week I did a live with Zav Girl. Shout out to Zav Girl for, you know, just inviting me onto your show to talk. And I think we were on live for about 5 hours too. So there was a lot of stuff that we talked about on that live. So hope you guys can have the opportunity to check that out, because we talked about a lot. We did another deep dive into that. So thank you, Zav Girl. Thank you for having me on your platform. Your supporters are freaking awesome. But yeah, thank you guys. Shout out to everybody who donated today. Let me give all of you guys a shout out. Sydney, thank you for your donation. We had Tammy, Basin Jorn. Who else do we have? We have Foxy with your donation on Cash App. Dang, the first Cash App donation. Okay, Foxy, you're special now. But that is going to be it. Thank you guys for hanging out. This just makes me want to come back and do another live with you guys. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time of the day it is that you are watching this live. Have a good rest of the evening, and I will see you guys later. Peace.